Think of the eternal, and you will succeed in the devotional. Think about the eternal, and you will be able to stand up against evil. Think of the eternal, and you will never fall into oblivion. Here is a thought forevermore, from birth to infinity. Introduction. I am over 70 now. More than a quarter of a century of service as governor has finally come to an end. There arose a need to share with other people some thoughts, practices, memories of events and facts which have left a deep imprint in my memory. However, do not expect from me, as is traditional in such cases, a description of my life's path. Despite the fact that it was a long one and fell on very difficult times, it will nevertheless be of interest to a few. And for those who think otherwise, take a look at the Belgorod region, its cities and villages, talk to the locals. Everything seen and heard by you, both good and bad, are my memoirs. There is one thing I can say for sure. When the time came to leave the governor's post, I did not feel any regret, but a deep satisfaction for a fulfilled duty to my fellow countrymen. But I am now writing about something different, about the eternal, about that which sooner or later worries every person and all of humanity, about the world order, about finding answers to the main questions: who, why, and for what purpose was a human being created? Much of what I will write about will seem fiction and even another myth to some, but it does not correspond to the prevailing and established ideas about reality. It goes beyond the boundaries of the usual and generally accepted judgments about the world order. But on the other hand, no one dares to assert that our knowledge of the universe is reliable and final. And where will they appear from? After all, the prophets who tried to convey the knowledge of the superior world to people were, as a rule, killed as dissidents, heretics, and renegades, and science and religion have not yet come to a common understanding and correct explanation of the world around us and the meaning of human life. So, who is He? Is He the creator of all things, of both the visible and invisible world? Why and for what purpose was the crown of creation, a human, created? There are many answers to these eternal questions, both in global philosophy and in religions across the world, but all of them are based either on a speculative scholasticism or on dogmatic tradition, and therefore are contradictory and insufficiently convincing. So far, there have been no answers based on true knowledge. Unreliable knowledge leads to the advent of quite primitive hypotheses, such as those that explain the formation and existence of the material world by a confluence of random cosmic combinations and natural phenomena, as well as by the variability and adaptability to the external environment of organic beings, which, again, appear at random. To be convinced of the opposite, it is enough to turn one's gaze to heaven, or look around and see great harmony and expediency everywhere, which is not subject to either the theory of chaos or the theory of evolutionary development. Or take a close look at the moon and ask yourself the question: how can a satellite of Earth devoid of a protective atmosphere, dotted with craters from constant falls of meteorites and asteroids at different angles, maintain the same parameters of rotation around its own axis, remaining constantly for millions of years and facing the Earth with only one side? The probability of such a situation occurring without the intervention of intelligent forces is minute. And who can answer the question of how water appeared on Earth? And what is its true nature and role? Or why our planet has not cooled down for millions of years? And what then is the source of energy in the centre of the Earth? Or what is the nature of the holy flame? I'm sure that there is probably a reasonable explanation for the pyramids in Egypt or South America, the stone sculptures of Stonehenge in England, the secrets of the Bermuda Triangle, and Mount Kailash in the Himalayas. There are many questions of that sort. On the other hand, Christian teaching does not provide convincing answers to certain questions. The main one being, why was the Son of God taken for the Lord, and not the Father who sent him to earth to testify to the truth? Is not there a contradiction with the most important prayer of Christians, Our Father in heaven, which Jesus commanded us? Some biblical dogmata are also difficult to perceive. For example, Solomon's expression, "Who plants knowledge multiplies sorrow," or the words of Christ, "Love your enemies." Do they correspond to common sense and the principle of justice? Humanity has entered a period of change which has been confirmed by a purely astronomical fact. The 2,000-year age of Pisces, which has been associated with material development, wars, and spiritual stagnation, has ended. The age of Aquarius has come to replace it, symbolizing the spiritual renewal of society, when the priority of satisfying needs is gradually replaced by another one, the realization of human abilities and the creative development of the people. Aquarius, as you know, is a sign of Russia, which means that spiritual renewal will start from Russia. Numerous prophecies testify to that. The famous clairvoyant Baba Vanga said that Russia will be the cradle of a new faith which will unite people of different faiths in the future. Edgar Cayce, the famous American visionary of the 20th century who predicted the Second World War, the collapse of the USSR, and many other events, said, "In the 21st century, Russia will become the hope for all countries of the world. Russia will be able to bring together all the religious and mystical values and develop its own consciousness. Russia will revive the religion of monotheism and create a culture based on goodness and justice." And further, "The mission of the peoples of Russia is to radically change the essence of human relationships. Liberation from egoism and gross material passions will come from the East. Relations between people will be restored on the basis of trust and wisdom." In 1930, Saint Theophan of Poltava, the unofficial spiritual advisor to the royal family while in exile, prophesied, "What no one expects will happen. Russia will arise from the dead, and the whole world will be surprised. The orthodoxy that has been in Russia before will no longer exist. But the true faith will not only be resurrected, but will also triumph." There was a time when Daniel Andreev's book, Rosa Mira, The Rose of the World, made a deep impression on me. According to numerous testimonies, it was written with the help of the divine. Its most important idea goes along the lines that over time, all the faith teachings of the world, like rose petals, will merge into a single rose of the world. Here is a quote from this book. "The all-human church of new times, the rose of the world, will appear as a result of the spiritual activity of the multitude, as a conciliar, creative work of people who have yielded to the descending stream of revelation. It will appear, arise, and embark upon its historical path." And another quote. "No one except the Lord God knows where and when the first fire of the rose of the world will kindle. Only the country of Russia has been predetermined." And finally, Nikolai Berdyaev wrote the following in his work, The Realm of Spirit and the Realm of Caesar. "The world moves through darkness to a new spirituality and a new mysticism, which is deeper than religion and should unite religions. Together it will be the victory of the realm of spirit over the realm of Caesar." What do these and many other prophecies that I have not mentioned testify to? The answer is obvious. The history of mankind, no matter what modern mystics and futurologists say about it, is not finished. It continues, but has entered a period of a not yet fully realized purifying transformation and painful conversion of all spheres of human life. All that is new is born in pain. What discoveries and events can symbolize the arrival of a new era? Numerous apologists for the theory of transhumanism believe that the starting point for the beginning of a new history of mankind will be scientific achievements and the introduction of modern technologies that, in their opinion, can change even human nature. However, they are mistaken, because once again, they absolutely do not take into account the invisible presence and participation in our common destiny of the original author of the history of our planet, its creator. People's ignorance of the demiurge of the earth, as well as any attempt to take his place, always ends tragically. The whole history of our civilization is a vivid confirmation of this. New eras always begin with very important landmarks in the spiritual history of mankind. They are the symbols of the waxing of one age and the waning of the previous age. Such an event happened 2,000 years ago in Bethlehem, the birth of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, by the Virgin Mary, which marks the beginning of a new era. Just such a miracle, an omen of the beginning of a new era in the history of an aimless humanity thrashing for a way out, will be discussed in this book. All that I will set out here is neither the fruits of my reflections nor an analysis of someone's concepts, theories, or views, but a simple story about an amazing event that turned my idea of existence upside down. A real miracle has been happening in Russia for more than 10 years. The knowledge that answers the most fundamental questions about the world order on Earth and in the universe as a whole is shed from heaven unimaginably, from the very Creator himself, the God of Earth. I witnessed this miracle. I was convinced of its truth. And I see my task not in preaching, but in witnessing with others this epochal spiritual event, as well as sharing with readers a small part of the knowledge received from the Creator of Earth, which contains answers to numerous questions that have troubled mankind for millennia. The book is addressed to believers and non-believers, agnostics and atheists, to all those who at least once in their lifetime have looked at the world around them and thought, where does all this come from? I experienced an upheaval from this contact with the truth, and I want to share it with you, my attentive reader. The knowledge that you will receive through this woman is not distorted, for she receives it from the Lord, not from the osmic forces. Chapter 1. Lyubov. Almost 2 millennia have passed since the death of Jesus, and God is making another, perhaps the last, attempt to enlighten and save humanity, which is even more mired in sin and has not come closer, but, on the contrary, moved away from God compared to biblical times. This time, God the Father is not sending prophets, but is using different means. He has decided to convey the knowledge of the truth to his children, not through the sermons of the blessed, whom people either do not accept or do not understand, but in the form of ready-made texts, the meaning of which can no longer be changed. And this miracle happened. A human with a unique brain structure has appeared on Earth, in Russia. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that it can perceive high-frequency radiation corresponding to the frequencies of the God of Earth. Although it is the lowest level of his range, the only possible way for communicating with people. What can we say about this soul incarnated on Earth? It is a woman with a degree in humanities whose name is Lyubov. According to the Lord, it is her 9th incarnation on Earth. And during the first incarnation, she was Elizabeth, the mother of John the Baptist. This news, which was received by Lyubov later, simply stunned her, but explained the miracle, why it was in the church of John the Baptist that she experienced an incomparable feeling of the descent of God's grace, when a hot golden stream seemed to rush from under the dome onto her. This is how Lyubov acquired the gift of communication with heaven, which manifested itself the very next day. Lyubov's first contact with God occurred at the end of 2009. I will write about this in detail in another chapter, and it continues to this day. I observed how it happened several times. It seemed that the Lord himself led her hand over the sheet of paper. At the same time, the handwriting did not match Lyubov's usual handwriting at all. When there were pauses in the process of transmitting the text, her hand did not come off the paper, but drew large dots. Here are 2 pictures to illustrate this. For more than 10 years, the Lord transmitted through the brain of this amazing woman and wrote down numerous texts in her hand. What are they about? Firstly, they are about the world order and its creative source, the world brain, the creator of the universe, about the creation of Earth, humans, their purpose, as well as many other things like this. Secondly, more than 2,000 parables have been recorded. The Lord conveys the wisdom of human relations and the rules of life for people on Earth through them. Thirdly, the true events that took place in the life of the Son of God, Jesus Christ, are described there in detail. Having these texts, fantastic in their content, the author of which is the Lord of Earth himself, Monoston. One can confidently say that numerous prophecies regarding Russia becoming the place where the spiritual rebirth of mankind will begin have come true. Lyubov also absorbed a lot of information and received answers to various private and general questions that she asked the Lord herself or at the request of those who communicated with her. Some of them are published in this book. In addition, famous people whose souls reside in the heavenly abode communicated with Lyubov by the will of the Heavenly Father. Communication with some of them was quite lengthy, which made it possible to publish several books. In this way, Andrei Tarkovsky transmitted a script for a film about Sergius of Radonezh called Solstice through Lyubov. Marina Tsveteva, through her, wrote a collection of poems, The Cross of Silence. Michelangelo Buonarroti transmitted a collection of poems and prose called The Insight. And finally, Walt Whitman, the author of the famous Leaves of Grass, dictated a new collection of poems only under a different, heavenly title, Grassroots. These are the first literary works in the history of mankind created by authors whose souls reside in eternity. Is it not a miracle? And all of this is due to Lyubov's unique ability to hear and to record the voices of souls that reside in the other world directly, without any intermediaries. I highly recommend that my readers read these books. You will have no regrets, as they are poignant. If the truth is important to you, take it. If you do not understand its value, then do not touch it. Chapter 2. Making the Acquaintance. In the early autumn of 2012, a well-known public figure called Nikolai P. visited Belgorod. After all his appointments concluded, I met with him. We talked about many things, about the state of culture, about people, about affairs in the region. During the conversation, I had a feeling that he wanted to say something important, and my anticipation was not unjustified. Approaching me, Nikolai looked up and said, "The most important thing is to receive recognition not in this life, but there, in eternal life." And then looking into my eyes, he asked, "Do you want to know what the Lord thinks of you?" I was dumbfounded by such a question and replied, "I would give a lot to know the opinion of the Almighty about me, but it is impossible." "Anything is possible," Nikolai said, and he told me about his acquaintance with Lyubov, about the meeting with her and her husband, about her incomprehensible ability to communicate with the giver of life. I was stunned, and for some time could not work out how to react to this information. Seeing my confusion, Nikolai dialed a number on his mobile phone, turned on the speakerphone, and I heard a sweet female voice. "Hello, Nikolushka." Nikolushka quickly explained where and with whom he was, and asked Lyubov to find out what the Lord thought of Yevgeny Savchenko. "Just a moment, Nikolushka. I'll just fetch my notebook," the same voice answered. At that moment I realized that I might hear something that I would regret for the rest of my life. It would be better, easier to live in ignorance until Judgment Day, and stop this conversation, but it was too late. On the phone I heard a sedate female voice pronouncing words dictated by someone else. "My dear son, he does not feel me spiritually, but he is a holy and capable person. I would take him as my assistant if he began to listen to Nikolai. What the people of his city needed would become clearer to him. He would raise his spiritual level to the understanding that the Lord is ready to love anyone who does no evil. And further, I will give this prayer to Yevgeny Savchenko. My Lord, I have found confirmation of your existence, and therefore I feel as if I was born again. Fill me with your light so that it illuminates my path, and I can clearly see the necessary to which I myself must strive, and guide the people who trust me. Amen." Let him begin every day with these words, and an understanding of both what human souls need to become enlightened, and what he should do for this. It will come to Yevgeny. And let me tell you, yes, I really start every day with this prayer. I never cease to be amazed at its wisdom, addressed to me personally, and its deep content, which contains both a statement of reality and my personal appeal to the Lord. Its justification and the task, or rather duty, arising from it. And when I write these lines, it is the fulfillment of the duty given to me by the Lord. And guide the people who trust me. Duty to whom? To him, to the light. Having recovered from what I heard, I continued to ask Nikolai about Lyubov for the rest of my conversation with him. And also we reread together the lines addressed to me by the Lord several times, which was a truly mind-blowing experience. I was struck by their simplicity, imbued with deep meaning and fatherly love. It is difficult to describe what I felt at the time. In the course of our meeting, I had an unbearable desire to continue my communication with Lyubov, and I conveyed to her through Nikolai some questions, the essence of which was known and understood by my interlocutor. Nikolai and I had a common friend, the great sculptor Vyacheslav Klikov, who died a few years ago, and I asked him in which place on the other side his soul rested. And naturally I was interested in the fate of Russia. The next day Nikolai passed on to me the Lord's message about Vyacheslav Klikov. He is undergoing purification among the lunar spheres. Each soul that has completed its earthly life must go through this. Vyacheslav did not experience painful trials, but they do exist. Eventually his name will enter the heavenly holy host, but he will incarnate again, for he needs to reach a greater height of spirituality on earth. And then he gave us a prayer for Vyacheslav Klikov. Dear Lord, ease the suffering of my friend Vyacheslav Klikov. There was no evil in him, and let him pass through whatever is meted out by divine judgment with dignity. Amen. And regarding the future of Russia, the Lord's answer was extremely laconic. The future depends only on you all, on every human soul, and there is no way to predict what will happen in the whole of Russia. Because if the new faith is established in their souls, the people will rise and direct their souls to the revival of the spirit of the whole earth. The happiness of people is not found in prosperity, but a raised spirituality which alone is able to give people genuine joy. Do what you can, instead of speculating. Then the only thing that can happen is the ascent of the Spirit, which will transform your land. The last two sentences especially struck me, and they may well be the epigraph to the development program for any territory. By the way, in one of the texts referring to the prediction of the future, God the Father says, "Why do people need to know what awaits them? They must make their own future themselves. Their desire to look ahead is a most stupid game for fools. As a rule, only those people who do not believe in me, who think about material things, worry about the future. And the people of light do not want to know the future. It is already clear to them that they will be rewarded for their sinless life. Indeed, each of us is given the freedom to choose between good and evil. Our future is the result of this choice and depends on us entirely." At the end of our meeting, Nikolai handed me a small booklet, The Parables of the Lord, which he had published himself. It contained only a few dozen parables out of the 2,000 sent by the Lord. I will cite just one of them, which conveys the invisible dialogue between the Father and the Son shortly before the crucifixion of Jesus. In this parable, the Lord explains why people will mistake Jesus Christ for God, and it also has direct relevance to the events taking place in our time. Red drops ran down the face of Jesus. He wept with tears of blood, for he foresaw his terrible end. But I told him, "My beloved son, your tears of blood are the most precious drink in the universe. Those who taste it will embrace your faith. And the affirmation of faith is the feat for the sake of which you came to earth. It is hard for me to believe that the tears of my fear are a precious drink." My son was embarrassed, and I answered him, "Everyone is unique in their own way. You are the one whom people will worship. Everything related to your torment will be sacred to them." "Why?" he asked me. "Why will they worship me and not you?" Am I not going to the cross for your sake?" And I said to him, "Son, this is the way people are. They must see everything with their own eyes. I am invisible, and you will suffer because of evil people and ascend to me. Of course, your feet will not go unnoticed. You will become God, but I will be pleased with that too. For you will guide people to me. Otherwise, they will become easy prey for Satan. Father, if people constantly mourn my torment, they will not let me rest in the heavenly world, for their sorrow will corrode my soul," said Jesus. And I told him, "Son, it will be so until people understand. They do not need to mourn for your torment, but rejoice for you, because you did not die, but rose again for eternal life, and you shine on. But it will take a long time for them to realize this. In order for this to happen, a new miracle is needed, for an alien brain to inspire them with this." "But how will they know about this? And what is this brain?" Jesus asked me. "It will be an earthly woman, but the brain of this human will be given by heaven," I answered. "But even I do not know how and when this will happen. 2,000 years have passed since that time, and my premonition proved true. A human with such a brain has appeared, and this is who writes for you, good people, these parables of the Lord, which will be the source for you to extract such knowledge that your science is powerless to obtain." Thus ended my meeting with Nikolai and the remote acquaintance with Lyubov, dividing my life into a before and an after. The abode of the Lord is in the human heart, and if the knowledge of sublime heaven reigns there, life can become utterly profound. Chapter 3. The First Meeting. The first meeting with God's seer, that is what we called Lyubov among ourselves, happened at the beginning of 2013. I remember one thing in particular. When we were on our way from the airport to the hotel, we were overtaken by several cars with the numbers 999 on them, upon sight of which Nikolai, the organizer of the meeting, remarked that the Lord was accompanying us. At the appointed time, a modestly dressed, intelligent couple, Lyubov and her husband Alexander, entered the lobby of the hotel where we were staying. Alexander limped and used an original handmade staff. Having overcome our mutual excitement and even some formality, we introduced ourselves to each other, exchanged some small talk, and, having decided to have dinner together, went to the restaurant. Over dinner, we talked mostly about trifling things such as work and the weather, and learned a little of each other's backgrounds. I noticed that Lyubov ate only vegetarian food. After dinner, we went up to a spacious hotel room where we spent at least 5 hours in fabulous conversation and parted well after midnight. At first, anticipating our curiosity, Lyubov told us about the circumstances that led to the bestowal on her of the gift of communication with heaven, about which I have already recounted. The next day after that shocking event, she suddenly felt a strong burning sensation near her scalp. Then she felt her right hand trembling. Lyubov took up a pen, and her right hand wrote on some paper. "Do not be afraid, daughter, it is me, the Lord, your Father." The burning sensation stopped and was replaced by a sensation of patting on her head. Thus began something that has not happened on earth for 2,000 years, direct, gentle, and reverent communication between the God of earth and a human, devoid of any intermediaries. And it has been going on now for over 10 years. Over the years, thousands of pages of wisdom were transmitted by Lyubov that the Lord had previously unsuccessfully directed through his prophets. Alexander, in turn, told of how he wrote letters to many media people about the incredible abilities of his wife with the hope of being noticed. But it was all in vain. There were no replies. Nikolai was the exception. In preparation for this meeting, he had purchased St. Sergius of Radonezh icons of different sizes and styles in Sofino, a manufactory of religious objects near Moscow, and handed them out to those present. We put the icons on a chest of drawers, and they bore witness to our conversation. Approximately an hour later, Nikolai asked Lyubov to address each icon and, if it was God's will, to receive parting words from that great abbot of the land of Russians, Sergius of Radonezh. And then we witnessed a miracle. Lyubov took a previously prepared notebook and pen, looked at the icon presented to me, and began to write down the text in a quick, sweeping hand, accompanying what was written in a low voice. Sergius of Radonezh to Yevgeny. Your good deed directs the light to me, dear Yevgeny. I see you in the world, for the great light is directed upwards from you, and the Lord's forces of light descend on you as a cloud when you do good. Accept my image as a sign of my presence nearby. It is Sergius who gave these parting words. Sergius of Radonezh to Lyubov. My dear, you are not aware what your soul is like. There is no darkness in it, but only light. Pray to my image which I have entered, and it will become a mirror to your light. Sergius of Radonezh to all of us. My dears, you have received the images and they contain particles of my soul. Now there are no other people on earth who are closer to me than you. New knowledge is always painful for those who live in spiritual twilight. But you should dispel this twilight, each in their own way. Evgeny, use your strength to fill your neighbours with heavenly light. The light which is reflected by some falls as a sheen on others. The heavier the stone, the wider the ripples on the water. There is no need to be afraid for Lyubov, for heaven protects her. And as soon as the new knowledge reaches people who crave it, her protection will become stronger. For people will direct their spiritual rays towards her in thanks. I am grateful to Nikolai for presenting my images to holy people. It is a spiritual joy for them, their protection and their hope that my light will seep into their souls and not be extinguished there. We discussed the instructions of Sergius for a while, then Lyubov started recording again, and this is what the Lord said. My dear children, you need to think together how to enable the light to establish itself in the world. There is no harder task than this one, but I will help you in what I cannot succeed in alone. Only our unity will make this possible. We should be convinced that we need to act instead of thinking about the dangers associated with the action. Do not be afraid of anything, and this will repel the hordes of dark forces. It is the fearless and not the fearful who will see the light. Only one thing is necessary. That is to make it clear to the world that the light has descended, and it will come to those who seek the light. They do not know hope and are silent, but what they discover will give them new hope, and everyone will be overcome by such a thirst for knowledge of the truth that you will find it hard to comprehend. There are not so few people who need me as you think. Offer them help. Tell them that I exist, and the light will be rekindled in their cringing souls. And they will spread their wings, and the darkness will be lifted, and Satan will be put to shame. Even the desire to recognize the light alone is enough for good to be established. Hopelessness breeds darkness, but hope and confidence dispel it. When you see these words filled with the great hope of the Lord and addressed to us, his children, who are constantly denying his existence and perhaps doubting my sincerity, ask yourself, can such words belong to a mortal human? Continuing our late-night conversation, I suggested using the internet to spread the new knowledge, and Lyubov immediately wrote, The Lord about the internet. The internet is a space of knowledge, but today it does not bring good but evil, because there is no true knowledge there. This is a kind of repository of human delusions, and if the truth is deployed there, it will turn the world on its head. Thus the Lord supported my proposal. Apparently, in further communication, I was too simple-hearted and even naive. So the Lord, noticing my condition, addressed me directly through Lyubov with his paternal guidance and an offer of wise prayer. To Yevgeny Savchenko. Yevgeny, although you are, like all living people, not a sinless creature, you have such a strong sense of truth and untruth, and the desire to accurately distinguish one from the other, that I have a prayer for you. My wise Lord, help me to discover the human soul, for sometimes I perceive untruth in a distorted way, and hope for a person who cannot justify my hopes. Amen. For less than 6 months of my remote acquaintance with Lyubov, I noted that whenever the Lord wanted to help, he offered a prayer by way of personal communication with him. I constantly use this prayer and have begun to understand people better. Thank you, my Heavenly Father. And then the Lord added something for all of us. But I believe that my light will enter the world thanks to you all. My children, I see how difficult it is for all of you. But if the world is dark, how can the light be established in it, if not through your torment? I do my best to, and much becomes clearer to me when you ask me specific questions, because you can see what should be done. I can only offer many options. Choose those of them that will give more light to people. Be strong, have no fear in your soul, and all your hopes will come true. When, while working on the book, I wrote these lines, it began to rain, but it was sunny at the same time, and a rainbow began to shine over the house, a good sign from the forces of light. But I returned to the first meeting with Lyubov and Alexander. Discussing the ways of spreading new knowledge, I expressed the opinion that knowledge will reach people faster if it includes true coverage of historical events which still cause controversy. The Lord's firm answer was, "My dear children, you need to know just a little. Trying to embrace everything that has happened during your lifetime is suicidal. I gave life to you not so you could devote it to peering into the past. Come to me, and you will discover everything here. And use your life for creativity instead of digging up the past." Gradually, our conversation turned to the following great people who were seeking God in their lives: Leo Tolstoy, Fyodor Dostoevsky, and Nicholas of Cusa. When Nikolai spoke about Pavel Florensky, who, in his opinion, was undeservedly forgotten, and the need to install a cross or a memorial at the place of his death, unexpectedly Lyubov took up a pen and received the following message from Pavel Florensky, or more precisely, from his soul which inhabits the heavenly abode. I will advise Nikolai. I did not know him in my lifetime, but I recognized him after my death on earth. Installing a cross or a memorial is less important than directing light into souls. If it starts after visiting the memorial, then I will be pleased. If the curious come and ask about me, then there is no need for that. All the same, I thank you, including Nikolai, for this. We all, both you, earth-dwellers, and we, heavenly creatures, should affirm goodness in souls. Let them be the memorials to the Lord. Pavel Florensky. After a while, the Lord, apparently following up on Florensky's words, unexpectedly spoke about glory himself. This is what the Lord said about fame. I would like to address what people find important. There is no good in fame. Those who seek fame are far from me. Those who seek the light are dear to me, and they hide from fame. Glory-seeking and me are opposites. To be imperceptible like I am, and to do good imperceptibly, is what the most important task of a person should be. Glory-seeking does not allow for imperceptibility, and well-known people who do good should think about how to hide the name attached to their good deeds. If you manage to do good imperceptibly, then you will be able to become like me. The hidden light, this is what I am. Let these words of the Lord become a wise lesson to those who, for the sake of fame, publicity, and popularity, these gifts from Satan, fritter their lives away. Shortly before our meeting, I had taken part in an interparliamentary conference in St. Petersburg. In my free time, together with my good friend Vasily Kudin, then chair of the law faculty at St. Petersburg Ministry of Internal Affairs University, I visited an ancient monastery in the Leningrad region not far from the city of Lyubov, which was founded by the revered saint Alexander of Sphere. I was greatly impressed by the grandeur of the monastery, the fragrance of the relics of the saint who died back in 1533, and the myrrh-streaming shroud. According to the legend, Alexander of Sphere was the only Russian saint to whom Jesus Christ made an appearance. Obviously, that evening I could not help but ask Lyubov about it. Below is the answer recorded by the God-seer. The Lord about Alexander of Sphere. Jesus did not appear to Alexander of Sphere. Jesus, my son, never appeared to anyone. I send an angel with the face of Jesus to those who seek him. Further on, the Lord explained why it happened thus and asked us not to share that knowledge with other people, which we did not. But you know that it is an angel who comes as a messenger, and he has the face which I have endowed him with. Long after midnight, our conversation turned to famous contemporaries of ours who had passed away at an early age. Nikolai began to reminisce about the Soviet singer Vladimir Vysotsky, whom he had personally known. And then, miracle of miracles, Vladimir's soul started to speak through Lyubov, of Vladimir Vysotsky to Nikolai. Kolya, my friend, I never thought that I would start talking to you through a new person. I must tell Marina that I am in love with her so much more in heaven than I ever was on earth. I see her and I know, yes, I know that she was not, or maybe she was happy without me. But even if that is so, I love her as the mother of my soul. But that is not what I mean. I'm in two minds about how we are going to talk. I wonder if she believes that I'm alive. This is how you must tell her about this. A certain woman knows how to pick up signals, and she emits light into the sky. There is a golden cross above her head. Marina needs to feel this light, otherwise it is useless to try to convince her of a new way to contact me. She has been fooled so much that perhaps she will brush it aside. But I cannot appear in front of her and say that it is me, and not someone else. I need to come up with something to convince her, but I've changed so much here that I do not remember anything anymore, but my love for Marina is the main thing that gives me the strength to go through my torment. Thanks to her and to you for listening to me. Is Vysotsky still popular? I'm glad if someone still listens to my songs. Still, I was sincere, and now I do not detect that feeling in other people. There is no real sincerity, only hypocrisy, and it is bad, both for you and for us. I know that I'm talking a lot, but I have been silent for a long time. Please forgive Volodya Vysotsky, a chatterbox. We sailed in a boat, we rocked on a boat, and we were really there and never said goodbye, and yet we broke up, and the boat sank, and we drifted apart. I shall finish what I was writing. Here, I've forgotten how to do this. I see nothing is really coming of it, just a few things stick out. I'm writing poorly. The next day, Lyubov was typing up Vysotsky's text on the computer when he suddenly made contact again and continued. It is not enough for us to know. We need to trust. We need to trust someone and not just make sure that you are heard. I trust you, a woman whom I do not know, because you've never been mean to anyone in your life. Some people do not care, but I'm squeamish. You're the best transmitter of my spiritual movements. I can trust you, though it will seem surprising to Marina, but if she does not perceive the code of my soul from these lines, then there's nothing to be done. I will not agree to direct my soul to her in any other way but through these lines. People have no sense of immortality. It is very sad, but they cannot convince themselves of this either. Only my fidelity to our love, I don't know what else it could be, can bear witness to the immortality of the soul. I carried away the face that I loved like light to the angelic heavenly abode. This face has become a wave and not a portrait, and nothing disappears on a wave. It is a random combination of particles of light that disappears, and the wave or the flow has already turned into something eternal. Marina, I never thought that you would leave your image here, but it is always with me in the form of a wave of light, and I will never betray it to the darkness. Do you want to hear something you can understand? I love you. I shall never forget you. I shall meet you, I shall hug you, and I will do everything I can for you to discover the heavenly solar existence, not the darkness. Volodya. I really hope that Marina Vladi will read these words from Vysotsky, addressed to her from eternity by her Vladimir, who passionately loves her. And at the end of our meeting, the Lord addressed me with the following words. My dear Yevgeny, I am grateful to you for your determination to absorb the true light in yourself. It has been given to you to put aside your doubts about the choices of life that you have made, and also to increase your strength many times over. Your holy soul will soar into the new heaven. You know the goal, and you will understand how to approach it. My hope for you is that they listen to your words, and you will find a place for my words among yours. And then to all of us, I will give all of you the following advice. Be a support to each other so that my light is reflected in the mirrors of your souls, and this will make it inextinguishable. My dear ones, I hope you have enjoyed this Last Supper, but this supper is not Jesus's, but mine. What awesome words! By the end of our meeting, Lyubov was noticeably tired because she had spent a huge amount of energy on each contact with the Heavenly Father, or on other interlocutors. Later on, I was repeatedly convinced that the Lord strictly monitors the state of her brain, protecting it from overloading. Appended note: some words in the cited texts are in capital letters. It was the Lord's intention, not Lyubov's or mine. The Lord only shows the way to the highest goal, but does not determine the path. Chapter 4. Number 153. That evening, or rather that night, I asked Lyubov if the Lord could later reveal the secret, if of course it exists, of the biblical number 153, which is given in the 21st and last chapter of the Gospel of John. In it, the disciples of Jesus were fishing in the Sea of Tiberias. And that night they caught nothing. But when the morning was now come, Jesus stood on the shore, but the disciples knew not that it was Jesus. Then Jesus saith unto them, Children, have ye any meat? They answered him, No. And he said unto them, Cast the net on the right side of the ship, and ye shall find. They cast therefore, and now they were not able to draw it for the multitude of fishes. Jesus saith unto them, Bring of the fish which ye have now caught. Simon Peter went up and drew the net to land, full of great fishes, 153. And for all there were so many, yet was not the net broken. In theological literature, there are many publications on the topic of the sacred number 153. Out of all the hypotheses about its meaning, I am inclined towards those that consider the number 153 as certain measures or periods of life given to mankind in the post-gospel period, that is, after the crucifixion of Jesus Christ in 33 AD. But no one knows what this measure is. John of Kronstadt also held to this point of view. I was constantly looking for confirmation of this version. My guesses were strengthened after a tragic, but in my opinion significant event that took place off the Comoros Islands on the 30th of June, 2009. The airliner crashed en route from Yemen to the capital of the island state, the city of Moroni. There were 153 people on board, including passengers and a crew member. The plane crashed into the Indian Ocean. Miraculously, only one 13-year-old girl survived. Logically, I concluded that 152 out of 153 measures were completed. 152 people died. Only one measure remained, the surviving girl. Then I calculated the duration of one measure, for which the total duration of the departed 152 between 2009 and 33 being the year of the end of Jesus' earthly life. 2009 minus 33 equals 1976. Divided by 152, it turned out to be exactly 13. I was surprised that the division of complex random numbers resulted in the integer 13, which coincided with the age of the surviving girl, which indirectly confirmed the correctness of my reasoning. This means that 13 years is the duration of one period or one measure. Consequently, mankind has one measure left after 2009, 13 years. Based on this, I concluded that in 2022, 2009 plus 13 equals 2022, some event will occur which is not inferior in its significance to the coming into the world of the Son of God, Jesus Christ, which marked the beginning of a new chronology and a new Christian era in the history of mankind. I shared my assumption with many people, including priests, and now I am sharing it with readers. And this is how the Lord answered my question through Lyubov. 153 is the total and not the remaining number of attempts to create a perfect human that is given by the brain of the world both to me and earth as the one that gives embodiment to my thought forms. 152 attempts to become my likeness have been spent. The 153rd attempt should be successful, and I hope it will. because I have already corrected a certain link in human DNA so that people can establish a bridge with me. Such people, named Wisdom, will suddenly appear, and this will be the final and successful attempt to create a godlike person. Draw your own conclusions, dear readers. In any case, it is necessary that in 2022, the new knowledge that comes directly from the demiurge of Earth will become the property of a significant part of mankind. And this is a truly epic event, unparalleled in its significance with anything in the history of mankind. And to make it happen, we humans should go towards the founder of life, without deviating from the abundant light of true knowledge transmitted by the Lord through Lyubov. As the Lord said the following about her. The Lord said the following about her in one of the texts. As for me, Lyubov is my best creation. She knows how to be a transmitter of my thoughts, and her creativity is mine, but it is colored by the light of her individuality and is therefore priceless. The righteous who follow the straight and narrow are not so close to me, for their path is predetermined. Dearer to me are those who, having realized that there is light and there is the Lord, their heavenly Father, repentantly regard the path they have traveled as on a trail through a quagmire, when they had to step out every now and then to find firm ground underneath their feet. Chapter 5. To the Holy Places. In the spring of 2013, accompanied by my friends, I made a pilgrimage to Greece, to Mount Athos, and to the Italian city of Bari, where the relics of St. Nicholas of Myra are kept. After a 2-day visit to the monasteries of Athos, filled with blessed impressions, we returned to Thessaloniki. There were a few hours left before the flight to Bari, and we decided to visit the monastery whence St. Paisius of Mount Athos was buried. His books were published in Russian. I love reading his edificatory dialogues. We started our visit to the monastery from the burial place of St. Paisios. It was afternoon, and there were almost no other pilgrims at the monastery. I let everyone go ahead and lingered at the grave of the elder completely alone, where I prayerfully asked Geronda Paisios to give me a sign confirming the knowledge that I had begun to receive through Lyubov really comes from the Lord. We spent more than an hour in the monastery, and I looked for a sign, but to no avail. However, when we got on the bus and drove only a few meters, someone in the cabin suddenly said aloud, "Look what is happening in the sky!" It was evening, and the sun had already disappeared behind the clouds, which stretched into a narrow, dense strip across the entire horizon, and a majestic shape rose up against the background of an even, pre-sunset strip of clouds. In one place in the sky, which was very similar to the belfry that graces Prokhorovka Field, the site of a major Soviet victory in World War II. The bus stopped, and many of us jumped out to admire this unusual phenomenon. And I realized that this was the sign sent to me by Paisios of Mount Athos, and I thanked him with a prayer for it. But the miracles were not over yet. I watched the sky constantly on our way to the airport. Before my eyes, the figure of the belfry began to lean east towards Russia, and began to change. And when we reached the airport, in place of the belfry, I saw the distinct outline of a soaring eagle, the symbol of our country, flying in the direction of Russia. St. Paisios had acceded to my request completely, and I was very grateful to him. After this trip, I had no doubts about the divine origin of the knowledge that is shed on earth thanks to Lyubov's unique gifts. Note: Geronda is an elder or spiritual father. A neighbor is not one who lives nearby, but one whose soul is closer to yours. Chapter 6. The Second Meeting. My second meeting with Lyubov and Alexander occurred 6 months after the first one, in the summer of 2013. It took place in a picturesque village surrounded by forests and lakes, where they had bought a small house back in Soviet times, and where they retired from the bustle of the city every summer. Here, about 150 meters from the house, on the bank of a small nameless stream, Alexander, who had had no building experience before, built a tiny chapel in honor of the Holy Trinity. Alexander said that it was the Lord who had helped him to build it, prompting him through Lyubov with all sorts of construction techniques which he had never possessed. We arrived at the village after lunch. First, we were shown around the modest house, the garden, the small greenhouse, where they tended lovingly to their vegetable staples, and then we visited the chapel, where we experienced the sensation of special warmth and peace of mind. There were already some icons in it, including those painted by Lyubov, who, would you believe, had never held a brush in her hands before. And she told me how it happened. It was the Lord who asked her to paint the icons. In response to her objection that she had never painted before, he promised, "I will teach you, daughter." And indeed, as soon as Lyubov took up the brush, the hand began to paint icons. First it was God the Father, and then the Mother of God, which the Lord called the golden tears of the Mother of God. Here are the words of the Lord about this icon. I called the image painted by Lyubov the golden tears of the Mother of God. For Mary's tears depict heavenly sorrow, and there is nothing more weighty than heavenly sorrow. I revealed this amazing face on the wall of the house with sun rays, and Lyubov understood this radiance with her soul. She saw in the spots of the sun the face of her dear sister with the crucified Jesus in her heart. This face should give people a different feeling. The Mother of God mourns over the guilt of the people who killed her son, and she will not set her heart at rest until people understand that the icy osmos, whereto they must ascend, is filled with both light and darkness, and they must determine on earth which heavenly powers they will belong to after their ascension. Mary's grief is everlasting, for she sees hosts of people who have by no means changed since the time of the Gospels. Blessed people like her son continue to be killed. Let the golden tears on the face of the Mother of God remind you of your incessant choice between good and evil. Where you ascend depends only on you, so do not condemn inept painting. The golden tears of the Mother of God icons are of utmost importance on earth at this moment. They are my last attempt to bring people to reason, and these icons will stream myrrh and cause significant changes in the souls of the people. You know, only 6 months later, in winter, it became clear why the Lord gave such a name to the new image of the Mother of God. Drops of resin suddenly appeared abundantly over the painted tears in the eyes of Mary, depicted on the very first icon. Several of them had already been painted, and slowly dripped onto the face of Jesus, even though the icon was painted on a dry pine board and was in a cold chapel. We had brought the icon of St. Iosif of Belgorod, our heavenly patron, and found a place for it in the chapel. Of course, secretly I longed to hear the words of Iosif, a great ascetic in the faith, and so it did in our subsequent evening and nighttime conversation when talk turned to holy matters. With practiced skill, Lyubov opened her notebook, which she always carried with her, and began to write down the words of St. Iosif. Heaven needs human kindness, humanity. That's what Iosif said, humanity. I see you. Yes, you are all people who think about heaven. Good is almost completely snuffed out on earth, but there are virtuous people. I was inaccessible to you as a mind. Lyubov, I have found earthly goodness in a safe place. This chapel is like a great sign to me. The heaven in it is like gold. It burns like fire. The heaven in your chapel is holy, and you will find my image as a ray of goodness there. I should thank those who shone my ray into this place, because I need to be there too. I will help the people who built this chapel. There are no people around, but there are heavenly forces, whose help is more reliable than people's help. How can I express my gratitude to the people who brought me to this place? I will continue to help them, for I see that their souls are open to the Lord's light. There are few such souls who can immediately recognize the Lord's light. They will be able to realize this intention, to defeat the owner of the land, who would help them in this matter. Heaven will help them, and I will help too, I promise. And I enjoy the mossy chapel, which has now become the home of my image. I see that great wisdom will come from here, and I will play my part. I am very grateful to those people who brought me to this chapel. And then the Lord added, Dear child, I see Yoasif praying for these people to me, and I see that these people are familiar with the incorruptible light. Heaven surrounds them with its help, and I say the following. People who have discovered wisdom will not be allowed to live in misery. I cherish their rays as a deed of prayer. This means that their soaring towards the light reaches me as rays of prayer, and I will surround them with the rays of eternity, so that on earth they do not forget that heaven is their eternal abode, and earth is only a temporary place for the spirit to ascend from. Saint Yoasif speaks about the owner of the land who needs to be overcome. The matter is that the chapel was built on the land of a local farmer, with whom Alexander used to be friends. At first he did not agree to cede the land to us, but soon as Saint Yoasif had promised, everything was resolved successfully. That evening, for the first time, we spoke about building a temple dedicated to God, the Father, and began to discuss what it should be like, and how its interior should be decorated. After this, Lyubov recorded the words of the Lord. It is a reasonable question regarding the temple and what should be there. Surely there should be nothing in the temple except for the eye of omniscience under the dome. Do you want to erect stone walls? Make huge windows so that my world looks into them, and everyone entering the temple would see the world through the windows. Yet I will look at people from under the dome. What happens inside them when they look at the earthly world? Do their hearts shrink from grief, or are they indifferent to what they see? There is no need for priests in the temple. It will be an empty space where people turn to me and nothing more, and I will see through them, and the beloved I will help, and the unbeloved I will not. All sorts of people will go there, and no one will escape my judgment. It is necessary to build such a temple so that people perceive it not as my dwelling, but as a house where their souls find peace and the understanding that the Lord is within them. I do not understand the people's holidays which are dedicated to various saints. People should feel something different. Do not celebrate anything on these feast days just to show off to this saint, as if to say, what about me? Am I not worthy of the same place in the bosom of the Lord? The feast days of the saints should be a difficult test for the soul, not a holiday. For even the most blessed people cannot be sure that their place in the next life is by my side. Therefore I repeat, do not rush to build a temple. It is a task for future mankind, which will perceive faith as knowledge that gives meaning to life. My dear, how happy I am that you are thinking about this now. It means that this temple is already being built in heaven, as it is in your souls. And the combination of the heavenly and the spiritual image will someday come to fruition. We also discussed during this meeting the number of incarnations of the human soul on earth. Lyubov said that she had previously asked the Lord about this issue and received an answer. The human soul can incarnate on earth no more than 10 times. Personally, this is her 9th incarnation. Naturally, I became curious how many human lives my soul has lived on earth, and this is what the Lord answered. Daughter, I saw that Yevgeny Savchenko, like you, has been given a 9th incarnation. But he still has one more ahead, because he has not learnt enough for his own perfection. Then I could not help but inquire with a feeling of great excitement about the posthumous fate of my parents, so the Heavenly Father satisfied my curiosity. Dear daughter, I will tell Evgeny the following about his father and mother. They have already reincarnated. Both of them have. Should I say more about their incarnations? Your mother lives in France. She is still very young. Did your father really die a long time ago? He is a young boy, no more than a baby, but he is a wise child. His life goes on in him. But I should put it differently. Yevgeny's father is still very small. He is not even 3 years old yet. But he has a wise soul, and he will gradually discover that his son Yevgeny found the Lord during his lifetime. The boy left the heavenly cradle and took wise knowledge about me from there. Does it seem strange to you? Now such children are born who remember heaven, and Yevgeny's father is such a child. He lives in Melanesia. I rejoice for the souls of my parents. They were incarnated on earth again. To my great embarrassment, I knew nothing about Melanesia, although I was always fond of geography. It turned out that it is the name of a group of islands in the Pacific Ocean near Australia. But I have experienced the greatest upheaval from the realization that the souls of our parents, like everyone else, are incarnated again in countries with different ways of life, that they will profess different religions, ideologies, and views, and furthermore, that they will begin to compete, be at enmity with, and perhaps even fight with each other or with their children who are still living on Earth. When will we, the inhabitants of Earth, understand that we are the children of one Father who loves us infinitely? People, dear brothers and sisters, think on this. Then I asked if the knowledge gained should be shared with others, and the Lord said, "Do not let Yevgeny be afraid to reveal this light to people. His appearance and conviction will do what they must do. Will the new knowledge received from him arouse interest? It depends not only on him, but also on the people giving heed to him. It is necessary for him to be blessed for everyone's sake, and whether or not someone will become open to his message depends on the stuff from which that person is made." And this book, dear reader, is the fulfillment of a small part of the commission given to me, lo and behold, by the Creator of life himself, by the God of earth, Monoston. After a while our Father continued, addressing us all. "My dear children, I am telling you, it is not just knowledge that brightens the soul. Prayer is one such thing that changes darkness to light. Teach people to pray. A grateful prayer to the Lord, in spite of all the difficulties life brings, will make for a better life. Inspire this in the people around you. Teach them to pray, and you will receive the new knowledge that you crave in heaven. There it is colossal, but I just opened the door to its heavenly storehouses for you. Remember that your task is to be beacons, and whether people see you is their concern. Blind souls will not see you, but those who seek the light will follow you. We obviously know only that people who seek the light exist. Those who seek will find. If they begin to pray to me, then I will name to them those people who are known to me as the storehouses of light, which is you. I am telling you this so that you do not lose heart. The world is not completely dark. I see it from above. Those who seek the true Lord will become your people after reading my words. Publish them at least in a limited number of copies, and these words will create a group of people who have found the light and are ready to build my temple." Indeed, sincere prayer, which is not pleading but grateful, works marvels. For the last 10 years, the Lord has transmitted a lot of prayers through Lyubov, which dot the pages of her major book, The World Order, like diamond placers. As our meeting drew to a close, the conversation turned, in an unplanned way, to the duration of the coming life. The Lord answered us in a concise and convincing way. "I am telling you, you should do everything that is necessary for a long life, but be ready to have it end at any moment. Do not worry about the good that will remain on earth after you. There will be people whose life it will change for the better." And the Lord backed up what he said with a parable. An old man dug up a field. "Why are you doing such hard work?" he was asked. "After all, it may well be that you will not live to see out the harvest." The old man replied, "If the fruits of my labor benefit others, and they understand that this is the way people should work, then that is a way of taking care of the future, and I will be much happier than if I was harvesting myself." The meaning of the parable is that the task of people on earth is to do everything possible so that the fruits of their labor bring good to those who come after them. This is the only way for goodness and eternal significance to become established on earth, which passes from those who leave to those who come. What our Creator said is very similar in meaning to the French proverb, which Leo Tolstoy only half completed on his deathbed. Fais ce que dois, translating as, do what you must, come what may. People do not understand that the will of the Lord should lead them through life. What they think of themselves is wrong. It's me or Satan. So therefore, if someone turns away from me, then their path is laid out in darkness. Chapter 7. 2 Events. 2 events occurred between my first and second meetings with Lyubov, and the reaction of heaven to them appeared to be very curious. The first was the fall of a meteorite, asteroid, near Chelyabinsk in February 2013, which resonated widely in society and made us think about the vulnerability of our earthly existence and its dependence on random collisions of Earth with celestial bodies. In fact, there are no accidents in the universe. That includes our planet. Everything is controlled by the supreme forces, something I was convinced of when the Lord answered my question about the Chelyabinsk meteorite with the utmost clarity. Be patient. I shall tell you everything later on. I am trying to divert it from Russia because I need to save you somehow. Not everything is so easy for me. I am doing my best, but I still have not managed to make what happened completely safe. Now I must use energy rays to remove this stone from the atmosphere. Not from the atmosphere, but from osmos. I do not have time to talk about it right now. This explains the fact that the number of collisions of our planet with various alien objects is negligible, and if they do happen, then everything is controlled by the demiurge of Earth. The second event took place in Belgorod, an event which went down in history as the Belgorod shooter, just as the media had dubbed it. The story went like this. On the 22nd of April 2013, a young man entered a store selling weapons, where he had previously been legally denied the purchase of goods. He shot 4 completely innocent people inside the store and just outside of it. A few minutes later, I was at the scene of the crime, and like everyone in our city, I was shocked by what I saw. 2 days later, the shooter was caught, convicted, and received a life sentence. In the evening, on the day of the crime, I received a message from the Lord through Lyubov. Dear son, this sign has been sent to you by Satan. Your light is inescapable, and he wants to show his strength. Do not think that this is your fault, but know that there is no such light that darkness does not seek to extinguish. This man is overcome by darkness, and hell awaits him. Innocent victims were cleansed of all earthly sins at the moment of their death, and will enter my light. But I mourn with you, for the light is not so safe as to be protected from a possessed soul. Evil can see light, and it sees the light rising over Belgorod. Do not think that it would be better not to know the light. These victims, having perished, have warranted a better eternity than they would have had at the end of their earthly life. It is darkness that has found such a person to demonstrate its strength. And yet you must keep striving towards light in order to diminish the darkness. This is the only path the soul must choose. It does not require any other path. Only by striving along the path of light will it reach its inescapable holiness in eternity. And the next day, Lyubov conveyed the message of the Mother of God. Thank God, dear people, and do not suffer, because those people were not saved. Their souls are there near the bodies, and they are not wicked, and they can become cleansed from many of their sins by the will of the Lord. Those who have been murdered without cause on earth will go to a better place than they could have hoped for after their natural death. We cannot see the young murderer, but we can ask people who feel the darkness. They will help you, if they suddenly feel where the young murderer is. I cannot say where he went, because we feel only the light, but not the darkness. We will not be able to show you the young murderer on earth. His weak rays are beyond my ability to feel the rays from human souls. You can only give mediums the task to determine the place where the one possessed by Satan is hiding. These people receive all rays, dark and light. My dears, now you know that the rays of light always attract the forces of darkness, and now you will always understand the essence of what is happening around us. Icy rays enter those for whom they are kindred, and crimes are always committed at their hands. So the young murderer has been overcome by darkness. And there are always such people who are led by darkness. The more light there is in people, the more fearful the efforts of darkness. But striving for the light and not surrendering to darkness, that is what is needed from you, dear people. Do not be afraid, but to continue the ascent to the Lord's light. This is the only possible path for the soul. You do not want to experience great fear, do you? No, you do not. Sorrow for those who died innocently must also have a jubilant side. These people have already understood everything and can obtain heavenly peace for their suffering. It should be clear to you. You never know for sure what happens when the Lord comes into your life. The struggle intensifies, but only your conviction in the need to accept His light can become a pledge of victory in this irreconcilable struggle. If you step away from your firm thoughts, then darkness will win, and no one will be able to understand that this is how the Lord overcomes Satan, which is a battle that cannot but be bloody. It is important for me to know where to send the rays in order to console those who mourn the dead. Yes, I understood where they were, in a small Russian city, which is small but great in spirit. The light of the Lord has been amplified there. I have found those people, and I know what to do. I will help the dear people of Belgorod to become wiser. In those tragic days, I could not convey to the people of Belgorod the words of God the Father and the Mother of God, filled with great love and compassion, but I promised myself that sooner or later I would definitely do this. These events and the reaction of the supreme forces of heaven to them clearly show that both we humans and everything that happens on earth are controlled by two forces, either by the Lord or Satan, by light or by darkness, and we must choose between them. And in the universe which we are part of, the law of just retribution or grateful reward continues to operate, and it is aimed at prolonging the era of being. The basis of all visible processes is the impact of celestial energy. It is the key to a true understanding of all things. Chapter 8. Events and Facts. On the 12th of July 2013, Belgorod region and the whole country commemorated the 70th anniversary of the tank battle near Prokhorovka, the climactic moment of the Battle of Kursk. Naturally, we prepared very carefully for this significant date, and apparently our preparations for the big day were so fraught with emotion that the day before I received a message from Lyubov, which was addressed to me by the Lord. Dear daughter, write this down for Yevgeny. I think he should tell people something about the Battle of Kursk, and here is what should be said. Heaven can see who is in the right. How did the great Battle of Kursk begin? The reasons should be known, these being that the icy osmos sent its forces to the Russians, who had to fight with the forces of darkness in heaven. You must know that the battles on earth are going on precisely at the time when invisible forces are fighting in heaven. These forces acquire rays in heaven. They come from warring people. But Osmos knows how to distinguish the malice of the invaders from the wrath of the victims. And these energies are the source of forces for heavenly creatures. Why do the righteous win battles? Because their wrath is stronger than the fear of death. And so, vice versa, the invader's great malice and desire to enslave others fails to provide them with intelligence and strength. If success is on the side of the invaders, it means that the victims are unable to resist them, either because of weaknesses of spirit or because they lack sufficient physical strength. I have something to say about the Battle of Kursk. It happened when the wrath and fortitude of the Russians nourished the great forces of light. The outcome of the battle on earth depends on the outcome of the battle in heaven. And the battle was won because darkness was defeated in heaven. Its weakness can be transmitted to people on earth, therefore the battle may be lost on earth. The impulses of hatred in the invaders become insufficient when the forces of darkness weaken in heaven, and therefore the invaders begin to lose battle after battle on earth. Victory inspires the righteous, just or blessed person who is defending a just cause. So victories begin to occur more and more often until the war is won. You should know that the souls of those who die for a just cause are given the right to observe what is happening on earth for some time in order to gain confidence that they did not die in vain. Here are the words I want to say about that battle. It was not easy. Those people were hiding in iron vehicles, and yet I saw such an intensity of impulses coming from the Russians, against which the impulses of the invaders were incomparable. The Germans were not prepared to die. They came to destroy and conquer, and they were not prepared to sacrifice their lives on the battlefield, unlike the Russians. That battle proved to everyone that the power of evil was insufficient, that it did not have the destructive spirit capable of crushing everything. The battle proved that there was nothing more victorious than the Russian spirit, striving to remain free. There is one more thing to bear in mind. Those people who died in that battle flew to me, not discouraged as human souls in previously lost battles did, but joyfully. They already understood that the battle was won, and they were the reason for it. Those souls immediately became an army of light, fighting on the side of good, while the souls of warriors who died in lost battles needed to be cleansed from their dull state. But even they quickly found the strength to join the forces of light. Those who died on earth continued to fight in heaven. This has been the case in every war since ancient times. Russian souls fought both on earth and in heaven, and their victory was well deserved, because the desire for freedom turned out to be much stronger than the desire to extinguish the light in Russia, which darkness unconsciously perceived as a threat. It is what always happens, and the light of this land tormented dark souls, for the light of the Lord is a trial for each soul to determine which side it belongs to. Is it the light or the darkness? Here in Russia, the source of wisdom is within earth. In order to feel it, one needs to live on this land. Those who run away from here are dark, and those who strive here despite the difficult life in this place seek wisdom. Define people according to this feature. Those who left Russia of their own accord went far from the Lord, and there was no true joy for them in foreign places, and only satanic possession awaited them. Whoever does not understand this and remains living outside of Russia is lost both to this land and to me. Monoston reveals the profound meaning of the outcome of any battle on earth through this text, which is deep in meaning. Victory is won by those who have been endowed with the spirit of victory from their heavenly patrons, whether it be the forces of light or the forces of darkness. Whoever turns out to be the stronger and wins in heaven will determine who is victorious among their proxies on earth. Every compatriot must read these lines in order to understand why other conquerors seek to destroy Russia, why they fail to succeed, why people must not leave Russia of their own free will and live in foreign countries. After commemorating the anniversary of the Battle of Prokhorovka, another event occurred which people should know about. A very close friend of Lyubov, Olga, arrived in Belgorod by plane to stay for a while. She decided to visit museums, churches, and the memorial to the famous tank battle at Prokhorovka. First, she visited the Blazing Bulge diorama in Belgorod and obviously shared what she saw with Lyubov over the phone. The next day, I received the following text from the God-Seer. Olga asked me yesterday about why she suddenly felt uneasy in the Blazing Bulge diorama. The Lord answered me, and suddenly he spoke about something completely different, about the belfry. Darkness swarms around its foundations. I did not believe my eyes, that is, the words that my hand wrote out. Both the Lord and the Mother of God explained why this is so, and you will read it yourselves. I think you will have to somehow help Olga to be near the belfry at a lonely hour. Maybe it is better to do it at night, and this way it gradually reveals why the Lord once said, "She is going to Belgorod to belittle evil." Below, I quote the words of the Lord explaining Olga's lightheadedness in the museum. She Olga in the Diorama Museum, felt the bonds of those who fulfilled my will, those who died in this battle. They had no other desire than victory. And these souls return to the place of their death and see the faces of people who are experiencing the fear of this moment. Olga perceived the significance of this accomplishment, the departure from life of the people who had to continue living. Their painful state of overcoming the fear of death was transferred to her. And then the Lord spoke about the belfry at Prokhorovka. She, Olga, should sprinkle holy water on the model of faith, that is the bell tower on the battlefield. A few drops over which she has read aloud the Lord's Prayer should be sprinkled on the bell tower. The foundations of this bell tower attract evil spirits, as I hear German music there. Let Olga scare away this power of darkness from the bell tower. Then the souls of Russian warriors will fly to her on earth. This is the way it should be done. And nothing should be done in the museum, which is a model of the battle. The music of the invaders is under the bell tower. A blessing with holy water will save this edifice from darkness, and it will be easier for the Mother of God to hold her veil of protection. For her, living souls come here and suffer torment because she holds the veil over both dead heroes and their enemies. Let Olga sprinkle holy water in the corners with the words, "Our radiant Lord, dispel the forces of darkness nestling close to the feet of the great Mother of God. Amen." It is better for darkness to be near the corners. Olga must pour water both inside and outside the building. Help her to be there alone when there are no people. You must do this, for the Mother of God says to you the following. Dear ones, I should be grateful to you because people did not feel my torment. I spread a veil over the field, but I cannot pray to the Lord for the abode of souls hovering there. People perished there who were enemies to each other. And dark souls have a place near the ground there, and blessed souls do not want to approach this place because of the evil fog. Rid this land of evil, and the heavenly warriors of light who are not yet there but near me will rush to that place. And then the Lord continued, Are you surprised to hear this? The Mother of God holds an energy veil over the field, so that evil does not ascend from below. But you should expel the evil from here, which has also been living on this land since the war, and let the souls of the dead fly to you, to the very ground where their bodies were left to die. The same evening, when there were no visitors at the belfry, Olga consecrated the foot of the belfry, as the Lord had recommended, and 2 weeks later, at the end of July, we received an email from Lyubov. My beloved ones, forgive me for being out of touch for such a long time. The Lord gave me a break, which I see is coming to an end. I am sending you the text that was dictated to me this morning. I quote the text of the Lord about the consecration of the belfry. My dear ones, you have opened a whole abode to heaven with this consecration, not only the upper part of it. The holy water dispersed the hosts of dark forces that clung to the foot of this structure. They have flown away and will not return again, for the army of light has come to replace them. I showed Olga my sign, a golden ray split the sky, and it meant deliverance from the darkness, for it was like a spear that pierced the darkness. Thanks to Olga, who, having overcome her reticence, carried out this consecration. And indeed, when Olga returned to Belgrade after the consecration of the belfry late in the evening, she told me that when she was leaving Prokhorovka, she saw a bright beam in the evening sky over the Prokhorovka battlefield. We came to the conclusion that this was the sign of heaven relating the successful consecration of the belfry, which was later confirmed by the Lord, our Heavenly Father. So, 70 years after the Battle of Prokhorovka, the invisible spiritual combat on the field of Prokhorovka ended with the victory of the forces of light, the souls of the heroic perished Soviet soldiers, over the forces of darkness, the souls of the German invaders who had been invisibly dwelling on the battlefield for all these years at the foot of the belfry, a fascinating monument built by my friend Vyacheslav Klikov. I must say that Olga is endowed with a special spiritual vision, inaccessible to ordinary people. So, having visited the Cathedral of the Transfiguration in Belgrade, she saw an unusual radiance near the shrine with the relics of St. Joasif of Belgrade, and she observed luminous figures in the Trinity Church in the city of Gubkin. She shared her impressions with Lyubov, and the Lord said the following about the blessed soul of Iosif. Olga saw the glow of an otherworldly colour near the shrine of Iosif, and indeed Iosif himself, for she tuned her soul to him. That colour was light, even milky, because his soul is filled with earthly worries, because so many people beg him for help, and he rarely stays near me, unlike Mary, but seems to walk on earth. About the church in Gubkin. Dear child, the church in Gubkin has become dear to me, because it stands on special land. Rays that connect directly to heaven come straight out of earth here. But I will add one more thing. As soon as this church was built, light filled it, because there the heavenly rays acquired the thought forms corresponding to them. I would like to say that great saints know such places on earth and fly there to remember the land they once walked on. If a church is built in such a place, then they endow it with their energy, so that living people feel the breath of living heaven on the ground. The church is magnificent. I can say more. Olga saw everyone here as luminous figures, for human thought forms became our abode during her visit to the church. Thus we strengthen the faithful and give them strength for their further service to us. So now people will be convinced, especially those who have been in doubt, that the holy miracle workers and the righteous who have left this world continue their ministry in heaven in order to strengthen the faith in people living on earth. And I would like to tell my countrymen and women, and not only them, about one more mysterious object in our region. In the village of Golovshina, Grivoronsky district, there is an unusual so-called round building which represents a cylinder inside a cylinder, adorned inside with various mysterious architectural delights. It is not known exactly when and, more importantly, for what purpose it was built. There is a story that the builder of this house, a nobleman of Serbian origin whose surname was Horvat, and to whom Catherine II granted these lands for his successful participation in military campaigns, was a Freemason. Perhaps the round building was intended for meetings of initiates. At present it attracts many people, especially lovers of esoterica. One day, when I was near the round building, I called Lyubov and told her about this mysterious structure. A few minutes later, the answer arrived from the Lord. I saw you there. This is a sublime place, because there are rays coming out of earth connecting the people inside with the heavenly world. This is what the builder of this house felt, and the people who are inside it today can feel an extraordinary surge of internal strength and experience the mystical feeling of how earth unites with heaven. I think that these words of Monoston, the Lord of the Earth, will now appear in the round building, and an even greater number of people with good intentions will visit this place to replenish their life forces. In connection with the Masonic version of the origin of the round building, it was also interesting to learn about the divine opinion on the Masons, about these mysterious organizations which, according to widely spread opinion, still continue to rule the world behind the scenes. Here is what the Lord said. There was no need to make Freemasonry a secret organization. I did not gain anything by being secret. I cannot say that any particular harm was done, but there was no benefit either. Beautiful rituals with no souls ascending to light are all that remain in my memory. I would have ordered them to close down, but people are tempted by mystery and pompous talk. Well-intentioned but meaningless talk is all they managed. Their plans to correct society by having each person pursue the commandments of Christ failed to come true. This result could not but make me realize that a secret organization with a charter made up of universal commandments is a foolish invention. Why keep it secret? I can stop them only by offering something less widespread. Draw up a different charter. It is not the correction of society which should be the goal of the organization, but the nourishment of each of its members with the wisdom of the Lord. The knowledge and moral values of each member of the organization should become the nucleus of the new unit. New human souls must be drawn together around each member. Thus, Freemasonry will come of age and be a hotbed of new knowledge and eternal morals. I do hope that modern Freemasons will take advantage of our Creator's advice, paying special attention to the words highlighted by him. I would never have thought that faith knowledge would appear in such an unexpected way, in a world which is being torn apart by the confrontation between light and darkness, through a Russian woman who did not know what her mind was capable of until the age of 51. Chapter 9. Lyubov's Mission. I will now tell you how Lyubov received information from the Lord and what its content was. Mostly it happened on his initiative, and at any time of the day when Lyubov was awake and her unique brain was not tired and was receptive. The Lord felt the degree of Lyubov's fatigue and repeatedly warned her that any communication with him leads to enormous tension and premature wear of her brain cells and, consequently, will shorten her earthly life. However, she made this choice consciously, for she well understood her missionary destiny. Lyubov communicated with the Lord as a rule at night, when no one and nothing distracted her. She went to bed at dawn, and during the day she typed on the computer what her hand had written down at night. After several nights of intensive work, the Lord kindly said, "Dear daughter, your brain is tired. Relax for a few days." In order to restore her strength faster, Lyubov busied herself with household chores, took photos, painted icons, or fashioned objects from wood. And later, about Lyubov's brain fatigue, the Lord said, "Do you remember how easily we talked? Now it is much more difficult, because your brain is very tired. Each of our conversations diminishes your brain matter, because your mind works constantly, unusually for human flesh. It may happen occasionally, but you constantly feel my presence and catch my thoughts. You should rest, otherwise our communication may turn out badly." Being in almost constant communication with the Creator, Lyubov received answers to her questions, but more often she wrote down what the Lord dictated. For almost 10 years, a patchwork knowledge about certain aspects of the structure of the universe came to her in a continuous stream, and each time she noted the dates of the received texts and placed them in chronological order. Today, the Lord, having mercy on Lyubov's mind, has ceased to give answers to numerous private questions that previously served as evidence of his existence. He dictates only what he considers necessary himself. At the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020, all texts related to the world order received over 10 years were systematized by Lyubov and then published in 2 volumes, totaling more than 1,100 pages. Moreover, the editing of the final text was carried out in close contact with Monoston, and the title of the 2-volume book, The World Order, as a mindset of cosmic consciousness in the perception of the demiurge of Earth, was also his invention. The World Order is the book of all books. It contains unique information received directly from the God of Earth without any osmic intermediaries, heavenly or earthly, as it was with the New Testament of the Bible. It is not, therefore, subjected to any voluntary or involuntary distortion. The World Order contains the answers to many questions that mankind has been pondering so painfully for thousands of years, both before the birth of Christ and afterwards. It became clear how the universe and its intelligent principle, the world brain, arose, and how the spiritual hierarchy is arranged. It explains how the control of the universe, which amounts to eternity, being, non-being, and space and time, is carried out. The world order tells us very clearly and in great detail about the origin of Earth, the origin and evolution of organic life on it, and finally about how the crown of creation, a human, was created. It lays out an alternative to the generally accepted idea about water, energy, the human brain, the nature of gravity, and much, much more. But the most important thing is that the book gives us an understanding of the purpose and meaning of human existence, and how to conduct earthly life in harmony with the universe. I am sure that soon the world order will become an important subject for study in all the educational institutions on our planet, and this knowledge will change our entire way of life in our present, 8th civilization. Humanity has a real opportunity to break the deadlock of delusional worldviews and contradictions, and to make our unique planet an organic part of the system of supreme harmony and expediency, the universe. As I mentioned above, prior to this the Lord had dictated more than 2,000 parables and the biography of Jesus Christ. From these was published a 2-volume book, The Parables of the Lord, and The Gospel of Elizabeth. Why Elizabeth? Because Lyubov's soul, let me remind you, was Elizabeth, the mother of John the Baptist in its first incarnation. They are not memories, but the story told by the Lord. All books are written in plain language, since the words and terms that the Lord used did not go beyond the scope of Lyubov's vocabulary, which, although extensive, does not cover some areas of human knowledge. Therefore, sometimes, while sending texts concerning the fundamental foundations of the world order, she accompanied them with the following types of comment. My dears, I accepted the text but did not understand anything in it. Figure it out for yourselves. In this regard, the Lord remarked with humour, My dears, I am still not perfect enough to be understood by everyone. And one day the Lord remarked, comparing his text with the vague reasoning of other seekers of the sacred, Wisdom cannot be vague, for wisdom is based on knowledge, and knowledge is not vagueness at all, but clarity. Why do you call wise those who speak in a vague manner? I do not set myself the task of revealing the contents of these books. It is impossible. They are to be read slowly, in short bursts, considering each word. Although their content shocks us with wise logic and clarity of presentation of both the structure and the modes of existence of the eternal world, nevertheless the blade of truth can hurt. Yes, humanity faces a difficult task to recognize and accept the phenomenon of a Russian woman who has managed to fulfill a great mission, to transfer knowledge directly from the creator of everything that exists on earth to us, his children. There is no need to count on their quick and easy acceptance and spread, because parting with some familiar knowledge, senses and values cannot be pain-free. But on the other hand, far from everything will have to be revised. It is not necessary to review the spiritual realm. It is only necessary, the Lord figuratively says, to reposition the lamps in the temples. Nevertheless, humanity has no alternative. The signs of an approaching global catastrophe are obvious, and only the instinct of self-preservation can unite the entire population of the planet in the face of the clear threat of global extinction. Therefore, considering the prospects for universal development and a solution for future global problems to the benefit of all countries and peoples should dominate the world agenda. This must take priority over interethnic, interfaith, intercultural and all other conflicts. Consolidated actions and the will and responsibility of the world elite will be in demand in the near future to an extreme degree. I am sure that it is necessary to start with the creation of a new unified global system of education, which will be based on the knowledge sent down to humanity through Lyubov. This is what the Lord said about her. Lyubov gave you to read what was not given to you by Jesus, who did not want much, namely for you to serve good and love your heavenly Father, who gave the concept of good and evil to your ancestors, Adam and Eve. But you quickly lost track of this concept. I would not be able to tell you these words full of love and hope without this incomprehensible gift of Lyubov, that is, to hear me directly. Today, in its wisdom, heaven does not send the Messiah to earth, for the experience turned out to be galling. Instead, the Heavenly Father, suffering from the unreasonableness of his children, pours life-giving streams of truth into the lost children, thereby giving us hope for salvation. Think of that. A miracle is being performed on earth imperceptibly, and without being accompanied by any heavenly sign for more than 10 years. I am convinced that this remote Russian wilderness, where the word of the Lord is gratefully and patiently imprinted, will become the same starting point for the new history of mankind, as quiet little Bethlehem was more than 2,000 years ago. In any case, one thing can be said with certainty. The knowledge now acquired is indestructible. Manuscripts do not burn. Heaven has penned its hopes on Russia, as it is destined for sublime ministry. But will Russia be worthy of such a lofty task? Only you, the Russians, can answer. Chapter 10. Russia. During the whole period of her communication with the demiurge of Earth, Lyubov not only received the text but also asked the Lord numerous questions herself, and allowed her relatives and friends to do so as well. She received much information about puzzling phenomena, mysteries, events of a natural, historical or social nature, as well as the heavenly characteristics of some famous historical figures. Of course, not all this information was included in her 2-volume book, The World Order, but I am sure that interest in them will be enormous. I will share a small portion of them with my readers. I shall start with Monoston's musing about Russia, which was received by Lyubov on different occasions. Russian people are oriented towards ascent. This idea seems obscure to you, but it swept away all the others. You do not know how to perform this ascent, and you stumble when relying on someone else's experience. But you need to cleanse yourselves of that experience, because only an unobscured view can tell you how to ascend. Ascent is a personal path, but Russians are looking for a general one. A general ascent does not exist and never will. You need to put the personal above the general. Then the light will appear in everyone's life. Respect for personality is the basis for peace in everyone's soul. One who is an individual cannot escape from universal happiness. I will put it this way: happy people means a happy state, but happiness is different for everyone. General happiness is impossible. Those who make universal happiness their task are the servants of my enemy, for I affirm that happiness is an intimate feeling, not a broad one. Therefore, I shall say, ascent to the light is the goal for each individual person. Only this ascent gives a feeling of happiness. It is impossible without ascent, because happiness is the real wholeness of being, and all other joys are only fragments of life and nothing more. They do not turn into an overwhelming sensation and rapidly fade away. Other joys are moments that a person remembers for a long time. But happiness is an enduring feeling. For it to exist, life must be an ascent to the light. Then every step along this path will intensify this wonderful feeling. Lyubov's question, does a nation have a certain age? Europe looks at us, Russians, somewhat condescendingly. We are, they say, older and wiser than you. The answer: yes, it does. But wisdom is not determined by age. Your people are not very ancient, but evil forces cannot find such support in you as they can in more ancient peoples, who are tired of life. Their age is the last thing that helps them to be wise. On the contrary, they are already finished with life, and you are still striving to live. Your bloody history was not created by you, but by those foreigners who wanted to set up life here for themselves. Any mostly Western trends are detrimental to your people. Try to listen attentively to your soul, and you will see how much young light there is in it. All your troubles are due to a foolish desire to be like those tired old people. The Russians are not bodies, but souls, and I gave them new souls. Of course, you can find plenty in your genes that link you to other nations. When your land became populated, I began to put souls into the newborns. The language of the Russian people arose from the depths of other nations. It happened so because these souls had a special connection with me. For language is a way of receiving and interpreting osmic impulses. The Russian language is so rich and beautiful and figurative and sublime precisely because I was counting on your souls with which I could communicate. You should know that people who have been given such a language have better abilities when speaking with me than others do. The Jews had to be given the Russian language in order for them to accept Jesus. But I did not think about that at the time. It seemed to me that the impulse of light coming from my Son was capable of becoming a source and a message for the transformation of the soul. But the Aramaic language had a different function. It separated Jesus' message from the people. That system of perception of osmic thought forms when filtered through the Aramaic language did not allow for the correct perception of Jesus' words. Your land was not originally called Rus. You gave it that name. And in heaven, the place where you live is called the way to heaven. Here, where continents are connected along the Ural Mountains, there is a great place for guidance. Heaven, when directing its rays here, can find people whose souls remain undimmed. The human world is a terrible place, but here is a place where there are people whose souls are still pure, untouched by great evil. The rest of the world has lost its sublime feeling for the Lord. There is no such feeling of the Lord in Tibet, where lamas and Buddhist monks are considered to be conduits between heaven and earth. Their beliefs are directed towards the creative void and not towards me. And where do I see the new light? Here, on Russian soil, where the incredible happened. I was suddenly heard. It was a Russian woman who found me instead of herself and in heaven. This is the path for the sake of which I endowed the bodies of certain nations with new souls. To be a Russian means to have felt the Lord in oneself. This is possible only if one gives new souls to those that already exist. At last this has happened, albeit many centuries later. It was necessary to wait, but I was endowed with the patience to wait for this. I repeat again, the Russians are not a nation, but souls which are able to hear the Lord in themselves. The path has been revealed here on your land which emits special rays. By following this path you will come to me. The path of Russia is a particular one, it is true, like the path of any other nation. But your souls are a subtler instrument of interaction with heaven, because this land is special, and I put my trust in you, that this subtle instrument will be used for its intended purpose. The Russians, I hope, can feel the creator of their souls in me, and the basis of these souls is the ability to be a creator. That is why many Russians are so painfully worried about the impossibility of creating something, if life does not provide them with the necessary conditions. Russians should not despair, for they have been entrusted with a great mission to serve the universe with the music of their souls, and their despair distorts this music. The sky has become young over the country of heavenly hopes. But what does the term young sky mean? It represents the forces of light that are directed there in the hope that knowledge will come to people. Some people have already learned about the great daughter of the Lord who transmits heavenly wisdom to earth, and this has led to a change in heaven. My question of whether one can trust the predictions of the Athos monks about the forthcoming big war involving Russia. Monaston's answer. Regarding the elders of Athos who foresee the future, I should say the following. These people are to some extent endowed with the gift of clairvoyance, and they catch the thought form of one possible development of events. Yes, it is very possible that a terrible war with a large number of casualties will suddenly break out, although perhaps it will not happen if you jointly push back that flow of dark energy which is directed towards Russia. The fact that they want to exterminate you is due not merely to the fact that you do not obey the diktats of the West. The light that may still flare up in the people of Russia has almost been lost by the people of the West, mired in complete godlessness, because surrogates have become the norm there. It is a world of spiritual surrogates, but there are still people in Russia who recognize the Lord's will and the Lord's light, and who know how to give and serve light selflessly. There are not so many of them, but they do exist. This seems absurd to the West. The light that comes from Russia burns them, although they will not be able to iterate this if they are asked about the reason for their hatred. My darling daughter, you give us hope. A revival of light in souls is possible among the Russian people. Therefore, do not suffer and do not be surprised that it is you who radiates musical vibrations that give people fearlessness, and they unconsciously hear the command of the Lord in themselves, which is, transform the world and start with Russia. What happiness it is, dear friends, to read over and over those immortal lines of our one and only Creator about Russia, which are permeated with paternal love and hope. What great energy of creative and spiritual transformation they can put into the hearts and souls of the citizens of our country, especially our young countrymen. Indeed, as these lines are being written, the world is changing before our eyes. So what can become the guiding star for the transformation of Russia and the world? Only the knowledge that is given to mankind by the Creator of life and recorded on Russian soil, the land of heavenly hope. Make sure of your need to set proper goals, and we shall help you achieve them. Be aware that the forces of light have turned their backs on many of you precisely because your goals are wrong. If you want to be atop others and not be afraid of reprisals, give them a life full of joy and not one of hatred and pain. Make sure of your need to set proper goals, and we shall help you achieve them. Be aware that the forces of light have turned their backs on many of you precisely because your goals are wrong. If you want to be atop others and not be afraid of reprisals, give them a life full of joy and not one of hatred and pain. Chapter 11. The Rulers of Russia. The history of Russia is inseparable from the will, mind, and wisdom of its rulers. Here are the characteristics the Lord gives to some of them, as well as to others who shape world history. I present them in chronological order. On Sviatoslav I. There was a darkness inside him as well as earthly passions. Never in his lifetime did he direct his thoughts to heaven, but expressed his gratitude for his children. He will stay here forever because he cannot forgive himself for an earthly life such as that. Having cleansed himself, he knows how to descend to the Russian land and visit Kiev. But he was not a beacon for the Rus. He knew only what was necessary, without soaring up to heaven with his soul. And 2 days later, the Lord added about Sviatoslav, "Dear child, I have already done a lot for Sviatoslav. This man did not give me anything in return, for I directed my ray to all the ships floating through life's ocean, but his ship forever avoided it." The hand wrote it out as Lodya, as it was spelled in the old days, instead of Ladya, which means boat in Russian. His son gave me more. Still, one must understand that Christianity brought my light, although distorted into souls. Paganism recognized my light, but in a way which prevented me from entering the soul with my entire being. On Prince Vladimir. Vladimir the Great brought the Rus to monotheism, but not in the manner in which it should have been done. Not by blood, not by debunking former beliefs, but in a different way. It would have been wiser to incorporate a certain amount of instruction into the teaching of the young, having them think instead of blindly believing. The next generation should have tried to answer the question, what is the single source for the world? The fact that Vladimir took to Christianity was an expression of his personal attitude, which he then decided to instill in the Rus. That is not the way to assert something new. Something new must be allowed to germinate in souls. Christianity turned out to be slightly misleading. It was the way for a different nation. As for the Rus, my intention was different, but Vladimir failed to understand my providence regarding the Rus. He is revered, but in heaven he sees that he did not do what he should have done. Therefore his destiny turned out to be different from that which he longed for during his lifetime. Many did not understand my providence, but today I can speak to this. It is necessary to think about what the source of life was, and the path should have been shown both to the peoples and their souls. But few people manage to experience this and understand their place in the universe. On Alexander Nevsky. Alexander Nevsky was the person whom I had endowed with the ability to subordinate many minor works to a great task, namely to give the people hope that the liberation of Earth was possible not only by military means, but by the wise use of subtle means as well. The formation of waves in the sea can serve as a metaphor for the soul of a person. As soon as the enemy's invasion began, agitation arose in his soul which led it to making correct decisions. The emergence of a wave requires some external force. As soon as the threat of an invasion arose, the soul acted upon changes in its earthly environment, which caused a resonance opposing the aggression. By making the correct decisions, Alexander could organize many impulses supporting him into a single victorious stream. That is why I justify his militancy. He made a sacrifice for the sake of freedom, for he violated the commandment of Jesus, "Thou shalt not kill." When peace became possible without waging a war, that soul made another sacrifice. I could see how it was searching for the right decisions in order to avoid bloodshed in small ways, and to calm for a while the demons that controlled the governors of the horde. Peace, invariably temporary, was achieved thanks to smart decisions by Alexander, who received those decisions from heavenly helpers. That man was dear to me because he tried to become a peacemaker who used not only his mind but also his sensitive soul to fulfill that great task. The music of heaven was revealed to him in its entire range, from low vibrations to high ones, and the soul, which was originally searching for its destiny, was convinced that it had fulfilled it, for on earth, full of opposing energy flows, one needed to be able to find the only right decision, and this involved much more torment than it did joy. Alexander mourned for his soldiers who died at the behest of heaven, although he drove that will. Human qualities were inherent in him to an extent that was not generally characteristic of military leaders. It was an inescapable condemnation of he himself, but no other solution was given for the liberation of the land. Heaven uses people as its instrument, and demons are opposed by the forces of light. But I have to accept your sacrifices for the sake of the implementation of the basic law. That is, the soul must make its own decisions, and this is possible only under conditions of peace, inner freedom, and the absence of fear. People die so that these conditions are met, because they see that they cannot acquire wisdom on earth otherwise. It is hard for me to put it more clearly. Dying from extended slavery, the soul becomes a source of darkness. People who are instinctively afraid of death nevertheless go to meet their death, because becoming a source of darkness is more terrible for them than physically dying. Alexander went to great lengths to ensure that people did not experience such a painful slavish feeling, and both those who died under his military banners and those who escaped slavery as a result of his inner torment, caused by his agreement to collude with the horde, were grateful to him for his great deeds. As for me, Alexander is a kind of a wave in the sea, carrying on its crest the best thing that can arise from the depth of the sea of humanity, the unwillingness to be held in captivity. That is the reason that I justify him, for every person does something that darkens the vine of earthly life. On Ivan the Terrible. Ivan sold his soul to evil. He always listened to evil, and his seeming piety could not change the fact that he was a servant of Satan. His brain was full of the knowledge of history, literature, and the great words of the Bible, but his heart was completely controlled by Satan. Heaven gave him signs which he saw but rejected. I will provide you with a new insight. My grace was given to Ivan the Terrible once during his prayer, so that he would know me and my light, but he did not understand that sign. It only made him even more evil, for his inner self, endowed with sinfulness, resisted the heavenly light. And one should view Ivan the Terrible as being endowed with my gifts, but he turned his soul into darkness. And for that grave sin the Russian monarch was buried in hell, and his spirit disappeared from the universe. However, the shadows of the thoughts conjured by him still entice people along the path of evil. The intentions of Osmos to destroy these forms of thought have not yet been realized, because there are many people on earth who perceive these evil forms of thought and amplify them. They are the laws of the invisible world. It is necessary to destroy forms of thought that harm being, but there are too many people on earth, and it is difficult for Osmos to destroy certain forms of thought if they germinate in people like cancerous metastases. On Peter I. I cannot help but be grateful to Peter for one thing alone. He made people act instead of sleeping. People accustomed to traditionalism must from time to time receive such an unexpected infusion of energy, alien to their spirit. Peter forced many to get down to work, and that was all. But he cannot be forgiven for the rest, for the innumerable sacrifices laid at his feet. He was too human to let him have a finite and absolutely definite sign. He represents the inseparable pros and cons in a leader. On Catherine II. The early centuries of the Rus are characterized by the growing recognition of the great faith. You should know that I had no other task for this land except for a gradual, step-by-step penetration into human souls. The original Slavic beliefs were pagan. The spiritualization of nature, and that, as I thought, would become the source of the main thing. A vague feeling that a harmoniously spiritualized world has one source of life, But that gradual ascent to the truth did not occur. Vladimir, the Prince of Kiev, chose a different faith, which conquered him with the beauty of its rituals and temples. He called Christ God and forced the Russian people, not of Russia, but the Slavs of Little Russia, to accept that faith. The original beliefs were severed while in their development. Jesus, the Jewish beacon who failed to fulfill what he was supposed to, became God for Kievan Rus and subsequently for the whole of the Rus. That path was wrong, but the Lord does not affirm the truth by force, but trusts the mind of the human soul. Christianity, established in Rus lands, could not but turn into stone. The Russians did not need it, but it became the cornerstone of their culture. However, it did not turn into stone alone. The truth flowed also through Jesus to the people. Many of them speculated about the role of heavenly powers, which Christianity did not have. Who was the Father of Jesus? Who created earth? Who populated the world with invisible luminous beings? But not all people considered this. The majority only observed the rituals. And this unthinking majority increasingly asserted Jesus in Rus, for he did not change, and neither did the Russian way of life, over the centuries. Times of discord and peasant unrest were again replaced by the stagnant swamps of the traditional way of life. Whenever invaders entered Rus, they were expelled, and the swamp calmed down once more. There was a need for a different measure, a different way to shake up that swamp. And Tsars of foreign blood ruled in Rus for a long time. That way heaven wanted to fulfill its plan. The people should not have suffered under the yoke of state power, but having driven the European, and by definition stagnated in traditional Catholicism, ruler from the Russian throne, return to their original beliefs and strive further upward to me. It happened in a different way though. Foreign Tsars accepted orthodoxy and with the scepter of the national faith recognized by the Russian state asserted themselves on the throne as the only true rulers of the state. That is, what the daughter of Peter, Catherine I, did, as well as Catherine II, and the Nicholases, and the Russian people did not even regard their German blood as a monstrous substitution. Holy Rus, the birthplace of great souls, became a submissive slave to foreign blood. There is no greater torment for me than to see souls bowing to the power of a foreigner. It is unnatural. The soul must voluntarily obey only a kindred spirit, which is higher, more spiritual and more beautiful, and not just more powerful and terrible. I no longer want to raise this subject because for Lyubov, who is far from this area of thinking, it is a mental overstrain to describe a very difficult and incomprehensible vision of this problem to an earth dweller. The original is more important to me than the way it was distorted by the people, and what is especially surprising and painful, by the Russians themselves. An alien consciousness dominated their souls for centuries, and the fear of state power is all the stronger in them because this power was of foreign origin. It was much easier for Catherine II than for her predecessors. People had already become accustomed to the power of foreigners. Catherine I, Elizabeth, in whose veins non-Russian blood flowed, other foreign princesses who became the wives of Russian grand princes and tsars, paved the way for Catherine II. Without thinking about the Russian soul, she imposed a European lifestyle, which had its good side and bad side. But if a heavenly assessment of her life in Russia should be given, I will say this. There is nothing more terrible than imaginary enlightenment with an ignorant soul. Enlightenment is worthless without true faith. The development of science and arts under Catherine II was not the enlightenment of the people. Only a few saw a heavenly beginning in science, and the arts served as entertainment of the idle at court. Meanwhile, folklore, hidden under the bushel of original beliefs, gave light to the soul. Many of Catherine's merits to the Russian people were imaginary. She did not give light to the soul, and therefore my heavenly army took her to the lunar houses of purification. Catherine accepted such torments there, seeing that by my will, the sin of her inept government, her goal was only superficial and not spiritual enlightenment, not the aspiration of people to the truth. That, having slightly cleansed herself, she was not going to return to earth. She stained herself with such decisions that accepted long torments in heaven and therefore had no desire to make cruel mistakes again, having obtained human flesh on earth. On Paul I. Paul was needed as a litmus test for Russia. All of a sudden, people began to place their trust in me, that I would not allow the approval of such evil customs alien to the Russian spirit. Paul gave hope to everyone on earth. Great ministry can only become so if it is based on what resonates with the soul. What is contrary to the spirit cannot become sublime. Peter was from that same foreign tabernacle, but his task was different. He was to rouse Russia and not let her sleep. Paul did not take that path. He wanted Russia to become one of the European powers, which he, the vicar of God on earth, would not feel ashamed of. Paul was not an evil person, but his mind knew his limits. That was why he did not become great. He could not move beyond the limits of his ideas. To cage the soul in this way is the act of a narrow-minded person. There is no consolation for Paul in heaven, for he understood the narrow-mindedness of his life's ambitions, and also how ineptly he used the opportunity given to him when he acceded to the throne of such a powerful state. On Alexander I, I never knew this wise man, only the sage Fyodor Kuzmich is known to me. I endowed him with a great name and great knowledge, all that he needed to reign, but his inner source of evil embittered him and plunged him into darkness. His father was killed with his connivance, and that would not have been forgiven if this man had not been spiritually transformed. He killed the Tsar in himself and rose in spirit, for that was the only possible way to find hope for the holy invisible world. An elder died, but not the Tsar. Not everyone knew that that elder was a sovereign who knew how to part without regret, not just with the throne, but with earthly glory, and not for the sake of heavenly glory, but for life, for peace, and so as not to suffer the innumerable torments of high office. It was not the fear of those torments that made Alexander Pavlovich leave the earthly world and strive for greater joy, devoting himself to prayer during his lifetime. It was not fear, but an insight that he was not the dust of the earth, but an eternal holiness. I endowed him with this insight, and with such stupefaction that a malady came upon him, and breaking free of this condition he gained a suffering soul, saying, "How low and mean I used to be, that I could not endure the pangs of conscience. I did little for earth, so I should work sincerely for heaven." And so he disappeared without a trace. But in heaven, on the contrary, he acquired a name and the light. On Nicholas II, I shall tell you the following. Tsar Nicholas gave me little light. His extraordinary happiness was that he was in Russia. That land gave him the opportunity to live a full life, but he failed to use it properly. He did not use the opportunities afforded him. That man directed them to satisfy his personal interests ahead of those of the state. He could have done much more for Russia than he did, and there were many unjustified sacrifices on his conscience. And he did not become a protector for his family, precisely because his soul was of a constricted one. He was too humble to be the Tsar of such a state. They were not made saints by right. Their souls suffer, having already understood this. You cannot pray to them as to a living Trinity. They must be left in peace, and then their souls will find peace in heaven. On Lenin and Stalin. Lenin's brain shrank because he had an evil mind and tuned it to evil heavenly forces. They destroyed it when they no longer needed it. He could not compete in evil with Stalin, whose mind heard Satan, not mere demons. So Stalin replaced Lenin. Stalin was worse than Lenin because he killed more people and could not stop himself. He did not feel my spirit with his mind. He tuned it instead to the spirit of Satan, who brought Stalin the love of people which led to his long rule. Lenin gave orders to shoot hundreds of people, but Stalin, almost 7 million people were tortured and killed in the camps. It was a torment to see their minds with my spirit. There was despair and unbelief in me, and terrible curses addressed at me. It was unbearable for me. I think you can see how the texts differ in the manner of their presentation. Let me remind you that Lyubov has been receiving them for more than 10 years, and gradually, as the Lord was mastering this unexpected channel of communication, his amazing style was developing. I'm sure you can see for yourselves which of the texts came first. On Stalin and Hitler. I do not want to talk about these creatures at all. They are not people, and both were led by the demons that possessed them. You need to know that initially they had souls which were open to low vibrations. The impulses of the Lord's energy were forced out of them, and demonic creatures who were able to give their dwelling the appearance of a human personality took their place. Their initial impulses were dispersed in the universe, and the demons that came out of the bodies of the dead returned to darkness. They are nowhere, and it was not hell that destroyed them, but the demon. This way of disappearing from the universe is no less terrible. But you may wonder whether this is true justice. Their fate is no less cruel than the tortures of hell. Displaced from the body during their lifetime, the souls of both experience such torments in their destruction, in harsh cosmic radiation, that I would answer you that hell is nothing compared to these torments. Napoleon was led by evil, but he remained a personality. These two, however, were no longer humans, although no one saw their substitution. In its wisdom, evil has an unparalleled skill in being able to transform into a werewolf. It is difficult, dear readers, to comment on what the Lord said about the rulers of Russia. Draw your own conclusions, for the heavenly judge is impartial and just. The only consolation is that the future of Russia will be determined solely by the choice of each of us, for by accepting the light of the great knowledge that our Heavenly Father sheds on Russian soil, we have the chance to glorify Russia and show the whole world the way to salvation. You will not find any contradictions or darkness in the new faith. Doubts will leave you. Having accepted my new word with your soul, you shall comprehend it later and exclaim, "A miracle was revealed to us, for this faith is no longer hope, but knowledge embodied in the word. The word is what drives life." Chapter 12. The Third Meeting. Our next meeting with the God-Seer and her husband took place in early 2014. It was in a hotel, just like the first one. I took a small icon with me, or rather a portrait of St. Seraphim of Sarov, to this meeting, hoping that I would be able to hear the great ascetic of the Russian spirit. And indeed, a miracle happened later on in our conversation. Here is what Lyubov's hand wrote down. "I bring bright thoughts upon you. You have found your way on earth. The first thing you need to do is to become mates in this life. I see that you are amidst the best heavenly powers. Here is my advice to those who are unhappy. They should look at you in order to find true happiness. A while ago I did not tell people what the truth was, but yet I was not so far from it as many other people were. Love unites you on earth, which is a good cause for heaven, for in heaven you can find each other by the same rays. It is not so scary when your loved ones are nearby. What should I tell you? That you have learned the main thing, and as far as you know the main thing, you can solve all the smaller issues yourself. You are already aware, without my help, of the fact that people need to be dragged to the Lord, but can you bring them closer to the Lord by answering non-principle questions? You will never satisfy your curiosity. You have to nourish yourself with the Lord's rays and shine on others, and this is how you will lead people to the Heavenly Father. Seraphim, the great silentiary. Surprisingly, Father Seraphim called himself a silentiary, and I perceived the last words of the holy righteous man as a fair reproach addressed to me. Because before that, and by the way, even after that, I asked numerous non-principle questions that tormented me, which, I hope, were rather interesting to others. But from the heavenly point of view, they were trifling, and Father Seraphim was right. They were not the principal ones, but one thing consoles me. Maybe for someone the answers to such non-principle questions will become a reason to think about the main thing, that the earthly visible world was created and controlled by the invisible world, and that the time of life on earth is just a moment, and eternity lays ahead. And what it will be for each of us is determined by the here and now of the earthly life. In this regard, I will digress and recall with the reader the well-known human tragedy that occurred in February 1959 in the Ural Mountains, where a group of 9 people died for unknown reasons. We are talking about the Dyatlov Pass. Dozens of books have been written about this. Hundreds of hypotheses have been put forward. Investigations have been and continue to be conducted by the most competent authorities, but yet there is no appropriate answer, and the omnipresent Lord gave his, the only true explanation of the tragedy that occurred. The Dyatlov Pass is the place which I have a different name for. a grave for the curious. That place in the Ural Mountains is known to be disastrous. 9 people left for this place, and they stayed there forever. Those people entered the area guarded by both heavenly and earthly spirits, for it was an abode of sorrow. It was a reflection of hell on earth. There is a safe place for the captives of hell only where the continents are joined, but those huge plates are not tightly fitted to each other, and the captives of hell are placed in some voids inside the Ural Mountains, not themselves personally, but their low rays, their frightening lamentations which bring death to the living. Those lamentations are the terrifying infrasound which causes uncontrollable terror in human souls. A groan was heard from the ground where the tourists' tent was located. Tourists saw many strange things. There were sparkling celestial balls, leading them astray from that place. Those balls were flashes of lightning with which the negative forces killed the living, who had dared to plumb the mysteries of earth. Therefore, they all fled from the tent in a hurry, as they could not stay inside the closed space because of the terror coming from every quarter. The death of those people was caused by their unreasonable actions as they lost their mind. The tourists tried to do something which was beyond the power of a human being, and sane people would not have done such stupid things. They would not have climbed up cedars to a perilous height, and they would not have warmed their limbs, scorching them with fire. And the woman's tongue, which was pulled out by her inadequately thinking young friends, would not have been touched. Their internal fractures and injuries were mainly caused by multiple falls which maimed them. Mentally, they were in a bog where they inflicted injuries upon each other with their unreasonable actions. Yet consciousness returned to them for a short time, and then they understood the horror that was coming from under the ground, but there was no escaping from it, because their injuries did not allow them to do so. Those glimpses of consciousness were much more terrifying for them than madness. Their brains could not overcome the horror, and they were freed from it only by dying. This tragedy from way back should tell people. Mountains are dangerous for people because they are the result of a rise of the Earth's crust when continental plates converge. There are voids in them where low frequencies are locked up. You must not perceive them if you want to stay alive. Arrange a cavalry for me if I fail to save you in a moment of danger. But I would not be able to do this if you break a simple rule. When you climb the heights, you may descend into hell. And in hell your mind denies to serve you, and the soul is filled with terror, because it cannot overwhelm those vibrations. And how can I help you if you do not belong to yourselves? And only one conclusion comes to mind with regard to this answer. The physical world which we inhabit does not exist separately from the invisible metaphysical one. They together represent a single manifested space, the universe created by a single creative source. And we humans are a part of this world. This is the main thing that we must always bear in mind, and then many things which happen in life will conceive an explanation. But I return to the next meeting with the God-Seer, which lasted almost until the morning. I shall start by saying that shortly before our meeting, my spiritual mentor, Schematropolitan Yevgeny, the former Metropolitan of Kursk and Rilsk, passed away. We were connected with him not only spiritually, but also by human friendship. And the Mother of God responded through Lyubov to my request to learn about the afterlife of the soul of Yevgeny, and if possible to communicate with him. Thanks to God, probably Yevgeny will not be able to speak. At present, his soul is close to the Lord in heaven and has no desire yet to descend. He feels so good now that he has no need for people yet. The words of the Mother of God rejoiced me. Let the soul of Yevgeny revel in the rays of the Lord, for he deserved it with his spiritual feat and his physical suffering in his earthly life. For many years I enjoyed a good relationship with Patriarch Alexis II, who visited Belgorod region 3 times. Still, there are various rumors about the reason for his sudden passing. The Lord's answer was brief and evasive. Alexis gave me light. It is a lighter burden now for his soul than it was on earth, because of what he was compelled to do in Russia as a clergyman. On earth, the soul, while protecting its light, is destined to travel down a painful path. Alexis sank all the way to the bottom, where darkness reigned, but did not wane. Alexis serves heaven. He is gaining more wisdom here, but it is better not to know what the end of his life was like. Are you surprised? But you do not need to know this. It is not easy to explain complicated things in a simple way, and I shall not do it in this case. So we do not need to know everything. And the main idea, as I believe, is the same here, not to increase evil on earth. The Lord is protecting us. The same evening we discussed many different topics, but Monoston did not immediately answer some of our questions, but did it later, which is explained by the reception capacity of Lyubov's brain. Here are the most relevant facts. The first question, the debates about the safety of producing and consuming genetically modified food products have raged for years, but the position of heaven on this issue is fundamental and adamant, to ban them. Why? People do not need genetically modified food. Such products look ordinary and have nutritional value, but they change the energy rays in a person, rays which science has no name for. Human biology processes such products, but there are changes at the level of subtle energies. The rays of heaven rushing towards a person encounter altered radiations of the body and are distorted. Among other things, one does not fully receive the great energy of the sun. The chemical composition of the human body is changed by such products because their radiations are unnatural. Genetic engineering is a dead end for mankind. By taking on my role, it fails to realize how much it harms itself. For biological existence is not a goal, but a means of spiritual development. Filled with distorted rays, one gradually becomes a hostage of these rays because the introduction of other alien, unnatural vibrations into the physical body inevitably leads to the fact that human life turns into the life of a biological being. The life of the soul is distorted as well, because pure heavenly rays are important for the soul, which cannot retain their purity, if the composition of the food, and hence the body, is altered. By altering people, filling them with lower vibrations, which I am not part of. Such products provide more opportunities for dark forces to penetrate into the body, as their frequencies are more consistent with everything artificial. So, rid yourself of such products. Everything pure and natural brings people closer to me, and everything unnatural turns you away from the heavenly light. What other arguments should be heard by those scientists and officials who continue to insist on the selection of cultivated plants using transgenic technologies? And how sorry I am for those who, after reading these lines, will continue to import genetically modified feed and food into our country, not caring about the spiritual and physical health of the Russian people. The second question. The Lord's answer to the question about how to relate to the ITN, the assignment of an individual tax number, to each person, was ambiguous but calm. People's ideas about individuality have been thrown into disarray. Such numbers are only an external designation of a person in the earthly world, but they have no meaning for heaven. It is an ephemeral opportunity for you to expose your personality, which is possible only in a world of dummies. In order to have an idea about the characteristics of a person, the human soul needs to be able to distinguish what prevails in the person, light or darkness. Control over people manifested in the form of assigning them certain individual numbers or implanting some devices is so demeaning because numbers do not provide any information, but allow an eye to be kept upon them. The control of the state over people does not give them light, but is likely to enable some evil will to be rendered. People are not bothered with this because the restriction of freedom seems to them either a familiar thing or something they simply ignore. I do not choose my rays by numbers, they are part of me, and I endow them with equal initial charges. Each of you is special to me, and I control you only in a moderate way. You all act differently, which is the result of your choice in being given individual features. The state, on the other hand, denotes some faceless person with a number, while leaving out one's individuality. Such lack of consideration for personality features involuntarily, and gradually turns the world of people into something grey and monotonous. Surprisingly, any numbers assigned to living people make them, if they do not resist this depersonalization, more adaptable to the realities of an unjust social order. The fact that people have numbers is not bad when they must live in a densely populated place. It is the indication of everybody's right to have the same as others. The number changes the souls if people are frail. Then each of them feels insignificant, just one among many. But if it is a free soul, then the number for such a person offers a certain level of freedom, because the next one has a similar number. This is an illusion of equality for people, and if it brings peace to the soul, so be it. Scientific studies of the human brain could prove that some illusory quality frees a person from the need to fight for a place under the sun. And from this point of view, any number is not such a bad thing. The third question. I cite the answer of the demiurge of Earth to my question of why the human soul does not have the memory of its heavenly origin. I need to fulfill your wish and tell you why souls do not have any memory of the world where they came from to Earth. This is what I can say. The soul possesses a memory of heaven at the moment of birth, and sometime later, and this filling allows it to study the earthly world as initially corresponding to some heavenly schemes, mechanisms, and patterns. If it were not for this heavenly memory, the world would not appear to the soul as a kind of integral system, just the same way as with the invisible world. The memory of the soul allows earthly phenomena to fit into the cells of a certain network of the awakening consciousness. When the earthly world begins to seem to the soul a kind of expedient system, an integral something, not just a pile of disparate phenomena, its memory fades away. The soul, being in a new integral system, gets the opportunity to take its place there, which becomes its life task. In general, I entrust the souls with the task of making the earthly world a semblance of the heavenly world, that lives according to the laws of harmonious balance. Souls lose their memory of heaven precisely in order to correspond to the earthly world as its organic addition. Souls living according to the laws of earth do not lose only one thing, the desire to live in harmony with the world which they are placed in. It is enough if they make an effort to achieve this. The memory of the heavenly world is taken away so that the soul should not be in such a hurry to return to it, if the earthly world fails to become a harmonious abode for it. An even deeper dialogue on this subject between Jesus and the Father is given in the Gospel of Elizabeth. When young Jesus during his travels got to know the human souls of various peoples, he was amazed at their spiritual laziness, ignorance, and fear. And he asked the Father, how could it be, having established the same rules of existence for all people, to place them in wild flesh which dictates bloody and ruthless laws of the earthly world? Was it really impossible, Father, to give them such a life in which the treasures of the soul could sparkle with their radiant edges, and would not be trampled into mud and abomination? I see that the earthly life of a human turns into the sudden fears of a lazy soul. They are unexpected hardships for those who had no intention to overcome them stoically. Father, why did you not warn people that these spiritual trials are the most important things in life, and not just random adversities? People who are not ready for them initially often become cowardly fools, but if they had been warned in advance, they would have behaved heroically. The Lord answered his son, You cannot know anything in advance in the world where there is freedom of moral choice. Look, Jesus, there are heroes amongst the unwarned, while cowards and traitors are numerous among those who know from the wise about the inevitability of hardships. What does it depend on? It depends on how much people themselves aspire to the light. If they can see the light through the impenetrable darkness of daily trying practices, they are heroes, and perhaps in eternal life they will become saints. But those who, rolling in luxury, curse heaven for some minor inconveniences, have meagre minds and blind souls. For if it were otherwise, they would part with luxury without regrets and settle for moderation, for luxury is the path to a heavenly grave. The fourth question. One day the Lord said, I can say what I am allowed to say. And to my question, what are we not allowed to know at all, he replied, I cannot tell you the structure of the universe in the full scope of all knowledge. The laws related to the way energy flows and impulses which operate in the universe interact will either seem to you ridiculous, or you will assimilate them in some distorted form and begin to use them for your own needs, which, as a rule, contradict these laws. I cannot endow you with the ability to extract energy from space for the same reason. By using gas and oil, you deplete and besot Earth, but I cannot offer you any other types of energy that would replace them. I cannot disclose the birth of the universe from a microparticle. People will want to repeat this, which cannot be allowed to happen. Let them wonder how it was. I can say one thing. There was no Big Bang. There was a slow and gentle movement from non-being to being. Only the unfolding of the already created microparticle into the universe was swift. Let the fact that a new universe is contained in a microparticle stop the thinking people from conducting dangerous, skillful experiments. Is this universe so bad that they plan to duplicate it in miraculous but lethal devices? Most likely the Lord is warning us about the possible catastrophic consequences of experiments carried out at the Large Hadron Collider and the like. People are looking for me in the wrong place. I am not accessible to the collider. Let them seek God in their souls. Only the soul is capable of giving a complete picture of me. A human soul is a particle of the Lord. Look there, but not in your fanciful machines. And here are the answers that we receive from the Lord to 3 similar questions related to the predestination of human fate. Firstly, does the position of the celestial bodies determine the fate of a person? Astrological moments in human destinies are important only for those who fail to make an effort to break through to the light. It is a kind of stable state in which people go to great lengths to overcome or not. To be dependent on the position of the luminaries is typical for people who do not want to understand. To reach out to the light means to overcome any influence that suppresses their will. The position of the stars showed the path of the usurpers to Hitler and Lenin, which left them quite content. Their path was determined by a certain sign. Heaven needed them as souls. Do not be surprised, there is also a dark heaven, which should send there crowds of souls, if not extinct and at least muddled ones. Their mission was determined by that sign, and the ignorance of the light allowed them to carry out this mission. If, however, the path of light is destined for people by the position of the stars, then their efforts should be directed towards the following goal: to keep to their path. For earthly life hinders some lofty aspirations. Mozart was such a person. His life carried him away from the light, but following his inner dictates, he died before evil got the upper hand over him. Secondly, what about the date of birth? Does it determine the fate of a person, their character? I have already mentioned that only ordinary people are affected by heavenly rays, while those who are strong in spirit and constantly strengthen it are able to go beyond this influence and not succumb to the troubles caused by such an energy flow. The moment of birth is not chosen at random. I control it, so that the disposition of the heavenly abodes may have an unceasing bearing upon you. There is nothing accidental when some people are born prematurely. It means that it is better for them to be in sight earlier. Sometimes the heavenly mechanics change, unpredictably for me, but in accordance with the plan of the world brain. And for the people who have been born slightly earlier, their new incarnations will be optimal. It does not mean that during their lives they will be able to fulfill the tasks assigned to them. But what matters is that they have been initially provided with better conditions to do so. It happens that a child dies unborn. This is how the selection of people occurs. If a child dies immediately after birth or having lived for a short while, then it did not receive prana, or sufficient vital energy. It turned out to be impossible to exert influence on such a child from the outside, from heaven. The influence of the heavenly abode on people is laid out in advance. That is why some are successful, lucky, and healthy, if they are able to correspond to the heavenly influences. Others live a life full of troubles. They say that they were born under an unlucky star, but this only indicates that they were unable to counteract the unfavorable position of the luminaries in the sky. And their latest incarnation should have become precisely a counteraction to the negative rays. Conception is no accident, no matter how surprised you may be with my words. The fate of the embodied creature should become either a reward or some kind of trial for its previous life. That is why your fates are different. But if you live in faith and cope with the hardships of this life with fortitude, then no position of the luminaries is stronger than your spiritual effort which leads you to the light. Thirdly, the Lord answered very deeply and in detail the question to what extent parents and their ancestors determine the fate of their children. Ancestors walk on the razor's edge when they suddenly commit villainies. I am talking about how their actions affect the destiny of their descendants, even distant ones. Ancestors are connected with descendants through some energy rays, which are a common zone reflected in the DNA. In order for you to understand this, I have to explain a very complex thing: the inheritance of a certain energy component which is contained in the DNA. Not only its structure, but also some charges, or, if I may say so, impulses, are inherited. Therefore, the ancestor is connected with the descendants by an unusually strong energy thread, because they inherit from their ancestor this special impulse, inherent only in them. During life, it happens that some impulses are supplemented by those that are introduced from outside, because marriages are arranged and new children are born. But this is only an addition to the individual impulse that represents one or the other of your ancestors. Your DNA is coiled, to put it simply, by this energy, which is made up of millions of individual impulses from your ancestors. If people could decipher them, then they would get a clear idea about these individualities. In other words, each of you are a kind of repository of the individual impulses of your ancestors. At the same time, you are a different new creature because you were born as a result of the union of two different people, and each of them, in their turn, is a kind of repository of individual impulses of their ancestors. You inherit both worlds. Your impulses are incredibly diverse, both in terms of quantity and in terms of some individual coloring of what is behind you. But who exactly is the forebearer of this or that clan, you ask? Where should I look for the source of my surname? I will answer this way. The beginning of the clan is laid by that person who did not yet have your surname, but had some set of electrical impulses that was slightly different from mine and posed as a human. I want to say that at the basis of a certain human clan is one who differed quite seriously from many others. Billions of surnames have only a few founders of clans. Those creatures that I call people appeared on Earth quite a long time ago. You call them Cro-Magnons. Those species which arose as a result of a thorough alteration of the brain structure that I performed was not as homogeneous as it seems to you. They were people who had unequal DNA chains. You can call them your forefathers because it was they who had received individual codes, which then, as a result of procreation, began to acquire additions. There were not so many of them, those individual codes, initially just about 5,000. Such a number of Cro-Magnon people appeared on Earth simultaneously, giving rise to the advent of current-day people. Those codes form the basis of all current humanity. Therefore, it is necessary to speak carefully about Adam and Eva. For, in general, they gave rise to some great abode of souls inhabiting Earth. Their appearance on my planet and life on it showed that it was possible to put my impulse into a human. The Cro-Magnons who appeared later inherited the ability to be a receptacle for heavenly rays from their ancestors, Adam and Eva. The Neanderthal brain heard only Earth, that is, they were connected with me indirectly. Their species remained on Earth for so long precisely because they were able to hear Earth and obey its dictates. But a more developed brain of a different species was able to oust the Neanderthals from the planet, not by depriving them of food, but by being their food competitor. But suddenly, less developed people began to fulfill its will, not to propagate themselves as before, and gradually the species disappeared. The Neanderthals became less fertile. Their families suddenly stopped thriving like they used to. There was a simple explanation for that. Fertilization did not occur during intercourse as often as before. The energy micro-impulses of the semen were weakened by Earth at my will. The population of the Neanderthals decreased gradually and eventually disappeared completely. But their codes remained in the people of today, whose ancestors, the Cro-Magnons, merged in love with the Neanderthals, because that also happened. Not all human clans contain this Neanderthal mark in their code, because such a union did not always happen. Later, when the Cro-Magnons became the predominant human species on Earth, their life began to take on different features. Separate tribes in different territories, that is what primitive humanity represented. Some of the original codes, which had already undergone alterations, developed in a way that was inherent in the way of life of an individual tribe. Where consanguineous marriages were encouraged, there was one little changeable code. But those who were looking for partners in distant places made bigger changes to their codes. How is the information about separate life recorded in an inherited energy code? The soul, that is to say the energy filling of the body coming from me, is modified by your actions. It is led towards expansion or disappearance. These impulses of yours, which are the result of your will, are built into the DNA chain. Energy, but not chemical energy, as your individual number. Not the external, not the essence of the act is entered into the DNA, but the size of your charge. It can change over time, one way or another, but at every moment it characterizes you absolutely clearly and accurately. If people ascended to me during their lifetime, they had one code, and if they fell into darkness, their code was different, and that was what they had passed on to their children. But it happens that in youth, when people give birth to children, they were the ones who later changed. What do their children inherit? What was passed on to them through the seed is further corrected because the father and the children are connected energetically. The original inner child is corrected outwardly. The child will not necessarily feel this, but it will surely happen at the DNA level. A father who aims his spirit at me after the birth of his children can also correct a bad child. But this may not happen because the child's personality is a product of heredity, upbringing, and mental abilities. If the child is selfish, hostile to the father, the correction may not happen. But still, the father who has changed for the better is inscribed in the child's code. This may reveal itself later in a grandchild or great-grandchild. The subtle radiation of the DNA is a super complex thing, and how it will manifest itself in an individual cannot be predicted, because the code changes with each new generation as more and more new alliances are made between very different people. The Lord tells us about a very important discovery. Heredity is transmitted not only by the visible physical part of the DNA, but also by the invisible wave or energy part, which he calls the subtle radiation of the DNA. It is what carries the records of a person's life experience, which is subsequently passed on to the next generations in the form of certain abilities and character traits. By the way, scientists are getting close to unraveling this phenomenon, calling it the new direction in genetics, wave genetics, which questions the methods of genetic engineering as mentioned above. Having started talking about heredity, we could not help but ask about the influence of the curse of others on people's fate. This is what Lyubov's hand wrote down. What is a curse? It is a wish to bring evil upon a fellow human. How it affects people whom it is directed to is clear. Hosts of the forces of darkness rush towards them, and whether the curse destroys them depends only on how much energetically protected those people are. But how does the curse affect those who have not yet been born, the relatives of the victim up to the 7th or 14th generation? It affects them in the same way. The diminution of light in ancestors who have failed to defend themselves will be inherited by them. The fear of becoming a victim of a curse also diminishes this light. And children are born with such a diminished charge, and as a result of this diminution, they attract the forces of darkness to themselves. This chain of unfortunate destinies will not break until a certain representative of the clan opposes this with a strong charge of their own, high faith and love for the light manifested in the world, or something that will give a charge of an extraordinary degree. Removal of the curse by other people is possible only if those who remove the curse are pure to the point of holiness, And if people doomed to suffer see this and have placed trust in them, they lose their innate fear. It is important to restore the energy charge in the DNA, which normalizes destiny. Just like a curse, the destiny of the descendants is affected by the criminal behavior of the ancestors. If they were criminals, then the energy charge in the DNA decreases and is passed on to the next generation. That is why I have said you walk on the razor's edge while committing evil deeds. It cripples the destinies of your descendants. After what the Lord said, the family curse of the Yusupov princes of the 18th century becomes clear. Of all the heirs of the Yusupovs born in one generation, only one lived to the age of 26. As a result, in the 20th century, their family completely disappeared. I received an even more extensive answer to my question, which was stunning in its deep logic and radically changed the current idea of the world order. What laws operate in the universe, and what are their operating principles? Here is what Monaston replied. The existence of the universe is determined by the action of certain laws. What exists is reliably protected from destruction precisely by a strict adherence to these laws. The main point is that nothing exists in a disorderly manner. Its beginning, development, and change into another form of being should occur in a variety of ways which are firmly interconnected and interdependent. One needs to understand these principles of interaction of various forms of energy, but it is worth trying to perceive this with the soul, not with the mind, because the mind has limited capabilities. The things that are much more difficult to understand are open to the soul. Patterns of energy interaction are probably the most complex thing that exists in the universe. Without the mechanisms of interaction, the edifice of harmony would turn into chaos preceding destruction. But what are these patterns? The first and most important thing in the universe is changeability. It is necessary to completely transform in order to exist forever. Nothing exists without change, because everything formed as a kind of wholeness aspires to self-destruction, the same way as something unmanifested strives for embodiment. Changeability is the basis of eternal life. What changes the form of existence will not be destroyed. The low, which has realized itself as part of the disastrous element, wants to rise higher. The light, which was intensely emitted, fades away over time, and the darkness becomes enlightened. Nothing disappears when modified. Taking into account the peculiarities of human thinking, only the impulse coming from the heavenly brain, which was emitted as a separate entity for the sake of a certain specific task, but was absorbed by a more powerful stream of the opposite property, can be called an exception, with a certain degree of conventionality. I want to say that one can disappear only as a kind of wholeness, but still energy does not disappear. It merges into the composition of some other wholeness and begins to manifest itself in a completely different inverse way, potentially inherent in it. In addition to changeability, there is the law of reverse motion. What moved in a certain direction one day returns to its source. It is easier for people to understand this through the example of life and death. What makes them alive leaves them and is carried away to the source, which once expelled their energy clot. This energy can become a model for everything. For another example, I shall take the sea. The evaporated water returns to it as rain. The rays of the sun will return to it in the forms of high vibrations emitted by the organisms the sun's rays have given the opportunity to live. The energies emitted by a certain source find it through a familiar charge. It is difficult to understand, but if you are going to the abode of truth, you should not be afraid of the thorny road. Another regularity is striving for peace with zero. Zero is the basis of existence. It contains everything, and as everything arises from zero, so all the diversity of forms of being seeks to unite in zero. This aspiration is the basis of development. Eventually, the world will tire of changing and will rush to zero. In the meantime, it keeps developing and is one of the many manifestations of the great mechanism of life. I will not list all the regularities, These main ones determine others because the movement of energy flows is unusually diverse. You are talking about the laws of retribution, justice, balance, and others. But they are only forms of manifesting these regularities. What creates space as a harmonious balance of everything and everyone cannot but control energy flows. The world brain is the home of the heavenly regularities, their source. It is difficult for me to describe the way everything is organized in the universe, which exists until the period of extinction starts, and this is only one of the manifestations of the law of the existence modification form, because everyone is able to understand only what one's mind is capable of. There are also such laws in the space of 10 dimensions that you cannot understand due to the weakness of your imagination. For example, how can I tell you about a certain infusion of particles of the previous heaven that existed in the previous phase of being into heaven? Where do such particles come from, and how do they combine with the existing particles? It is impossible to explain this to you. The same way as if I tried to interpret how a person who died and decayed in the grave actually never died, but continued to live on Earth eternally. The transformation of energy can still perhaps be clear to you in principle, but an example of the non-existent universe merging with the present one, if you can hardly understand it, is impossible, you say. What has disappeared without a trace cannot be altered. But this is another fundamental regularity. What seems to have disappeared without a trace remains to be very much alive. Energy has nothing to do with it. It is just a way the laws of multi-dimensional universe operate. The long becomes imperceptibly short, and vice versa. There is more life in everything that has disappeared without a trace than in the real thing. The universe is based on this law of endless homecoming. I use the word home to call the principle that allows a new world brain to be born in the initial period of being. This law of recurrence is above all others, but you are able to understand what has no confirmation? Non-being is a time of complete absence of everything. Neutrinos are just an unusual form of energy which appears over time at some vacant point. But the complete disappearance of the universe is the basis of a huge variety of forms of being. And how can the human mind understand this? Any existing formation must have a source of its appearance. But if there is no source, where does it come from? I will not be able to explain this to you. This is a mechanism that has existed eternally in the truest sense of the word. You are always trying to find a starting point in everything, but in this case it does not exist. You are unable to imagine how this is possible because the universe for you is a space where you can measure something. It is just necessary to choose a certain measurement unit. But the eternal, which has neither a beginning nor end, is beyond your control. It cannot be controlled by anyone because the regularity of the appearance of something from nothing is the basic premise. The bell of the universe tolls and the world appears, but when the bell falls silent, the world disappears. What does it become? It turns into nothing, and this nothing is full of life, because at the moment of non-being it is not depleted, but accumulates at an incredible rate. Are you able to understand this? Having carefully read this answer of the demiurge of Earth, you begin to realize how infinitely far from the truth the worldview of contemporary humanity is. My curiosity was inexhaustible at that memorable meeting, and I plucked up the courage to ask 3 more questions on theological or related topics. The first question: why do we not hear the voices of the holy righteous who have left the earthly world, and what would they like to say to their spiritual children from there? Dear son, why should you use the rays of the saints for such futile actions? The saints reached a certain ideal state in heaven, and the truth was revealed to them. Why should they be forced to remember what they have long spiritually parted with? They will not speak, for their rays are directed not to preach, but to enlightenment, which they must give to people through intuitive insight. They do not need words now. People can reject words, doubting that they come from heaven. Only personal spiritual experience strengthens in faith, or rather in knowledge of the truth. And the efforts of the saints are aimed at this, to give people the opportunity of personal contact with heaven. Only a soul shaken by this experience truly opens up to heaven, and the words will convince only those who have already accepted the faith. Why should they waste effort on words if there is another way to lift the veil of heavenly secrets? The second question: is the expression of the Holy Fathers correct? In order to gain patience in sorrow and temptation, believe that everything happens according to God's will. No, it is not. Not everything happens according to my will. But when in sorrow, remember that I have found an abode in your heart. So do not seek grief in me, but joy, thus enabling me to help you with your jubilation. When someone is miserable, there is no place for humility. But let them remember that each of them came out of me, and, without succumbing to sadness, will enter me again. What can make you sad? Is it the loss of loved ones? But you already know that, having been subjected to a fair trial on Judgment Day, they can be cleansed from sin or enter my chamber unstained. Is the stress of life unbearable to the soul? Endure it, for trials will endow you with that strength of spirit that will open to you a world full of joy and struggle, where victory will depend on your fortitude, meaning that much greater joy awaits you ahead. You should not grieve, for you are seeking your way to the world of light while on earth. So let the knowledge of this help you overcome the hardships of your earthly journey. The third question concerned the need to be baptized. This is what the Lord said. Do people need to be baptized? They ask. Yes, if this rite brings your soul closer to heaven, and no, if you are already close to it. Jesus needed to be baptized by John the Hermit, the forerunner, for I had pierced the waters of the Jordan River with my ray, and they beheld their fates. There is no other way to show people their fates, but now it is only a metaphor, an image of gospel baptism. If you are determined to be baptized in order to join the true faith this way, then do it. Baptism will allegorically let you see your future destiny. Those who have clarified their souls by accepting faith will step on the path to the great heavenly world. Is this not their future destiny? Having approached me, ridding themselves of darkness in their souls and paving the way to eternity? I cannot say what trials will await you on this journey, but trials are inevitable. But those who understand and accept the final goal will not step away from it, but will approach it, and therefore their fates are predetermined by this lofty goal. One thing I can promise: those who overcome trials with spiritual determination will enter my kingdom, where their places will be determined by the amount of their spiritual efforts. At the end of our meeting, I gazed at the moon through the windows of the hotel room, and it seemed to me that it was following our conversation very closely. And I remembered that there was an ongoing debate in society about whether the Americans had landed on the moon, or was it just a hoax. I had hardly shared my thoughts with those present when Lyubov's hand began to write. American people have been to the moon more than once, but they keep silent about it. It is revealed to the public just occasionally. It was not me who expelled them from there, but some energy flows. For the moon is not a place for humans, but for the osmic forces that protect my planet from murderous influences. Russian people cannot calm down about whether they had been on the moon or not. And the Americans are keeping silent, but their intentional secrecy will not hide the fact that a hostilely constructed space has overcome them. I wonder what kind of hostile space which prevailed over the American astronauts the Lord is talking about. Here is what he says about the moon in other texts. The moon is the embodied plan of the world brain. The abode for souls which are being cleansed from their lifetime sins is located not far from the moon. On its reverse side there are spirits protecting my planet from evil, which is trying to destroy Earth. People should not see the other side of the moon because those entities are wiser than they are. They love Earth and affect it with my wisdom, which prolongs Earth's existence. If people destroy those who live on the far side of the moon, Earth will perish. The inhabitants of the moon are cruel. They do not allow other inhabitants of the world's space, demons and other energy impacts, to cut off the vine of life of Earth. The lunar inhabitants are the saviors of my planet. The moon was created not by me, but by the world brain in order to protect a rational planet from villainy in space. I have populated it with necessary entities. Therefore, people should not fly to the moon, because they will disturb the repose of their saviors. If this happens, people will die, for Earth is vulnerable to cosmic demons and black fire. Let these words of the Lord about the heavenly role of the moon be a serious warning to those who are trying to explore and take over the moon, without realizing the Earth's satellite plays an extremely important role in the preservation of mankind. Here is the answer to the question, dear Earthlings, why the moon constantly faces the Earth with one side. The wars that are raging on Earth today are the result of the evil thoughts of those who do not start wars themselves. The only way to bring peace to my planet is to dispose of negative thoughts completely. Chapter 13. Ukraine. In late 2013 and early 2014, a terrible internal political crisis erupted in Ukraine, ending with the overthrow of President Yanukovych. It happened on February the 21st and on February the 22nd. A major event was planned in Kharkov, a congress, which representatives from eastern Ukraine and the Republic of Crimea were supposed to participate in. The delegations were headed by governors and chairmen of regional councils. From the Russian side, the governors of the border regions were also invited, and I was among them. The Congress was held in rather a nervy atmosphere, since the day before a large expeditionary force of Kiev Maidan participants who were very aggressive arrived in Kharkov. About 2 hours into the Congress, they surrounded the sports complex where it was held, and the work of the Congress had to be curtailed. The same day, the official government in Kharkov was deposed. Lyubov knew about my trip to Kharkov, and the day before, on February the 21st, she sent me the following message from the Lord. Dear child, write this down for dear Yevgeny. What can Yevgeny say to people like him? Peace cannot be achieved by force. The only thing that can help in this situation is the belief that reason will prevail. Common sense and an instinct of self-preservation are what people, alarmed by what is happening in Ukraine, should hope for. Taking any sides is homicidal. Your task is to prevent the spread of a local fire to your territories, and for that, you need to do the following. Think about how to deal with refugees from Ukraine. What criteria should these people meet? The most important thing should be a positive attitude towards Russians. Call on your people to stay calm and dissuade them from taking part in the hostilities in Ukraine, no matter on whose side. People are alarmed, but if they realize that everything depends on their internal state, they will become calmer and thereby moderate the degree of what is happening in Ukraine. People should know the more emanations of anxiety, fear, and hatred they radiate outward, the more unstable the situation around them will be. I will not advise you how to reconcile the conflict in Ukraine. It is not your task, because national conflicts are a trying experience that the people who created them should go through on their own. Any form of interference on your behalf is unacceptable. Although many Russians live in Ukraine, they have chosen themselves where to live, and if they have settled on this land, it means that they must accept everything that is being done on this land with fortitude. I would say the following to the heads of the regions that border on Ukraine. It is so bitter for heaven to see such painful events, but this is a people's world where a very responsible choice is now being made. The government cannot cope with extremism, which means that this government, which gave rise to extremism and failed to cope with it, is useless. New people whose souls are blessed and who worry about the nation are needed. Therefore, it is necessary to focus on finding such people instead of suppressing discontent, which is the task of state structures, but not a case for military intervention from Russia. Look for people who can lead Ukraine. That is what should be done. Stabilization of the situation is required. The current government and those who fuel the situation with extremism, neither the first nor the latter ones should govern Ukraine. They have exhausted all their ways and methods of governing. But where are those people who will lead the country in a sagacious way to be found? I do not know. Their rays are not reaching out to me now, and I can only think about what would be good to do, but reality often fails to meet my expectations. I can set several specific tasks for you. Reassure the population. Establish control over those who enter your territories as refugees. Help those who accept your help with gratitude and seek to somehow compensate for your expenses by giving them work to do. At the borders, strengthen control over the transport entering from Ukraine. Say in the media that you are on the side of reason and hope that it will prevail among the Ukrainians, but you will not provide military support to either side. Come to the churches and turn to those priests who are able to accept this. It is necessary to dedicate daily services to stabilizing the situation in Ukraine. And pray yourselves. Use approximately the following words. Dear Lord, Quench the satanic fire that is burning in the souls of the warring Ukrainians and is directed at their blood brothers. Help the light to break into their souls, otherwise the darkness over this country will become impenetrable. Amen. Dear Yevgeny, if you have understood everything that I have said, the best thing for you to do now is to seek those people who will believe you and do the same. You and the people who govern the border regions must stay on the same page. Fire tends to start with a spark, and if it breaks out somewhere in Russia, the fire can spread there too, because the words about Slavic brotherhood and other common slogans will be used. Peace at any cost, that is your task. The price is low yet. It costs just your reasonable, balanced, and calm approach to what is happening in Ukraine. The words of the Lord impress me. What he warned about, both regarding the refugees and the unacceptability of interference in any form, happened just a few weeks later, but no new people came to power in Ukraine. I would like very much to have as many Russian and Ukrainian brothers and sisters as possible to repeat the words of the prayer that the Lord has given to all of us. In April 2014, a military operation started in the Donbass area, and on April the 19th, Lyubov sent me the following message by email. I am sending what the Lord has recently given me. The text concerns the events in Ukraine, and I do not fully understand it, since the Lord addresses some parts of it to you, and then apparently considers what is happening. Maybe it will make more sense to you, and here is the text. Dear child, I shall tell you the following about the people of Belgorod. They pray to me to give peace to people, and I give you hope. It will gradually be made. What is happening should be regarded in the following way. Just as it is difficult for us to bring faith to people's souls, so it is as difficult for you to calm people who are worried about their children's future. But it is possible if you continue to rely upon the abode of heaven. The abode of heaven is aware that half of the people are dependent on evil will, while the other half are dependent on goodwill. If faith enters your souls and the understanding that it is not the people who decide their destinies but invisible forces that rule over souls, then you will understand how to find peace. One can reach it only by strengthening the light from within. Only the simmering light shall destroy the growing darkness, and you shall be guided by this. It is not easy to walk the earthly path, and all trying experiences are a test of your luminosity. Unlike the forces of darkness which instill fear and despair in people, you should resist it by uplifting the human spirit. Darkness is powerless when one is not afraid of anything. We see how many souls are worried about what is happening in the world. But if only people could understand while relying on me, resist the darkness with your own light, and the world will become a brighter place. My dear people, there is no other advice from the abode of heaven in such situations. Do not allow darkness to enter your souls, and then the better things will happen. The reason for what is happening now is that darkness has penetrated many a person, awakening not only the aggressive origin in them, but fear as well. The impossibility of enjoying a normal life gives rise to hatred and despair, and this is also a victory for darkness. Human indignation is understandable, but it should not become aggression. But spiritual anguish of the soul for those who have left the realm of light for hellish vibrations. It is difficult to inspire yourself with it. It is difficult to amend uncontrollable feelings. But this is the path to heaven, the tireless spiritual improvement for the sake of establishing light in the world. Is this the kind of world you want to give your children? And the most amazing thing is that the aggressors want the same, to give children a better world. But light cannot be achieved by aggression. What should be done by those who are able to somehow improve the lives of desperate people? It is necessary to tell them calmly and firmly, no improvements will occur till everyone understands the main principle of the universe, the need to bear light yourself if you count on the light around. It cannot be given from outside if darkness reigns in the soul. Light comes from the inside before you see it from the outside. All you have to do is demand calmness. If someone cannot calm down, this person becomes a source of low vibrations for others, because not everyone is strong enough to withstand someone else's hysteria. Help people to find support in themselves. It is the best thing you can do for them. And the belief that lazy indifference, aside from aggression, is not capable of destroying fear and uncertainty about the future can also serve as a support. Only an ardent prayer to heaven, the hope that it is next to blessed thoughts and correct practical actions will stabilize the situation, which is now tense. Try all the ways to steer people's thoughts onto the right course. Use all the means of notification you have to clarify the important thing, and gradually the souls will brighten up. Your calmness and knowledge of heavenly laws should calm down even those who are in despair. Try not to allow those who frighten people to contact them. Their panic will not achieve the right result. Arrange psychological training for those who flounder. To heal the soul is much more important than to give them bread. It must also not be very good for conscientious people to use what the others who have remained in Ukraine do not have. Let them know there is nothing to be ashamed of. It does not make them exalted at all, but offers a way to gain calmness and thereby relieve tension in Osmos. The atmosphere here is as tense as yours, and therefore your task is to give the forces of light strength to overcome darkness. People who have perished wonder what hopes they had on earth, to live a better life, but they needed not that but the will not to succumb to their oppressors. Today many people of Ukraine have suddenly raised their spirits, but now it has become more difficult than it was many years ago, when some personalities which blessed Osmos had no need for had gained power over others. Now it is more difficult because evil has taken root deeply and has produced fruits such as fascism. When would it become easier then? It was easier at a time when, especially after the war, gangs of bandits operated on this land. In those days you just had to rise up against them, without care for your own lives. But now you have to uproot evil from souls, instead of just fighting the bandits. But it seems that it is starting to happen, little by little. Souls have begun to rid themselves of the fetters which had bound them for many years. But it is not so easy to free the soul from fetters. But I still hope that light will shine by the will of the people, and then heaven will show what it is capable of to those who will have made light the foundation for the future of their country. After the end of the active phase of the conflict in the southeast of Ukraine, the Lord, feeling through Lyubov our spiritual trials from what was happening, provided a detailed and deep insight of the war, its causes, inspirers, and active participants, as well as what needed to be done in order to prevent the conflict from escalating. The text below largely changes our current understanding of the war in the context of the events that took place in Ukraine. Wars are started not by nations, but by their rulers. But blessed people very rarely come to power. It almost never happens, and these rulers, guided by the low vibrations of their souls, begin to influence the people with them. And people are not always able to resist such flows of low energy falling on them. And peoples obeying the will of their rulers and go to kill other people because they are told that it is necessary for their well-being. Dark Osmos takes possession of the souls of those who succumb to fear or hatred, or they are simply stupid. War always has economic causes, you say. This is both true and false. Wars always start in heaven. You just become the embodiment of certain forces fighting amongst themselves in the invisible world. And what about Ukraine, you ask? And how does what I just said apply to what is happening now? Who is bright and who is dark in this war? Whom to sympathize with? This is what I have to say. Darkness has many faces, and the forces of darkness always try to absorb something murky, make it a part of themselves, finally extinguishing it. Both sides in the Ukrainian war are fighting each other, but this is an optical illusion for the soul. The state destroys those who do not obey it. This is a natural, most commonly used method of darkness. In heaven, the army that kills the disobedient on earth is the army of darkness. But it is not uniform either. It is possible to stay radiant there, and if you are murky, then the darkness can swallow you up, make you a part of itself. There, each soldier must make a decision to kill other soldiers who defend their ideas about life or just unarmed people, or to die himself. You can guess what decision of the soul is acceptable for me. The resistors are not as radiant as I would like them to be. Their groups are also heterogeneous, but still they do not represent such impenetrable darkness as their opponents. People who defend their ideas about life are very much mistaken. They simply plan their actions incorrectly. It was necessary to act in a different way, not to define themselves as an independent state or a republic, but to break free of stupid obedience to the state in other, less tragic ways. There are ways that are not so radical. You just need to consider yourself able to influence the fate of your country instead of hoping that someone will do it for you. The government is interested in a submissive and passive people, and the Ukrainians allowed the government to use them as such. But there were also those who thought otherwise. People have set other goals for themselves, to remove one group of the rich and replace them with another one, and I see this. Chaos within the republics exists because everyone has different goals. Some want to live a normal life while others are fine without changes. But others feel that what they have is not enough, although it is in excess. Human society never lives in harmony due to the different spiritual nature of its members. Some always think that others live better than they do. Conflicts arise where the degree of dissatisfaction of some with others reaches a certain point. The war in Ukraine is such an example. What can be done to prevent the war from spreading over a larger area? My dear, if only I knew this. If only it could be done in some simple and fast way. I have often told you about the monstrous thought forms which you have flooded the osmos with. Here is the result. They penetrate into those heads where a place has been prepared for them. The war is going on. People are fleeing from it, saving their children, their lives, and there are not so many who are ready to die defending the light. Even those who fight back do not always have enough light in themselves. I understand that what I am saying is terrible, but it is true. There is little light. The darkness that has swallowed Ukraine is almost complete. Those who do not fight but hide are seized with fear. Those who are not on the battlefield either gloat or mourn or are indifferent to what is happening. There is almost no light in them. Only those who pray, who trust in Christ, the Mother of God and the saints, still flicker somehow. Their faith makes them visible to me, but the lights are weak, for the unceasing slaughter shakes their faith. What should you do in Russia? I do not know. Such trials also pose a moral choice for you. Without participating in the war openly, but being eager to help the southeast of Ukraine secretly, you nevertheless took part in their conflict. Diplomatic ways to settle it have become almost impossible because the West does not have a true understanding of the essence of what is happening. It only pursues its own goals in Ukraine, trying to completely subordinate it to its influence. It is difficult for me to understand how the US managed to rise to such heights of power in the world and why everyone recognized its assertion in this place. The blood of many nations is on its conscience, and perhaps this is meant to be a sign of leadership in the kingdom of Satan. Russia must not allow itself to be enslaved by this black will at any cost, even at the highest one. The US is acting through Ukraine, which is at war with the recalcitrant part of its people, to show that it does what it wants to do, what is beneficial to it, as well as attempting to plunge Russia into a state of unceasing anxiety for its security. But this is not enough. The US needs to station its troops on the border with Russia. The constant danger caused by these troops and economic instability associated with a certain revision of relations with the Western countries should weaken Russia, is what the American authorities believe. But such a strategy must be destroyed. There should be complete peace of mind in decision-making. Each step and its possible consequences should be thoroughly considered. If by any chance Ukrainian troops cross the borders of Russia, they should be completely destroyed. No one should be allowed inland. This is the way the Lord, who calls for the strengthening of light in the soul, should speak. How is it possible to kill people? You protect the land where the light must be asserted. People led by the forces of darkness will come to you. It is better for them to get rid of the bodies that do evil, so that the souls can soon be cleansed from their sin, and avoid staining themselves with an even greater sin. I repeat again, do not let them into Russia at any cost. But so far the events have not developed this way. What can those who border on a warring country and help refugees do? I mean you, my beloved children. Should you bring children together and turn on their behalf to the heads of states that hate Russia? I do not think it will bring them to reason, because they are not in the least concerned about these children growing up. You can do this. Try to influence public opinion. Let the Security Council consider these appeals, the terrible photographs of the murdered children and the tear-stained eyes of the living. Perhaps someone's heart will tremble. But this is only a supplement to the actions that Russian authorities, and not you, should take. The borders must be fortified, but do not invade the territory of Ukraine until they first begin to seize your land. Make sure you have sufficient food stocks in warehouses, because in war forces will start to concentrate here. If hostilities do not begin, then food will gradually be consumed by the local residents. Of course, we are talking about those products that can be stored for a long time. It is necessary to say the following to all residents of the border regions. Believe me, this state of affairs will not last long. It will be resolved somehow. And each of you should not be afraid of anything. For war is a test for the spirit, for stamina. Fear makes you weaker. We must be stoic. Then everything will change for the better. The enemies will know whom they are fighting, and whether it is worth unleashing a war against such a people at all. The confrontation of military equipment will show only whose weapons are more terrible, but will not establish the law of justice on earth. Its use is meaningless for deciding the question of who has power in the world and who must submit to the strong. The strong is always dark, almost always, and how can people be led to light if they are enslaved by darkness? The only way to fight it is to be the light yourself. But you must say that this is an idealistic approach. Yes and no. Try to give peace at least to children. Do not infect them with your fears. It is necessary to make some arrangements for the children, to be separated from their frightened and desperate parents. Let them go somewhere with people capable of radiating light and peace. What other deeds can prevent war? Half the people want it. Which of you prevails over the other half will decide whether it will or will not happen. There can be no programming of events. Whether they happen or not depends on the power of the spiritual world's forces, which you feed with your energies. The more fear, despair, and hatred, the stronger the darkness and possibility of war. You can bring it upon yourselves if you do not strengthen the forces of light in Osmos. The elders of Athos saw a war in the future, but it was within human power to prevent it. They must know how this can be done. But will they be able to resist the avalanche of darkness that has fallen upon them with prayer and bright aspirations within themselves? Whether there will be war or not depends on how many people want it. I will not give specific advice on how to set people up for this. You know the ways of influencing the human psyche better than me, but I cannot shout until I am heard. Do not pretend that nothing is happening in Ukraine, but do not stir up fear. Find ways to calm worried people. The best way is to distract them with work. Busy people are not so often and deeply immersed in their rueful feelings. Let them create something, which is a sure way to fight destruction. Do not let them be idle, but creative. Come up with something for them. Let them restore what has been ruined and start something anew. This will heal their souls, which means that Osmos will receive light from them. Perhaps my advice will seem too simple and naive to you, but it is precisely simplicity that underlies any victory of the spirit, for simplicity is the shortest path to light. Complexity has a flaw. It can confuse even itself. Simplicity is always a reliable way to find a solution. Do everything possible to rekindle the light in people, and then you can say to yourself, in case of any turn of events, we have done everything we could to establish peace on earth. I want the Ukrainian people to read the Lord's text filled with sorrow about the situation in Ukraine. I really hope that the words of our common supreme heavenly arbiter will become the basis for admonishing the two fraternal peoples, the Russians and the Ukrainians, and will serve to restore good relations between us. And let us not be mistaken anymore, dear reader, arguing that all power is from God. In addition to God, who creates and loves his children, there is his opposite, equal in strength to him, the leader of the forces of darkness, Satan. And power is given to the one whom people choose, whom they serve in their earthly life. And I would like to finish the Ukrainian theme with one more significant story. While on vacation in the Crimea, I met a young, educated and pleasant woman from Kiev whose surname was Mazepa. She introduced herself as a direct descendant of I.S. Mazepa, the hetman of Ukraine, a friend and close associate of Peter I. I learned from her stories that some attempts are currently being made in Ukraine to restore the memory and good name of her distant ancestor, for he did a lot for Ukraine and especially succeeded in building churches during his hetmanship. This topic is more than curious for me, since the city of Baturin, the capital of Hetman's Ukraine, where Mazepa's palace was restored, is located not far from Belgorod, and moreover it is located on the same river, which originates in the Belgorod region. My argument's that Mazepa made it into the history of Russia as a negative hero because on the eve of the Battle of Poltava he betrayed Peter I and joined ranks with the Swedish King Charles XII, were heatedly and passionately rejected by the beautiful Kieva, a distant descendant of Mazepa. And then through Lyubov I asked the Supreme Judge, our Lord, about the posthumous fate of Mazepa's soul, and here is the answer. I shall tell you the following about Mazepa. Treason was his nature. A person who has given one's word about anything must not change his word. People are unaware that treason produces terrible energy of destruction in the universe. How can this be described? By making a promise, you activate a certain energy nerve, mentally introducing it into the universe as something necessary. By failing to keep the promise, you turn this ray into its opposite of your own will, and the energy flows are thrown into disarray. They move in a certain direction, and suddenly one breaks up and slows down. Unknowingly, you commit a betrayal, which is a great sin upon you. Mazepa changed his word so many times that he caused a lot of energy disturbances in the universe and Earth's osmos. Such people, traitors and liars, end their lives burdened with illnesses and misgivings about the inevitability of vengeance. And these misgivings are justified. Ivan Mazepa came to the world not for light and goodness, and stayed on Earth for quite a long time, contrary to my will. Dark energies fed him, and therefore the life of that man in Osmos is over. He does not exist anywhere anymore. Alas, the posthumous fate of I.S. Mazepa's soul turned out to be a sad one. Fair heaven makes no exceptions. Life is the acquisition of the ability to overcome evil. Remember, the path to me lies through an unceasing effort of the spirit, and intensive praying is the source of this effort. Chapter 14. Rakitnoye. At the end of 2014, Lyubov came to Belgorod. We decided that she should visit St. Nicholas's Church in the village of Rakitnoye, the centre of Rakitnoye district. Archimandrite Seraphim Tyapochkin, a great elder and man of prayer, is buried in the churchyard. He served in this church for many years, and thanks to his sagacity and spiritual strength, he attained enormous respect from the parishioners. Now numerous pilgrims visit his grave, where they receive help and consolation. People have long considered him a saint, but formally the issue of his canonization has not yet been settled. We told Lyubov about all this in advance, and she asked the Lord about Tyapochkin. Does he consider his canonization necessary? And this is the Lord's answer. I have assigned a great task to Seraphim, to be a wise guide for human souls in Osmos. His slow transformation into a saint is constantly ongoing. He is a radiant being in heaven who has almost lost human weaknesses and is steadily acquiring the full palette of the qualities of a saint. It is he who knows how to console those in spiritual and bodily need. Canonization has also been awarded by the Orthodox Church to those souls which are not worthy of it, which is why they remain at quite a distance from me. But this soul abides in tireless labours, that is, it continues its earthly occupation, to aspire people to light. That is why he needs to be looked after. I consider church canonization to be a convention of human ideas about heaven, but in this very case I welcome it. This soul, which people will turn to, will guide them to great goals and help them in adversity. This is how Father Seraphim unwittingly received the recommendation of the Lord himself for the canonization of his radiant name. While none of his predecessors was honored with this, now he will certainly be canonized as a saint, to the delight of his numerous worshippers. Before visiting the church, we approached the burial place of Archimandrite Seraphim, and Lyubov's lips began to whisper something. Father Seraphim spoke to her, but she could not write down anything. This will happen later, at night. The hegumen of the church, Father Nicholas, an authoritative priest with indefatigable energy and versatile interest, accompanied us. Occasionally he arranges public events inviting famous people, where they discuss global issues on how to save humanity. We visited the church, lit up some candles, and went into the cell of Archimandrite Seraphim, where his belongings were preserved. Father Nicholas arranged a leisurely tea party for us there and talked us through a lot from the life of his spiritual mentor. Lyubov was impressed by what she saw and heard about Seraphim Tyapochkin. In the evening, quite exhausted, we returned to Belgorod and saw Lyubov off to her hotel room. It was evident that she was somewhat embarrassed by the attention that we all gave her. The next day, Lyubov handed us 2 texts which she recorded at night and in the morning. The first represented a conversation with the Lord, and the second with Seraphim Tyapochkin. Dear daughter, write down the following. The people around you are extraordinary, because they love me in you. You know how to give them light. It is the light that is brighter than anything they have experienced in their lives. Therefore, do not be embarrassed that they care about you this way, but accept their help with gratitude. It is me who is filling their souls. This is how I am helping you to get by through them. I can tell you in detail about the priest from Rakitnoye later, because now your brain is tired. I object. I can write something down today. It is a perpetuum mobile, is it not? He resembles a perpetuum mobile with its seething fantasy, how to transform humanity as soon as possible. But his plans are naive, because he is confident that the church alone can lead a person to faith, the basis of transformation. But true faith presupposes the opposite process. The recognition of the Lord in the world can lead people to faith, while some of them are led to the church. But there is no need for those who believe in me to perform the rites of the church. You can pray even in the field. I will hear you everywhere. Such people make me curious, for they aspire to light, seek it, but their search leads them into a kind of twilight zone. It is impossible to fully understand human life if you do not know what exactly a person is looking for. It is wrong to say that a Christian civilization is opposed to a non-Christian one. You need to understand another thing. Light stands out alone, but darkness has many faces. Pure light, not distorted by the limited human consciousness, is so powerful that it is difficult to imagine. And to limit it to my son's personal light means to belittle the light of both mine and the one who created me. The grandiosity of the universe is the fruit of the creative energy of the mind, with which nothing can be compared. And Jesus is just a part of this great light, its creation. Maybe the best one. But still he is not the creator himself, but just the creation. It was not Jesus who created this expedient and magnificent world, but he taught to love this world as a manifestation of the Lord, the Heavenly Father. The Christian church does not recognize God, and Jesus is called by my name, and this hurts Christ, for he called his Father God, not himself. How can church people not be outraged by this thought? They were taught otherwise. An archimandrite seraphim, having clarified his soul in heaven and realized his delusions, parted with them with difficulty. This soul shines brighter and brighter because it is steadily getting rid of the delusions of life. What he is tormented by now is the impossibility of shedding the truth into the world, because they do not hear him. He continues his ministry in heaven, helping people to find the light of faith, but of a different kind, not of Christian Orthodox origin, but the faith that embraces everyone and endows any soul with hope and love. The only possible way to save humanity is giving people the fundamentals of true knowledge. Only one thing will erase all the differences amongst those living on earth, among my children. The understanding that I can hear each of them if they turn to me, that is, overcoming darkness in themselves. Considering all the diversity of human natures, with all their individual, national and other features, humanity can unite on one condition. If everyone recognizes my fatherhood, the fatherhood of the Lord of earth. All of you are my children, and as a father loves each one, so am I ready to love a child of mine. But I can hear the tread of darkness, and it resounds in the souls of my children and drowns out my voice. Christian civilization is not what I prefer to call it, for I would like to see earth as an abode of light, but it is enveloped in such darkness the bright points of pure souls, visible to me, I know accomplish a feat, by holding this light within themselves. For the all-devouring darkness seeks them, and many wither, not having the strength to overcome this darkness. And here are the words of Archimandrite Seraphim. A field plant is more tenacious than a garden plant, so is human faith. If it is natural from birth, then it is firm. And if a person is brought to faith at a more advanced age, it will take root, but it needs to be strengthened so that it merges with the soul forever. Let the true faith blossom in the souls as a wild flower, and this requires teaching children not to forget the world of God. Before praying, say to your child, the world of God is a gift to you, so be grateful. The child will get used to giving thanks and will always be visible in the heavenly world and therefore saved. The first steps towards faith make people cautious. If they are taken late, it is really necessary to guide your children to a worthy path from an early age. Let them sing praises to God and hear the angelic choir when the time to stand before the Lord comes. Amen. Lyubov's question. Father Seraphim, what you are saying is similar in style to the text of the Lord. Why? I am different now. I comprehend eternity as an inescapable and tireless ascent to the throne of the Lord. There is nothing in me now that has prevented me from uniting with him before. I conquered many of my delusions and accepted Jesus Christ into my soul as a brother, not as the Lord. The Lord is the Father to all of us. I trembled in facing the torment of purification from delusions, for the realization of its need came immediately. It did not take long before my purification started. I had a chance to become similar to the Lord, for he also had to go through the torment of purification and rid himself of the scab of evil. We are his children, inheriting the indispensable need for the separation of light and darkness in our souls. You are divine, as faith is a ray of incorruptible light for you. I asked him not to address me formally. There is a need to address you formally, for I know your spiritual and heavenly torments after the death of your son. There is a need to address you formally, for seeking the path to heaven now your soul is languishing, and for proper renewal you must finally rid yourself of the vain and earthly, inevitably inherent in mortal life. I would never have thought that I would find a voice after my passing. No one heard me but you, although they made every effort to hear me. I thank you, my dear, that you have become a comforter to many souls, conveying the word of the Lord to them. We did not manage to talk for a long time near my grave, but let us try later, when you are alone. Write down on paper what I have said at night. It will be useful to people, and I, probably, will simply rejoice for the world where you cultivate hope. Tell Nicholas to look for other ways to heaven. Let him try to transform not earth by preaching love, but people. There is no need to worry about humanity when those who are oppressed in spirit are nearby. Resurrect their spirit, and thereby you will improve humanity. Let him pray no longer than usual, but look inside himself. What else should he rid himself of? He wastes a lot of time when he looks into the world and is deciding how to make it better. There is no use in spending time in idle dreaming. He should turn himself into a ray so that people around him want to change for the better. There is no other solution other than one's own example. To restrain oneself is to do one's duty to the Lord, for human life is measured by the measure of heaven, and this measure is the restraining of the low in oneself. I tried to talk to you, but I still do not have the right to teach people. I have not reached the higher reason yet, but I am striving to. Pastor Nicholas should not listen to me, but to the Lord himself, so that at the end of his earthly life he will leave for the heavenly abode caressed by his rays. I grieve that I did not know the truth during my earthly life, although I found its rays in Jesus Christ and loved it entirely with my soul. He was my guiding light, and I left for heaven, and having seen my path, I realized that it led to the place where light never fades, and that it was long and required an effort to shed my delusions. I can only say one thing to Nicholas. Understand what the Lord says, and you will find such light in your immortal life that the path to it will become much shorter. Rid yourself of the superfluous in your soul, and the time for transformation will come. You are radiant, but overly vain. A pastor cannot indulge in earthly vanity without damaging the soul. Your heart will be enlightened when, having heard the word of the Lord, you recognize it. I am pleased that people come to me for help. I am near those who are looking for inner peace. I help to the best of my modest abilities, but I still have not stopped ascending, and I hope to gain greater strength to testify to the power of the Lord and the entire heavenly abode. We are at war here, not only with the darkness outside, for inside of us not all darkness has been overpowered yet. The path of purification from the superfluous is thorny, so start it on earth, because here only tireless, uninterrupted, haunting efforts can lead you to what you desire. It is necessary to reach the higher reason on earth in order to shorten the thorny path here. I shall be with you in spirit when you remember me. Without hearing my voice, you catch the thought, which is amazing, for there is no better consolation in the world than to be heard by those who yearn for it. The amazing manifestation of your ability to speak with the heavenly inhabitants will not tire me now. You hear the Lord on earth, but I only hope to acquire this ability in heaven. And I will do my best to make it happen as soon as possible. You have given me strength. I sincerely thank the people who brought you closer to me, because I can call what happened happiness. I am your lamb-like. I cannot call myself a slave because I see you do not tolerate slavery, but I dare to call myself your friend, Seraphim. When Father Seraphim says to Lyubov, "For I know your spiritual and heavenly torments after the death of your son," he means John the Baptist, her son in her first incarnation. In current life, and let me remind you, it is the 9th incarnation of her soul, she does not have a son. Father Nicholas was shown these texts. He was shocked, but I do not know how this shock has transformed his soul. Thanks to Archimandrite Seraphim for continuing his spiritual feat even in the other being and bringing help to many, and I hope spiritual insight to those who have read his heavenly message. I flatter myself with the hope that this spiritual message from Father Seraphim will soon be written on the walls of St. Nicholas Church in Rakitnoye, and this will be the first church in the world where the hegumen preaches about the true faith after the end of earthly life as a resident of heaven. There is no other way to see the light in the world apart from feeling it inside yourself. The best thing you can do in life is to find the light within yourself. Then the world around will light up, just like a sudden flash of lightning illuminates the land shrouded in the darkness of night. Chapter 15. Communicating with other souls. When Lyubov looked at someone's painting or started reading a book or simply thought about someone who had left the earthly plane of being, sometimes by the will of the Lord their voices were heard from there. For example, this happened after visiting the hermitage where Rembrandt's painting, The Return of the Prodigal Son, brought tears to her eyes. Here is how the great artist reacted to this after almost 350 years of silence. May your knowledge of God help me get to know you better. What you saw in my paintings is the long road to improving the soul, not the skill. What is craft? It is just a way of expressing soul-searching. How stout I am! My appearance does not correspond to my soul. It is made of the Lord's ray, thin as a hair, but it was enclosed in a stout body. The stoutness of the body hid the Lord's rays from many of my fellow citizens. My searches took me through suffering to a deep feeling of gratitude to God. Forgive me for being so vague. I am not meant to shout, so I try to express the inaudible through words. It is difficult to pronounce them in my mind. I have long been waiting for you, and the way you perceive my work gives me a joy that my darkened canvases can draw tears and thoughts and recognition of something close to the soul, but long forgotten. I love life, but many things in it made me turn to God for help and approval. I was looking for consonance with my own destiny in the Bible, and I found it. Because the soul that comes into life is always new, and everything starts anew. Everything happens again. And I see even now, people have not become better, but there are, as in my time, those whom art can make more exalted and purer. Only these people are of interest to me, and only they are capable of making humanity rarefied. The prodigal son is each of us. And our Father, the only character on the canvas with a bright face, is the only one who has a reason to rejoice. The returnee is oppressed in spirit. He is choked with shame and repentance. So much time has been wasted in life. Another son, who has never left his father, is intensely thinking about why his father is so glad for the one who is guilty of leaving him. And I found the answer even during my lifetime. The righteous man has already approached the eternal abode and knows everything about it. And the one who has wandered aimlessly in darkness and mud will see the light. And heaven rejoices that the transformation of the soul has taken place, for upheaval gives a much greater impulse of light than even burning or glowing. A flash of sudden light is a great gift to heaven, and the quiet glow is what heaven will accept with equally quiet gratitude. This is how I understood Jesus' parable. If you were in the dark and were not aware of the light in your soul, you did not perceive your soul as part of the Lord. And when he suddenly appeared before you, then in your shame, which was a strain on every soul, can be called a stone that squeezes darkness out of a tormented soul, and only light remains there. Forgive me for starting to talk about my long-standing reflections on the Bible. I have already established myself in heaven forever, and a life of a different quality has been revealed to me. I cannot say that I understand everything, but I want not to understand, but to feel it. I am a prodigal son who has found the way to the Father and felt his loving embrace, and yet I am aware that I am not really worthy of it. I still have much to change in myself and redeem what I have done in life, but I do not live without the hope for completely merging with the Father. He does not deprive me of this hope, and, seeing how your eyes moisten in front of my canvases, I flatter myself with the hope of a different property, that the path to the Father may not be so long as it seemed to me as soon as I left this world and entered the realm of heaven. Here, I create amazing paintings, and I want someone who has the same frame of mind as mine to be able to catch my compositions, conceived and embodied in the material of heavenly exhalations. I did not manage to indicate the true meaning of my current paintings. They are energies gathered in combinations conceived by me. I create combinations, not energies. These are perhaps more accurate words. I shall recognize you someday, I am sure. You are closer to me here, because only the feeling of my soul fetches tears to your eyes. People do not cry near my canvases like you do. And these tears are dearer to me than coins, dearer than much of what I have ever owned in my life. May my paintings give you joy that my soul lives in them, and that I can sometimes be near you. Rembrandt. That is how Lyubov's hand spelled it out in Latin letters, Rembrandt. Once Lyubov informed us, we have no news. Everything is as before, which is good. We live like old-fashioned landowners, we do not change our habits. Except that Chekhov suddenly started to communicate. I took a book off the shelf, as I once did with Svetaeva's, and there it is. I am sending you my correspondence with Chekhov. Read it if you are interested. At first the words seem to be chaotic, but it is still possible to get an understanding of the text. Chekhov. I can say the following to you, merciful soul. Yes, soul. Your rays are so dear to me that they bring tears to my eyes. My soul languishes here for such rays emanating from people. They are vulgar, as in my time, and perhaps they have become more vulgar. I hasten to say, there is almost no innocence left in anyone, as if vice was born prior to human beings. My soul did not have the strength for faith. I had to do everything quickly, because I knew that I was sick. Faith requires both time and self-focusing. Faith should be brought from within, where God lives. I did not find a likeness and an image in anyone, and to consider myself as such is impudently excessive. Therefore, I did not discover faith as salvation for myself, but I could have realized that earlier. Please forgive me for interrupting your reading. I'm pleased that you wanted to read my work, but I saw that you were interested in a word, byrkoye. It's a dialect word in Russian that means quick, sharp, turbulent. With the stress on the first syllable, it's correct. Forgive me again, I stopped writing here, yes. Apparently my nature suggests the plot to me. I see how Chekhov is missing. Vulgarity has completely strangled the world and vilifies everything radiant, and there is no point in living without light. Moreover, they begin to live longer. Should I, a doctor, not lament that people live long? Do not get me wrong, a doctor can see from here that not everyone needs to be cured, but all people strive to cling on to life. Do not be surprised at this thought. Meek people are rare, and there are more and more impudent ones, and they do not need to be cured. Meekness is given to the radiant, and impudence and strong teeth to those who resemble the devil, even during life. Why should they be cured? Their place is not on earth. Let them get on a boat and go out to sea. Let them float until they land somewhere where hungry cannibals are in need for something to eat. Yes, madam, I surprised you, I see this. Truth be told, I surprise myself. I have not spoken to a human being for a long time, and now here we go. I have dug all my claws into you, have tried to cling to you, but I could not hold on. I'm sorry, kind soul, no one will be able to hear me except you, but you already have a lot to do. We should better meet under the lampshade in the evenings and talk heart to heart, and look into each other's eyes, and hope that nothing will ever end, if you really have faith. Yes, perhaps you cannot even call faith the knowledge that we both have. See you later. I do not know when and how. Your Anton Chekhov. A lot needs to be corrected. Yes, it is unlikely that someone else will be interested in it, but you have already understood everything. But I would still be ready to correct it, although I repeat, who needs it, apart from your eyes? A little later, Anton Pavlovich continued in his inimitable Chekhovian style. Dear Lyubov Nikolaevna, please listen to me. It seems that I have enjoyed that momentous delight, the opportunity to talk to someone from here where no one understands what I think. Here is not a home, but a whirlpool of rays, and the idea that this is eternity does not console me, since I am looking for a cosy little home here, but do not find it. I am not a sublime person, but one who enjoys living a private life, which I have described during all my life, or at least for the most part of it. Life within a limited space, inside yourself. And this life was given to me, but to talk about eternity, to call it to witness the small and private life of the soul, probably seems to you too solemn and artificial. Such a smart girl like you understands how much this arshin of heaven is needed. But you are not everyone, and many read my unpretentious inventions. Do you remember I said that prose is the wrong word? It is not how your own fantasies should be called. It is very similar to prosectorship. But creating a work of this kind is, I think, rather magic than dismemberment, anatomy and digging in the insides. By God, I did not dissect, but was indignant at what both jarred and saddened me. But you can dissect only what is whole in its own way and somehow lives by the will of God. But I thought of what worried me, so I took a magnifying glass and looking through it, described on paper what I saw. Lovely people are ugly through a magnifying glass. Is it my fault that they are like that? If they are examined in detail, prosectors look for the cause of illness and death, but I just revealed the symptoms. Psychological anatomy, the thoughts about themselves, did not always expose the causes of the diseases correctly. Usually they were wrong. I did not diagnose anyone, and I did not prescribe pills to treat them. The Lord decided to comment on these words of Anton Pavlovich. Dear child, you know how to convince yourself that such a great being as Chekhov can speak the same way as he can write. And he did not write all at once. It was necessary to make corrections, and he did it. And in this case, he shall as well. His posthumous fate cannot give him rest. He seeks consolation in heaven, as in a corner of a house where he can hide. But here everything is in plain sight, and it hurts him. It is a peculiarity of a sublime soul, and it cannot be rectified. He does not want to return to earth, but he knows that only here a pure, sublime, devoted to heaven existence is possible. But he cannot find peace for himself, and does not liken to saints, for he sees that earth has not become better, and when one of the links is rusty, the whole chain crumbles. Listen to him again, so that he corrects something in the letter, and do not resume communication again. It will kill you. Your brain has become excessively, incredibly weak. You need a break. And then Chekhov continued. Dear Lyubov Nikhailovna, forgive me 1,000 times for tormenting you with my nonsense. I did not realize that I was talking to a human being and thereby shortening the human life. What a good doctor I am. But here is one last thing. One cannot say that I did not love people. It is impossible not to love. Humans should have an image and a fineness with God inside of them, for it is impossible not to love him. There is some part of a ray in everyone. It is impossible not to love this, like a drunkard brother or a dissolute mother. But while loving, it is stupid not to understand what these people have done with God in themselves, and this stupidity is unforgivable, since our mind must constantly be up and running. It is wrong to say that I disliked people, but I did not forgive them for their diabolical sophistication, or plain laziness, or mental stupidity, for all their ways to kill God in themselves. So, contrive to spoil life by unwillingness to either hear God in yourself, or to preserve and cherish him, and so thoughtlessly, insanely come to death, which is followed by eternal existence. Build a monastery, and I, perhaps, will find there the people who protect God in themselves, without any church prohibitions, but just out of joy that he exists and we are his children. And then I will rest in peace. Farewell. I am kneeling at your feet. I cannot find the words to apologize. Your Anton Chekhov. The text transmitted by Chekhov from the eternal world can be included in this collected works, and no one, I am sure, will say that the author is not Chekhov. Particularly long contacts with the inhabitants of the invisible world were those Lyubov had with Marina Tsvetaeva, Michelangelo, and Whitman. The selection of great interlocutors for the God-seer was far from accidental. Apparently, the Lord proceeded from the fact that each of them is able to convey his or her special thoughts to people from the heavenly world. The poems and prose texts that they transmitted through Lyubov, as I already wrote, were published in the form of 3 books. Tsvetaeva's The Cross of Silence, Michelangelo's The Insight, and Whitman's Grassroots. Everyone who read them noted an absolute stylistic similarity with the lifetime works of those authors, but could not admit that they were composed there. May God judge them. Here are some of the works of each of the authors. I shall start with Marina Tsvetaeva. Her poems are full of despair since she committed the mortal sin of suicide and her soul remains in darkness. Suiciders. Strangled by the noose of despair, where the keys of hell rattle, we sway in a disembodied crowd. In the dark we're almost indistinguishable. We are wheeled with our torment. We fly inaudibly as owls above the abyss of non-existence, and yet we cherish hope that Noah will take on board the ark those who have not reached the shore in life. Sometimes Marina dictated prosaic sketches among the poems. Here is one of them that conveys the state of the author most clearly. It was easier for me to live my evil fate than to suffer now from the impossibility of saying, I can see how people live in evil, but the mad ones cannot be happy. One must be embraced by a great thought. Happiness lies in praying for one's home, the home ascended into heaven, for peace and receiving it. We miss your prayers here. We will remember you for your prayers. Exhausted. I called my darling, no answer. My white power, where are you? I'm dark, I'm silent. Solitude is dull. Light up a candle. Do you hear me, husband? Wish I knew it. How should I, Lord, here, live? I've got no hands to lay on myself. I wish I knew it before. Eternity is coming, and soft hair, let it not fall. Any torment, I'd go up to the fire, arms towards him who erased me. I am longing to you, the measure of measures, who hears like Beethoven and sees like Homer. The resurrection. I am lost without the earth, where there is crystal scattered on herbs. I am dying, my Lord, in heaven. Do not hold me, Lord, resurrect me, let me go, Lord, nail me down to the place where frost and rain can warm. Look aside, let me go by, grow on to there with bitter roots, and press me with puds of air down the chest created for love. Lyubov constantly prayed so that the Lord and the forces of light would ease the posthumous fate of Marina Tsvetaeva's soul, and soon it happened. Here are her last poems, 2 of which she dedicated to Lyubov. Cried my fill. I wanted to cry my fill. On the sheet, here is the shaky point in the void. I am now quiet and obedient. The door of stuffy prison is unlocked. There is some space, although tiny, in front of me. I leave my cell for the corridor. This soul is a gift to you people, and I do not let it breathe as if I put a razor to its throat, the razor of my suffering. I am all eyes, watching how it clings to golden hair of prayer, which is the most lasting in the world, which guides the light that pours into the soul. On the soul to warm it, knock, knock, my radiant friend took pity that I suffered, looking warm-heartedly and tired at me. That means the sentence is lifted. The Lord summed up Lyubov's communication with Marina Tsvetaeva with the following words. Dear child, she wants to escape from her darkness, and your light is bringing her out. It is impossible to find a way out of her hell, but her soul, having perceived your light, will come out of it little by little. This is your best deed, to give life to a soul which is unable to escape from the darkness of non-being. Michelangelo Buonarroti, whose soul departed the earthly world back in 1564, also became Lyubov's heavenly interlocutor. Their communication was perhaps the longest. His Italian-style prose is gentle and grateful towards Donna Lyubov, and his verses are full of deep meaning. I can imagine how hard it is for you. You cannot escape from the need to listen to my effusions. I think it tires you incredibly. But this is the only sure way to reach out to heaven, to seek communication with it. I rest my hopes on your pen, most noble Donna, and I promise to leave you soon, for the possibilities of your mind are limited. I will write the last verses and tell you what is important. You interrupted my mental loneliness with your radiant appearance. This easy way of our communication is easy only for me, and you are frantically trying not to make a mistake when writing. I am immeasurably grateful to you, for there is no other mind in the world capable of perceiving what heaven wants to say. It is most difficult for you, and therefore I do not oblige you to listen to me. But I feel that these experiments of mine in versification do not seem meaningless to you. It is important for me to know this, for a few moments of your joy give me incredible strength. The one who is carried away to the world of spiritual uplift receives strength from a human. I experience such an excellent feeling of the fullness of being, which is identical to your joy from contacts with the heaven that praises you. The brief moments of our communication are immeasurably higher than those deplorably insignificant efforts that ordinary people are forced to perform in life. What they do for themselves is worthless if they do not understand what they are. Heavenly creatures who have descended to earth in order to make the journey to the source, and during this ascent to kindle the light of the Lord in themselves, with their inspiration to such a degree that it catches his eye. Michelangelo simply and clearly reveals the essence of human existence in the last sentence. The method of our cooperation is not applicable to other people. It is impossible to imagine them being informed about what you know now. It is beyond the power of one person to speak not only with spirits and souls, but also with our Creator. My inept thinking hardly overcomes ordinary ignorance, and it works even worse with sophisticated minds. The fact that we managed to establish our extraordinary communication is a miracle. But I found the right phrase, cautious delight. It is the way I feel, because irrepressible joy is akin to madness. It is necessary to speak with people with caution so as not to harm them. People who are dear to me have always kept a certain distance from me. I adhered to this myself so as not to burn, not to destroy them. However, what I am experiencing now is not like anything I have experienced before. You are unattainable for me, as a cloudy melting vision, as a wind that either weakens or intensifies. You trust your hand, your ability to see the invisible through the world, and this is your happiness. Do not let doubt overcome you. The quivering of the soul before contact with the world of heavenly knowledge is what feathers your soul and gives it radiance. These rays will undoubtedly go with you to where they belong. Prose did not yet know such words as you wrote down, and my attempts to write poetry, not quite, but to some extent, reflect my desire to get close to that prose. You understand what I am talking about, the word of the Lord. Relying on the desire to change oneself means not only staying in eternity, but also becoming part of it for others. our earthly duty, according to the Father's plan, to be a candle that shines equally brightly, just lit. And is a candle end already? But shall we be able to burn to the end? The Lord may you accept, no matter how many tears are shed, not light, but soot of the black wicks. To find such a comparison, one had to ascend to the eternal abode. Souls are already fading away during life, being washed by the tears of the Lord, cannot illuminate even some small space around themselves. Tears do not quench them, but strive to cleanse the souls. Only the efforts of the one from whose light they are woven with love are in vain. The Creator gave us will, and we must answer for our decisions before an impartial eye. Then we lose our vain hopes, and we have no one to ask for forgiveness. At this moment, the only mercy is given to the soul, to realize that the judge is justice. And how respectfully, in keeping with his time, Michelangelo said goodbye to Lyubov. Gentle Donna, I think that by writing this down with your hand, I have exhausted the topics necessary for people to think about. Me, creativity, the human path, death, searches and warnings. What else can I say to people? We must say goodbye to each other because I no longer want to torment you by penetrating your heart. I thank you a countless number of times for being patient and spending hours of earthly life, which is not long, on what you could devote endless centuries of eternity without harming yourself. I am asking you to forgive me for this as I leave you. Michelangelo, tirelessly praying for you to the one who will not reject my prayers, I am sure. Lyubov communicated in the same amazing way with the soul of the great American poet Walt Whitman, who had already experienced an unusual spiritual shock during his lifetime. The lines of his earthly poems became epigraphs to his heavenly verses. The Song of Regrets. I see the serene brotherhood of philosophies. I see the constructiveness of my race. I see the results of the perseverance and industry of my race. And I salute all the inhabitants of earth. Salut au monde. Hello to the world. There is no one in the infinity of the universe who would be as passionate as me in love to the world I left behind. It really seems to me so, for I trust my soul in everything. I am the soul, and how can I not believe myself? I haven't forgotten anything I loved, any blade of grass that shook me with its perfection, with its divine simplicity, with its love for the one who let it live. Any bird that woke me at dawn or sadly sighed at night, unable to sleep under a starry sky, waiting for the meeting with an unfamiliar loved one. Any road leading from one landscape to another, fanned by the breath of those who had walked on it before me. Any wave hugging my hot body with sun-gleams and quiet shy laughter, and with the coolness brought from the dark depths full of mysterious life. Any quick or still shadow, standing as testimony to the omnipotence of matter, temporary of course. Yes, I keep it all in myself, as a hope for my return. I am waiting for such time to appear again, when people come to their senses and love their fragile world as strong as I do. The time when they fall in love with each other as I have loved them. And when they recognize God in each other. But perhaps I wait in vain for the time when love triumphs in souls. I don't understand why this doesn't grow in hearts like grass. Why are you so unyielding? Why do you not let the rays of spiritual insight dispel your inner darkness that now envelops the planet, where I was born and lived as a human? What if the time for love never comes? Well, if it happens that I'll never see it, I shall keep inside everything that I loved. And I am thousands, millions of times happier than the souls which are looking forward to being incarnated on earth, and their wait will never be over through your fault, because of you who destroy what I loved and shatter all hopes. The heavenly gaze of Walt Whitman's soul is filled with sadness, for people do not let the rays of spiritual insight dispel darkness that now envelops the planet. I am convinced that Lyubov's communication with the souls of famous people who left the earthly world always took place according to God's will, for he pursued one goal, to tell us about the existence of the eternal world out of the mouths of great souls who lived at different times. So back in 2011, Andrei Tarkovsky made his presence known from heaven and wrote, with the help of Lyubov's hand, an amazing script for a movie about the spiritual feat of Sergius of Radonezh, which he called Solstice. Sooner or later we will watch Solstice, and it will be a real artistic masterpiece, and the first movie in the history of cinema, the script of which was written by a great master in heaven. I'm sure that after watching Solstice, a lot of people will turn their eye to the creator of our life. It was interesting to communicate with Helena Blavatsky, a religious philosopher-theosophist, who noted the preeminence of Lyubov's ability to hear heaven. The Lord arranged their communication 4 times. This is how the first one began. The Lord: Dear daughter, she, Blavatsky, has been following you for a long time. She does not know why you do not call her. She is here. Helena P. Blavatsky. Yes, Lyubov, I see you and understand that you are endowed with an earthly mind, but you hear heaven better than I described it in my books. We must courageously and clearly tell people about the wise heaven. I was unable to express the thoughts that you catch in your brain in such a clear and simple manner. Dear Lyubov, I am very pleased that at last you started to pick my brain. I mean that you began to read my books. You should have seen them earlier, but it was not the right time for you. Now we should turn to the description of the wise heaven. You have the best brain and know how to discard the superfluous from a pile of words. I strained my mind for this, but you are guided and directed by the Lord himself. Take on this difficult task with courage. I have already read the parables. They are amazing. But the wise heaven and the universe will be even more amazing. The wise heaven is cosmos, the molecules of which are intelligent. Global space is waiting for the wise decision of the world brain to destroy the Earth or not. But the world brain will not destroy Earth while there are still good people on it. It harnesses its desire to throw off all people from its surface, and makes only a number of concessions, therefore allowing it to kill part of stupid humanity. I cannot follow your thoughts with my brain, but I know that no one will understand me better than you. I would like us to become friends and write this book, which is needed on Earth. The Wise Heaven and the World Order. The Universe. The title does not matter. Such clarity was revealed to me here, where I spent my best days, but not on Earth, where my life was all about earthly matters. I do not want to insist that we begin today, but after 1,000 parables I will help you write this book. If you are tired, we shall not talk. Thank you, honey. I just want to say that you feel my rays. This is an extraordinary miracle. I'm surprised that your unearthly mind can let you experience these unearthly sensations. I shall call dear Lyubov the mother of the world after her death, because her soul will be put into the mother of the world, and then she will see the earth the way you see it, as a beautiful planet of Monoston, where people suffer and rejoice. Why did Monoston see radiant Lyubov so late? I do not know. We are lucky it happened at all. I am glad that I am talking to you. No one could feel the rays physically, and this is wonderful. Vivat your faith. It works wonders. The blade of truth cuts the human brain. That is why your skill is painful for people. I did everything wrong, not the way it had to be done. Much was unclear to me, and therefore much outside of me harmed my understanding of the truth. I tried to comprehend the acquired knowledge, and this clouded the already unclear outlines of the world brain and his deeds. It is a mauvais ton to scold innumerable human rays, but I cannot help doing it. They are vague and weak. The cross of heaven's elect is so dazzling above you that it is time for you to merge into the source of truth's heavenly retinue. The existence is better here, for the misunderstandings on earth, as I see it, depress you a little. Do your duty and return to the bosom of the eternal light, and we will surround you with a kind of bright cloud. We will take you into the bonds of not darkness, but of unfading radiance. Be courageous and know that light is rejected on earth. Its existence seems unnatural to people, for their destiny is to crawl in the dark. But still you are doing a great job. You are trying to dispel the darkness. This is impossible, but your human effort may be rewarded not in a human way, but generously, in a heavenly way. Your Helena P. Blavatsky. I simply must mention one more miracle. On January the 12th, 2015, the great opera singer Yelena Abratsova died. Not long before that, she had spent several days in Belgrade, where she performed in the Philharmonic Hall, met with students of the Institute of Culture, gave a masterclass, recorded a wonderful, very sincere and bright interview. Her death was unexpected for many. This news was a shock to Lyubov as well. And exactly 2 weeks after her death, on January the 26th, Yelena Abratsova sent word of herself from there. You think about me, I know. Now a lot of people are thinking about me. Only now I came to realize that it was necessary to strengthen faith in my soul and not be afraid of heavenly things. I probably should not admit this, but if I found the strength to say it, then that is the way it should be. I do not feel sorry for my voice, but the fact that I did not believe much in what was happening to me now saddens me. The path to the Lord lies through certain experiences which are not the best ones in life. I suffered, and it was necessary to turn to him for faith at that time. But it was impossible. I could not kill the pain then, but now I think that if I had believed, the pain would not have been so acute. I am sorry to control your hand. I did not know about you, but from here we can see the cross that points at you, which comforts me as I can still be noted. I went to heaven as a martyr with no voice, but I still managed to sing in my mind my favourite things, although less frequently. They are opera arias and romances, but now everyone feels sorry for me, but I cannot make them understand that I performed everything I had to. Why should I try to go back? I need to perform something new. My dear, it seems to me that the story of my life is over now. I shall probably fly higher, so I do not know if I shall be able to say something from there. But I am glad that they have loved and still love me. It seems that people know how to love. Not all of them are as stupid as they often seem. It has started to be interesting for me here. It is an amazing sight. Those whom I loved met me and flew away from me as if they had done their duty. I settled down, and they flew away. My Algis is here. He took me away from the others, and I was not afraid, but surprised that we had met each other. It is still the most precious thing not to be separated from your loved ones in your soul. Apparently, they feel it and come to meet you. Young Algis, handsome, the same as I remembered him. Furthermore, I feel the same way near the souls, weightless and flying. It's an amazing feeling. I write a lot and chaotically, but they are my first impressions, my memoirs of heaven. It is funny and amazing, but I must fly away now. I enjoyed being with you. Think of me sometimes. Yelena Obratsova. And she added immediately, I am the guinea pig. I am trying to memorize what excites the nerve centers. I definitely like it here. I have no idea why I tried to prolong my life. I would have been here for a while already and saw everyone I remembered. I do not want to hurt you anymore. You are so tired. I cannot stop, can I? Talking is a simple temptation, but it may be dangerous for you do not rest at all. We have something to talk about, I believe, but not today. I am glad that Yelena Obratsova perceived heavenly life in such a glowing way, but what if her soul has once again been incarnated on earth, and in a few years the world will hear her enchanting voice again? God moves in mysterious ways indeed. Holiness is light, and this light is attained through great labour. Chapter 16. On the Saints and Others. The words of the Lord about those whom we consider saints, in honour of whom many churches and monasteries have been built, to whom we give our prayerful love and gratitude, and whose help is protection we trust in, attract great interest. I shall begin with the Lord's stories about two great saints, St. Andrew the first called and St. George the victorious. On St. Andrew the first called. Darling, take down these notes about the greatness of this man. St. Andrew the first called is not the real name of this person at all. His name is Nathanael. He is the younger brother of Simon, who was later called Peter. Jesus gave them those names because he foresaw something important which would happen. Both brothers, who were fishing on the lake of Gennesaret, were to become apostles of the new faith. They both would carry the good news to new lands, so their names should have an appropriate meaning. Peter means hard, stony. Jesus gave the name to Simon, for his soul knew that he who had renounced him 3 times would turn into stone, having realized his betrayal. He would turn into stone in his duty to convey to other people the news about Jesus and his Father. Jesus called Nathanael Andrew, for he was to carry the news of the Lord to the eastern and northern countries, so he had to be given another name. Jesus called Nathanael Andrew the defender of the faith. When he was young, Nathanael had a vision on Mount Tabor. He saw the face of Jesus, and therefore when Christ my son approached 2 Galilean fishermen, one of them recognized him. Andrew was younger than Peter and never renounced his master, like his brother did, for he had no fear of death, which hovered over Peter. The abode of the soul of the crucified Andrew, where he currently resides, should be called the layer of energy which is closer to me, as he has already abandoned his individual consciousness for my light. The same fate awaits Peter, but it will happen later. I will say the following about Andrew's campaigns. He was in Rome and in Greece, but he managed to reach only Kiev in Rus. The Slavs who lived in those lands rejected the news of Jesus, the Son of the Lord, as their beliefs were different, and the speech of the Jew failed to convert them to Christianity. Andrew was expelled from Rus, but not malignantly. He simply understood that it was not the time for Rus to accept the good news, so he blessed that land, for they did not persecute him, but just met him with a lack of understanding. Andrew had a hard time in Greece, from where he departed to the Slavs and where he returned to. Not only the Greeks listened to him, but also the descendants of those who lived there prior to the Greeks, and were inconspicuous among them. Those people worshipped oaks in particular and trees in general. They were attracted by Andrew's speeches, in which he affirmed the being of one Lord who had sent his Son to earth. Those people found confirmation of their views. Although they believed in the divine nature of trees, they reduced it to one thing. Each tree was one of the incarnations and adversities of the one source. Contemporary people are unaware of those who worshipped trees. The Greeks are all the same for them, which is not true. Andrew reached Russia, I know that. A lot of things surprised him there, and mainly they were people who, not knowing how to worship me, believed in the sun, wind, and even the weak forces of the earth. Andrew realized that it was even better than the faith of his own people, which meant severe punishment from heaven. The Slavs, on the other hand, believed in the punishment from many gods for non-compliance with certain rules, and therefore they hoped that not all of them would unleash their anger at once. That is why they did not have such suppressed eternal fear as the Jews did. Andrew told them about Christ but was not understood. So, commiserating with the Son, people failed to recognize me as the creator of the world around them. St. Andrew's cross is the path to heaven, which people accepted as a fact of life. But they missed the crucial point. Andrew preached, "Do not make the world around you become a place where the best are crucified." When they began to remove him from the cross, it turned out that he was being expelled from the number of the best. He did not want to live in the world where great gifts, the revelation of the Lord, were rejected. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to live any more where the righteous were persecuted. And he looked upon his cross as a stairway to heaven. It was not given to Andrew to see the difference between the Heavenly Father and his Son, as he thought that Jesus was my full incarnation. And what was in his soul and mind was enough for people who listened to his sermons to start thinking about the eye of heaven. Jesus took to his abode, to heaven, the sorrow for his unfulfilled mission on earth. Andrew, on the contrary, went up rejoicing that he had done everything he could. Here his soul was exposed and started thinking about its earthly delusions. The correct understanding of what had happened came as a surprise and saddened him. Andrew realized that he could have served the Father in the same way without knowing the Son. But if a substitution took place, it did not mean that the Father was forgotten. He was meant to be in the Son, but yet it was still good. Now Andrew has received the right knowledge about everything. He is near Jesus, that is, near me. I will not give you any definitive information about him, because he is in the stage of gradual depersonalization, transgressing to my composition. But his cross is worthy of worship, for it has absorbed that jubilant energy in him, which, together with the torment, exited the perishing body. Other apostles who were close to Jesus also joined his light, and therefore joined mine as well. So that is why it is pointless to pray to them for help, but it is possible and necessary to honor them on earth, because despite their delusions, they passed to heaven, to my chamber, but not into the rays of the burning sun. The apostles were delivered from the torments of purification, although their life, before accepting the faith of Christ, was sinful. But even Paul, the persecutor of Christians, escaped a painful death, for he had atoned for his sin on earth. Therefore, finally, I would like to say the following about Andrew. You need to worship the cross, endowed with his energy, that is, his small fragments, because a part of the soul of the great apostle is imprinted in it. This cross should have remained in Rus alone, which Andrew visited during the last years of his life. For a new faith that Andrew would have been a passionate preacher of, had he known the truth during his lifetime, would come into the world from that place. 2 months later, in October 2013, the Lord suddenly spoke about St. Andrew the First Called again. The First Called came out of the fog, and suddenly I saw that he was a dependent person internally. He knew how to lift his spirit, but was unable to defend his views. I would like to say that the man received faith in me from my Son, as well as the justice of heaven. But on receiving it, he was not aware that he should have preached not Jesus, but the new knowledge. His mind was not so perfect as to have a clear understanding of heaven. His name was not Andrew, but Nathanael, which was lost. The same happened to his faith. Having received the knowledge from Jesus, he lost it, and only the memory of the Master remained. Having come to my abode, that man met Jesus, and the knowledge received from him now illumined his soul as an unexpected insight. It was meant for me to say, after Jesus, heaven is the abode of justice, and the Lord is one who knows how to help anyone who hears him from within. This insight became both the burden and the light. He could have done more on earth, but failed to do so. I remember that he was executed in a small town in Greece precisely because he called the gods who were worshipped there idols. The cross was not oblique at all, but similar to a Roman one. That is why he suffered like Jesus, and the oblique lines were on the outside. I mean the lines in the sky, which were clouds over the dying man. They looked like an oblique cross. I cannot give a more convincing explanation for the oblique cross. Those lines were later interpreted as a cross. St. Andrew, the first called, was crucified on it. He preached a lot, and the name of Jesus was the main thing in the music of his words. It meant nothing to you, because Rus was pagan. But the name would remain in the minds of the people to whom a certain preacher came from afar. And that name became known over time. That man directed his rays at me after his death. For it is me who is the basis of faith, not my son. He is the light that shows the path to me. On George the Victorious. George of Cappadocia was young and died for Christ, my son. Be aware that the legends about his survivability during the torture, which eventually led to his death, were not without reason. It was not me, but Jesus who helped George endure unbearable pain, although the legends embellish the level of his survivability. Jesus simply switched off the pain centers in George's brain, seeing the incredible degree of his suffering. He helped him until he succeeded in preventing the image of George from falling into oblivion. George became a legend like Jesus. Such was the gratitude of my son for the torments accepted in his name. I did not consider it necessary to interfere with the rays of Jesus directed towards that man, for I already saw that finally he would be killed. The posthumous miracles of George should be called the main things in his life. He came to the aid of a number of different people who were afraid of death. He suddenly illuminated the natural fear of death with the light of victory over oneself, over that fear. Such is his role in heaven, to give light to spiritually pure people when they are gripped by fear. Those people suddenly gained courage as George himself had gained it, having accepted suffering in the name of Christ and having received spiritual and, in a sense, physical support from my son. George of Cappadocia did not demand a reward for his courage, for he knew that he had found it thanks to Jesus. For the fact that he had entered the invisible world, embraced by a grateful feeling, I made him that holy entity which made it possible to radiate its light onto those living on earth. George's miracle with the serpent is a legend that also has a certain basis. There have long been legends in the world about terrible monsters that accept human sacrifices. The basis of these legends is the observation that it is more important for demons to saddle an innocent, blessed person, rather than someone who easily takes service with darkness. Such sacrifices are necessary for Satan in order to establish himself on earth. An innocent soul is persuaded or forced to submit to darkness by those people who are unable to resist it. The legend about the serpent, about the daughter of a king who was allegedly sacrificed for the sake of saving their people, is true in a sense that they made the maiden become part of a force alien to her pure soul. The maiden was supposed to enter the rays of evil, to enter the house of the enemy and snuff out their life. Her father had no other way to overcome the enemy. But the maiden could not kill, so George delivered her from that painful state of duality. Her soul cringed from the fear of killing and the fear of not doing her duty to the people. George cleansed her soul with light and directed his beam into the heart of the enemy. He gave up his spirit, for the light emanating from the saint destroyed the darkness, which was the source of life for that person. You must understand, true light is capable of killing if darkness grants someone the power of life. But this death is not on your conscience, for you destroyed the darkness which prevented the light from establishing itself on earth. If a dark person dies on earth physically, struck by the light, it is my will. I did not need that life. I offered the opportunity to approach the light through a new incarnation. The hand of George, which is the Xenophon monastery on Athos, is genuine, although there are so many heads of George represented as holy relics, which is surprising. How do people imagine this person? But the hand is his, and his hand remembers its torment when George was tortured. There were scars on it, therefore it should not be used for healing. Those who were healed near it received it from a different source. The rays that the hand bears in itself are not truly what they are expected to be. Having been severed from the body, it also absorbed the low vibrations of suffering. It is difficult to tell you what the invisible world is like without a feasible explanation. What is severed from a living body contains not only the vibrations of a courageous spirit, but also the vibrations of undergone suffering. And those relics should not be used for healing. I need to add one more thing about George. His head was lost when the body was transported to Lyd. The one which was brought to Rome should be called his head at his will, for it is necessary to worship not his bones, but his deeds. And yet he laid everything on one head. The rest are just semblances, symbols. Where should people go to pay their respects to George? They should go to his eternal abode. Earth is only a temporary shelter for a human being, allowing the soul to ascend. Therefore, pilgrimage is not obligatory. Look for a way to get closer to George in yourselves, in your souls. This is how one should make a pilgrimage to a saint. Look for his place in heaven, not on earth. For the human soul is more in need of healing than the body. And as a warning to those who are excessively fond of pilgrimages, the Lord supplemented the story of St. George the Victorious with the following parable. A certain monk constantly went on pilgrimage trips to holy places on earth. The hardships on those trips caused him to experience negative feelings, and when he appeared before me hoping to receive the grace of God, I said to him, "Your murmuring and displeasure that the pilgrimage is connected with worldly hardships have so diminished the benefits of these trips that I doubt that your decision to visit those places on earth where beneficent people lived, who went to my world and held an exalted place there, was sincere." The monk was puzzled. But how could I get to the holy places without experiencing torment? That was the reason for my temporary dissatisfaction. Is it not forgivable? After all, I did my duty. I tried to receive grace in those places. I said to the monk, "It would be more beneficial for your soul if you found your own way to the holy souls within it. You would not experience inconveniences on the way and receive much more grace, as the saints would understand. You are looking for in yourself what they were looking for and had found." I visited Holy Athos several times, and every time while I was there, I had the feeling that I was under a protecting veil of the forces of light. No wonder the monks of Athos considered the Mother of God their abbess. During one of my recent trips, I managed to climb to the top of Mount Athos. The ascent took more than 6 hours. And when around midnight a group of pilgrims and I finally stopped a few hundred meters from the summit for a short rest at the so-called Panagia, I saw a mystical picture. The moon was shining brightly in an absolutely cloudless sky, illuminating the summit, and a round, dense white cloud was above the mountain. There was no doubt that Virgin Mary was greeting us herself. Later, I shared my impressions with Lyubov, and sometime later received from her the recollections of the Mother of God about her visit to Athos. Praise the Lord! I should tell you about everything. I entered Athos when there were persecutions in my home. I went there in order to feel the radiations of the land of Greece, which my son told me about. There was only one thing that tormented me there. I saw what my son had seen. I am still living, but he is no more. I was on the site of the Vatapedian monastery, and I learned a simple thing, to be surprised that faith in me is becoming unusually strong. This land affected me in such a way, and my son in heaven was close to me. I said faith, but it was faith for you. For I knew the son would be living forever in me, and my husband and father would not disappear. It was me whom both of them needed. So I shone in Athos and gained confidence there that people in the future, like me, would become enlightened. Dear John brought me there. I wanted to see neither Macedonia nor Greece, but the land, the radiations of which were unusual. My son filled my mind with thoughts that there was a land where one's heavenly nature could be doubled by combining the rays of heaven in oneself with the rays of earth. The search for such a land was crowned with the warmth of the great mute land which I stepped on. There I felt exalted energies which resonated with great delight in me, that often made my wish come true. I came ashore where the torment of loss ceased a little. The rays of my son embraced me there again. And then, without referring to her stay on Athos, the Mother of God added, Praise the Lord, the ideas of those who seek in me the one who is not thinking, but consoling, are naive. I try to fill souls with the belief that there is justice, and you hope that I will console you in the sufferings you go through. No, I help only those who take torment unfairly, but I do not give light to those who are tormented by retribution during their earthly life. This is contrary to the law, but I serve the law of Monoston. The truth of heaven has not yet been established on earth. That is why I try to give blessed people hope that they will enter a world where there is love and living brings no pain. These are sublime words. You must agree, my dear reader, they deserve to be written on icons depicting the protecting veil of the Holy Mother of God. It is also interesting to know the opinion of the Lord about the two irreconcilable zealots of the faith whose stories date back to the church reform of the 17th century, Protopope Avvakum and Patriarch Nikon. And here is what the superior judge said about them. Avvakum did not know me as such, as he wanted to see my radiant sun. His stubbornness was suddenly washed away by my tears, for I loved him. I gave to Avvakum the gift of convincing people that faith must not be betrayed. He did not know that it was not me who sent him trials, but it was the forces of darkness which tormented him. The only thing he understood was that apostasy was more terrible for him than death. The osmic forces knew how to support him. That was why he lived to be 60 years old, because they did not rid him of his warm soul. His mission on earth was to preach the faith which must not be betrayed. Nikon was an intercessor for easy faith. He said that people should change as the church commanded them to do so. The bond between people and the Lord is not bridged in churches, but in souls. Nikon, let's decide in. Nikon joined the heavenly world as an apostate from the true faith and a zealot of church rites. Avvakum, on the other hand, leads a wise and unearthly life. He, next to other saints, helps human souls to become stronger in faith. And in conclusion of the chapter, a few words about the most controversial, from the spiritual point of view, figure of the beginning of the 20th century, Grigory Rasputin. Some consider him an adventurer, while others, on the contrary, consider him a saint and insist on his canonization. And it becomes clear from the words of the Lord what Rasputin was really like. Grigory Rasputin is evil. His name is inscribed in the dark rays of heaven, for he could do in life what is not given to everyone. But he did not do good by the will of the light, but controlled the power of darkness, which helped him to achieve his desires. I will describe him this way. This man was endowed with the ability to control energy flows, but for his own purposes he turned to heaven, which brought about some confusion. Such people do not make a distinction between light and darkness. They are ready to achieve their goals by any means while turning to Osmos for help. And a sudden intrusion of thought causes chaos there. The forces of darkness and light, which are distant from each other, begin to collide. Rasputin had various goals, and that is why both dark and light forces swarmed around him. But his soul, which accepted darkness, looked at the light as a means of achieving, but not as a goal. The darkness did not allow him to be blessed, and the good around him had no effect on him. That is why people of this kind never enter the world of purity and goodness, for mostly their souls were tuned to darkness. The conclusion is obvious. Conflicting opinions about certain historical figures can exist only in human society, but there is no ambivalent interpretation in the world of supreme justice. Footnote. St. George the Victorious was buried in the Israeli city of Lod, former Lydda. Before the Arab conquest, the city of Lydda was known as Georgiopolis. Faith is a wise fusion of soul and mind, aspiring to heaven. You should know with your mind and feel with your soul, and such faith will become your guiding star. Chapter 17. Reading the Bible. I reread the New Testament of the Bible several times, and I read the Old Testament as well. Like any thoughtful reader, I had questions to which I could not find intelligible answers on my own, and the explanations that I received from the priests with whom I discussed certain doubtful lines of the Bible were not very convincing and often contradictory. I shall start with the simplest, with the first commandment of the Beatitude. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. The key question to this commandment is, who are the poor in spirit? Who will be rewarded with beatitude and enter the kingdom of heaven? This is what the explanatory Bible, Old Testament and New Testament by Alexander P. Lapuchin, pages 370-71, mentions. Christ began his sermon by identifying those who could become members of the new kingdom and take advantage of the right to blessedness provided in it. In the old Mosaic Testament, belonging to the chosen kingdom of Jehovah was determined by the bodily and general external properties and features of people. They had to descend from Abraham, and the act of circumcision had to be performed on them. So only those properties gave the right to those advantages that constituted belonging to the kingdom of Jehovah. In the new kingdom, external qualities mean nothing, and everything is determined by the inner dignity of a person, which is the source of bliss. In this sense, first of all, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. In order to enter the kingdom of heaven, one must realize one's spiritual poverty, one's remoteness from the original spiritual perfection, feel the desire to achieve this perfection again, and precisely at that moment one becomes worthy of the divine help that prompts achieving this sublime goal. It follows from the text that the poor in spirit refers to the spiritually imperfect people, and in order to reach the kingdom of heaven they need to overcome their poverty and embark on the path of spiritual transformation. With all my deep respect for the wonderful author, I cannot agree with him, because his statement contradicts the logic of the commandment itself. And here is a simple and clear explanation of this commandment by the Lord. This is what I have to say about blessed are the poor in spirit. It means that people who cannot acknowledge me with their minds know me with their souls. They will merge into my kingdom, for they have done no evil. Their soul did not allow them to do this, although their minds recognize not me in the sky, but only the moon, the sun, and stars. Blessed means happy. Poor in spirit is about those who do not know the Lord with their minds, but do no evil. This phrase can be composed differently, for it is interpreted by people incorrectly. I think it would be more correct to add some accuracy that excludes distortions. Happy will be those who, not knowing their Lord, did no evil on earth. And much happier will be those who have performed good deeds consciously, knowing that they are pleasing to the Lord. Poor in spirit are those who have good souls, but meagre minds that have failed to perceive me. Those who are rich in spirit are people who have recognized me through their souls and accepted me with their minds. Spirit is a combination of mind and soul. I'm sure that no one will have an ambiguous understanding of this commandment after these words. I would like to draw the reader's attention to a very succinct and at the same time simple definition of the concept of spirit given by the Lord. Compare it with the philosophical one. The spirit is the highest human ability thanks to which self-determination of the personality is possible, and feel the difference. In my opinion, among the Holy Fathers, the definition of spirit by John of Damascus is the closest one to that which the Heavenly Father gave us. He wrote, "The mind is the eye of the soul and its purest part. The eyes of the body are the mirror of the soul." The words of Jesus Christ captured in the Gospel cause internal disagreement not only with me, but also with other people. Turn the other cheek if you are hit on one cheek. And also, love your enemy. Do they conform to the law of justice? What happens in life is different. Several times the Lord gives an explanation on this very important topic. Thus, in the Gospel of Elizabeth, he devoted an entire chapter to non-resistance to evil. Jesus was mistaken, and I could not convince him. He believed in the omnipotence of goodness and made his sermons an affirmation of this message, which amazes me. It is right not to take an eye for an eye, but to expose oneself to the blows voluntarily is wrong. Evil people cannot restrain themselves from hitting, if only to be seized with disgust towards the ones who are being humiliated. The energy of contempt and disgust towards a non-entity is a blow to them, which is more terrible than death. Whoever fails to understand this does not understand the most important thing. There is value in human life which is superior to life itself. A pure soul, the light of the Lord, invariably streaming rays to heaven. The brighter the rays, the more one is able to endure the great trials of life while still remaining pure. Jesus surpassed the limits in speaking about the humble acceptance of evil. Evil can be forgiven if it was involuntary or stupid or weak, but a conscious act of evil committed against one's neighbor requires spiritual resistance. How is this resistance performed? It is necessary not to retaliate with evil, for this is what Satan is hoping for. So pray for your enemies while evading the next blow. The prayer is an energy vibration that extinguishes evil, and that is why it is so effective. It will bring you no harm, but it will strike down your enemies, and your soul will not be guilty of this. You wish them only good, and these are the Lord's words, and therefore everything that happens to your enemies after the prayer is my will. Then the Lord comes forward with a parable. Some villains killed a man. His widow was inconsolable, but she said the following: Lord, reward those who committed this deed according to their merits, and I just wish them well, for I cannot wish otherwise. All my desires are your parting words to me. There is no evil in me, but only light. And the villains were killed by the forces of light in such a way that people around shuddered. They did not know that a kind word is so omnipotent. And the Lord gives a clear answer to the question of whether there can be exceptions for retaliation in the event of a clear threat. I make a change in my covenant only in 2 cases, when the blow of the villain threatens your life or the life of your loved ones. Not to let the life given by the Lord be cut short is the meaning of your defense, and if the villain dies from your blow, then your hand was directed by the heavenly forces that were helping you. And then will your soul appear before the heavenly court as a killer or not? I will give the following answer. You did not allow villainy to take place, and your blessed soul, driven to such a state by a feeling of fear or indignation, did the right thing. She was taught by the forces of light that in an earthly life as well as in heavenly life, one must not indulge in evil. Later the Lord explained in his text, which he called Love Your Enemy, why Jesus was forced to say this. The abode of evil is the human soul. Jesus noticed this and said, love your enemy. He meant that one just needs to love people, but he was surrounded by people of an evil disposition, and that is why he used this word to call those people. And he gave the obvious enemies a different name, the infernal beginning, for the enemies of the enemies are the enemies of my abode, of their own hearts and souls. But people distorted what my son said. He urged us to love those who were the receptacles of evil, for there were almost no others. Love people, said my son, for enmity will do greater harm to your souls. Overcome yourselves. Love in spite of everything the one who is not your friend, not a relative, but just another human being. Evil found its hospitable abode with the Jews. Therefore my son said those words. And I would say the following to people of other nations. Love the one who is worthy of your love. Do not hate the others. But do not let them into the abode of the Lord, your heart, for otherwise this abode will be destroyed. I would like to believe that the words of our Heavenly Father, love the one who is worthy of your love, do not hate others, will become the basic rule for human society to follow. To complete this topic, there is another text from the first person. There is more harm from the desire for revenge than from revenge itself, for such desire destroys the soul. Evil human thoughts are capable of destroying my planet if they exceed good thoughts in number. And how could you decide that you need to turn the other cheek for a blow, while the law of retribution operates in the universe? Evil must be punished, and good must be rewarded. Everything lives in accordance with this principle. The Creator's interpretation of the concept of Lord's providence seems very interesting. The providence of the Lord is not all that you think. My purpose is always the same, to feel you're striving towards the light. But what paths you follow in life and what goals these paths lead to is your providence, not mine. What happens to you along this path depends on your goals. Therefore, do not talk about any event in your life as if it had happened according to the providence of the Lord. For what is happening to you, both good and evil, has happened because of your choice. I cannot but express my bewilderment about the biblical wisdom, the author of which is King Solomon. He who sows knowledge increases sorrow. Many do not agree with it, because it contradicts the very logic of knowledge and development. My doubts were dispelled by the Lord, who wrote the following in Lyubov's hand. I can inspire people with a certain thought. Your brain is the finest instrument, but you just multiply the information received, and do not direct your spirit to the light. Why do you need so much information? It does not make you happier, and I said this to Solomon, but Satan managed to distort my words. I said, much information increases sorrow, and Satan misrepresented it. He who sows knowledge increases sorrow. This is a slight change, but the meaning is reversed. Not those who sow knowledge are guilty, but those who have made the information they receive the most important food of their minds. These are unhappy. The one who sows knowledge cannot be guilty because knowledge is the maximum approximation to the truth available to a human being, and everything else is delusion. Knowledge is not information, but my command. How should it be understood? What you should know is knowledge, information, is the facts, which the soul cannot do without. Delusions are perceiving the facts without participation of the soul. It is possible to spread delusions, and yet the guilt for this is not so profound, for it is possible to listen to them without absorbing them. Only those are guilty who perceive not the truth, but delusions, and reject the truth, for their souls are deaf, as they make other people's delusions and a lot of yeasty news the subject of their reasoning. Such people use their finest instruments tuned to heaven for evil, for the divine organ serves the void. I believe that people will someday gain wisdom, and then my words will not be true. Much information increases sorrow. For everything that they will know through your sensitive and thinking soul, he's referring to Lyubov, will give them a true idea of the universe and a real place for humans in it. Such information will bring them a feeling of joy, not obscured by the mists of delusions. For people can be the most perfect creatures in the universe if their souls hear heaven, and then much knowledge will increase their joy instead of sorrow. Let me draw the attention of the readers to the definition of the concept of delusion given by the Lord of Earth. And at the same time, one sad conclusion should be drawn. Today's colossal information flow is a complete delusion, because the souls of those who consume information as a rule do not understand it, so in most cases such information is useless. But do curious believers always understand the following gospel expression correctly? Let the dead bury their own dead. I think they do not. The Creator of all things offers a comprehensive explanation here. This means that the eternal forces of evil induce a state of spiritual death on people who are lazy in spirit. Let the lazy who do not know the light and do not seek it, do not interfere with real life, but only carry away their own kind to the cemetery of the spirit. It is quite a sad sight, is it not? To bury their own dead is to rid the world of those who are like them. How? If their spirit is dormant, they should not meddle with real life, but endow those who are like them, dead to the light, with more and more low vibrations, so that they do not become an obstacle in the world of creation. Such people should not interfere with the work of creation. The low vibrations of some people who are dead in spirit should affect people of their own kind, but not those who know the light. Such is the meaning of the dead must bury their own dead. And I shall finish this chapter with the Lord's interpretation of the command, "Thou shalt not kill," and his definition of sin. The Lord raises a question that may worry many. Why cannot you kill the one who has killed your child? And he gives the following answer. You cannot kill for the same reason. You incur such hatred on yourself that evil rejoices in heaven. By avenging the life of a loved one which was cut short by a killer, you are on a par with this killer. If faith was strong in you, you would know that heavenly punishment is much more terrible. Having killed your offender, you become a murderer yourself. But he did not die. He only got rid of that necessary degree of retribution which he was worthy of, for he had already suffered on earth. You took the sin upon yourself, and the punishment for the criminal was reduced. Is this the result you wish to achieve? Sin is a human desire which people experience at the instigation of Satan. That is what sin is. There is no need to follow the commandments without understanding the true meaning of sin, for internal resistance to the commandments gives rise to the same low vibrations in you that support the forces of darkness. Everything that brings dull opposition into you, be it even the brightest knowledge, gives rise to these low vibrations that feed the darkness. Therefore, having now learned this, treat the prohibitions of certain actions and feelings differently. These prohibitions are for the sake of your eternal soul in the eternal universe, but your sins will not allow this to happen. Only a loving father can warn and protect his children from such unreasonable behavior in such a convincing and heartfelt way. Creativity is the path to light, and therefore everything beyond that is not creativity, but its antipode. Highest orderliness is the goal of creativity. Art should teach people to set right goals for themselves. Chapter 18. Price of Earthly Glory. In this chapter, I will talk about some of the famous writers, artists and poets whose works shine brightly in the global but nevertheless earthly human cultural firmament. What happened to those works and their authors in eternity? Did they correspond during their lifetime to what a strict and impartial celestial gaze would like to see, the most important criterion of which is luminescence? Alas, they didn't always. I shall start with the text of the Creator of Life about Mikhail Bulgakov, recorded by Lyubov on March 8, 2010. Obviously, she was reading his novel The Master and Margarita that day. I will say the following about The Master and Margarita. It is an evil book. It sets the crown of creation onto the path of darkness. It showed Jesus as a model of a human being, but not as my live son. Here is what I want to say. Jesus is a wise creature, but in the book he is not my creation, but the creation of Bulgakov, the writer. This character has nothing to do with me. Jesus was the living incarnation of God, and he was endowed with everything: anger and love, humor and hatred for the apostates of the faith. But in the book, he is a weak-willed, unhappy creature suffering from people. Jesus, my son, was not a sufferer. His mission on earth was militant, to give people faith in the Heavenly Father. Speaking of the cheek to be turned to the enemy, he hoped that kindness could change people. But he also could whip people as well as scold them. He performed so many instantaneous miracles that people considered his abilities to be diabolical. Satan in the book is what people have always imagined him to be, that is, being able to give them some kind of prosperous life. People are partially right about this, for their well-being lies in the deprivation of suffering from poverty, obscurity, and other trifles. Woland is Satan, who knows how to speak to people in the language they understand. But the fact that he put Margarita and the Master to sleep and gave them peace is impossible. Pontius Pilate is not with Jesus either, but in the gloomy nooks of the mind. I want to say that he was not burnt in hell, but was forever imprisoned in a gloomy heavenly sphere. He did not punish Jesus, but did not intervene in his fate, so he was condemned by the heavenly court to eternal suffering for that. Bulgakov's book produces impulses in my brain. Why does the son of a priest rely on gloomy forces for the sake of being liberated from the earthly suffering? The book caused a lot of evil because it guided people's souls along the wrong path. Wrong paths do not lead you to the light. Bulgakov is tormented in the heavenly spheres, for he placed his talent at the service of darkness. Our creator spoke very flatteringly about Dostoevsky, despite the inconsistency of his nature. Dostoevsky is a wonderful, wise man. This I can certainly say for heaven. He was weak on earth, but he does not suffer here. He saw me because that was what he had wanted all his life. He loved Jesus so much that I forgave him his sins. Both playing roulette and hating women, he loved and hated women at the same time. His wisdom lies in the fact that he placed the search for the spirituality of life and the Lord above human passions. It is a lazy heart that does not seek the Lord, but Dostoevsky found him after death. My dear, he does not suffer here. He is happy. Least of all does he think about earth. He does not want to incarnate, and I do not force him to do so. Dostoevsky wrote The Brothers Karamazov for heaven, which is about seeking God in the world. It is what I like best of all. Of all Dostoevsky's works, the Lord has expressed his opinion only about the legendary Grand Inquisitor from the novel The Brothers Karamazov, because it best reflects the meaning of what is happening today, when the truth literally descends to us from heaven. The legend of the Grand Inquisitor is created not by the mind but by the soul. Dostoevsky loved Jesus so much that, oppressed by the terrible conditions of life, he suddenly saw this speculative image. A legend was suddenly born in him. For the world around Dostoevsky was vulgar and murderous for the soul. It began to see clearly. That world would kill Jesus again, for his coming once more would be untimely, just as those who seek bread would reject the heavenly night anew. There has not been a moment for 2,000 years when the wisdom of heaven would become the daily bread for the soul. Neither the hungry nor the well-fed on earth felt truly spiritual hunger. And now, when 2,000 years have passed since the time of Jesus, this hunger arises in people, mainly in those who have radiant souls but are constantly confronted with the abomination of life. I see that people who need my wisdom have started to appear on earth. It will force them to reject petty thoughts, and it will direct their souls to the great light. Do not be afraid of this unexpected gift that literally fell upon you from heaven. Speed away with your dreams into the light. Do not give in to the persuasion of those who urge you to indulge in a dull common sense. Only a soul that has ascended to the light will give the opportunity to bring my rays into life and illuminate its gloomy corners with great flashes of light. It is interesting to know what fate befell the soul of Leo Tolstoy in the eternal world, who was excommunicated from the church for apostasy in his earthly life. We hark to the words of Monoston. I love Leo Tolstoy. He tried so hard to find me, and although he was mistaken in many ways, the search itself was much more precious than the faith of some others. Of course, he played God when he claimed that he owned the truth, but it was not a problem but a blessing for Russia. The Tsar did not own the truth, but Tolstoy strove for it. It does not matter that there is no cross on his grave. I do not even look for it. The cross is a sign for the living that the person was a believer. Although I will not call the faith of many real faith, but hope that the Lord will pull one out of any trouble, and people do not even wonder whether the Lord would be willing to do this. Dear daughter, this is what I will finally say about Leo Tolstoy. He was a sage on earth, but in heaven I put him through some trials, and he is still going through them. He deserved them by being angry with heaven, which gave him powerful life instincts that he could not control. Cursing heaven is also worthy of punishment. After he passes the trials, I will leave him the choice to incarnate or not. Now he is calmer than before. He has humbled himself, but has not seen me yet. A year later, the Lord added the following about the last days of Leo Tolstoy's life. Tolstoy left the world, but the crown of creation, Alexander, put it correctly. It was me who did not let him nestle up to the prayer service with his mind. He needed to leave the world completely in order to understand. God is inside everyone. No intermediaries are needed. Prayer elders would not have sent Leo a revelation. A common elderly person would have needed one, but I did not let him reach out to those who would have surrounded him with external rites. Mentally, Leo rushed to them, but not to me. He should not have done that. And during a sudden speculation, he realized how mistaken he had been. I let him live with that speculation, but he died without seeing me, and has still not seen me, for his trials have not yet ended. But on the other hand, having cleansed himself, he will occupy the upper floor. Let me call the energy levels floor. He will rise to that floor where all the people who have seen the Lord in their souls live. And then Leo will see me, and I will tell him that his mind now knows how to find me in everything. And he will put aside the doubts of a material being. While below, Leo prayed to me, wishing to become purer, and now he prays to me to forgive him his delusions. I will forgive him, for he has suddenly seen the light, but his mind has not yet learned to trust the soul. He calls out to me for the mind to be silent when the soul is receiving knowledge from me. And the answer to the question I posed above is given in the words of Monoston. It does not matter that there is no cross on his grave. I do not even look for it. The cross is a sign for the living that the person was a believer. And then the Lord spoke words that many should consider. I will not call the faith of many real faith, but hope that the Lord will pull one out of any trouble. It is a selfish attitude of many towards faith, but in general we should rejoice for Leo, because his soul will soon see the Heavenly Father. I loved him and I love him now, because I am mistaken too. The Lord spoke in such a surprisingly heartfelt way about Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who loved Russia very much, but like many others was not able to fully reveal the reasons for its tragic history. Therefore, speaking about Solzhenitsyn, the Lord speaks with pain about our motherland. Solzhenitsyn was not wise, but he looked for me everywhere. His conviction that I exist was known to me, but he did not pray, and I could not rush to him directly. His life was plunged into bitter abysses by evil, and there he sought my manifestations. I never caught him being economical with the truth, and I cannot say how I tried to help him. Yet his thoughts about Russia were not quite right. He loved it so much that he slightly distorted the essence of what was happening. Russia had no other path than the one that it had taken, for by the dictates of the upper world it had to go through history in its own way. Such bloody events were needed so that the people would direct their souls to osmos. It was a test of faith. Souls fell asleep in the bowels of Russia, and it was necessary to wake them up. The country probably could do nothing for the new faith except for bloody trials. And yet Russia did not begin to believe in the heavenly light. Its history did not become an act of faith, but only evil. Solzhenitsyn could not understand that. He failed to grasp the connection between the history of Russia and the providence of heaven. He only managed to grasp the causes and effects of historical events correctly, but did not see how osmos had affected them. The fact that he had changed some causes into effects is a common mistake of the historian. He still analyzed them with his mind, but not with his soul. I loved him and I love him now, as I also make some mistakes. Now, dwelling in the lunar abode, he has understood how the events in Russia should be interpreted. He is responsible for the few sins of his life and is striving for a new incarnation in Russia in order to rectify his reasoning. I would like to believe that all the peoples of Russia will be the first in the world to embark on the path of truth, which is that eternal life is the continuation and the result of earthly life. And let this book bring closer the time when we will finally understand that there is no other real power on earth than the power of the Lord, for it is not a shame and not painful to submit to it. This submission gives you, people, light but not torment. I rejoice in having power over human souls when you are submissive, but it is painful when you do not obey. I beg of you, do not torment me, for the tormented Lord is much weaker than the happy one. Here it is, the formula of human happiness. In order to be happy, first make the giver of life strong and happy, accept his fatherhood with sincerity and gratitude, for the Lord has no other joy than the love of his children who have realized their heavenly origin. How easy it is to understand this, and how difficult it is to execute. Lyubov received very curious texts about two Russian geniuses, Pushkin and Lermontov, whose fates were equally tragic, and the reasons for that were not so much earthly circumstances as the inability to find a solution for the internal spiritual contradictions in the fate of each poet. The Lord on Alexander Pushkin. My child, you will get no pleasure from the assassinated Pushkin. He is in heaven, not near me, but near some radiant creatures in a place which he perceives as his home. That is, he does not consider himself worthy to reach out to me, but is quite content with that home, which is in an energy layer less intensive than mine. During his lifetime on earth, Pushkin could feel the world of heaven as if it were dictating to him. Without knowing me directly, he was inspired by me through my low-frequency creatures. He knew that he was surrounded by certain emanations of light, which brought tears of shock to his eyes, but he was not old enough to communicate with me. He probably was frightened by this opportunity to communicate with me as with the Father who was always nearby. But I will describe him in such a way so that it shall become clear to you what Pushkin was like. His soul was inspired by me because the layer of the previous incarnation was not lost in it. That is, the soul preserved the spiritual experience so firmly that even when a child he had the knowledge of what was revealed only to wise elderly men. He was surprised himself at his ability to recognize some things. He could not get rid of the feeling that while discovering the earthly world, he simply remembered it and already had some spiritual experience. Pushkin had both a desire to live and a natural fatigue for life, transferred from the previous earthly incarnation which brought about a conflict in the soul. Pushkin received a gift in life which he embodied in the worthiest subtle verses, but his soul was not given the ability to understand that heaven had raised him to a new height with that gift. He did not manage to overcome the contradictions. If he could have combined the desire to live and found heaven in life on the path he had taken, which he was tired of and which led to me beyond the threshold of his life, he would have written unprecedented poems. But it did not happen. Therefore only a premonition of me remained, so only the earthly sun shone brightly in his poetry. It was a great experience which was not destined to lead to an unprecedented result. You would learn about the will of heaven which you represented and which you failed to fulfill for the reason that, without understanding it, you opposed your human will to it. Pushkin was overwhelmed by the feeling that his gift had been largely wasted on the wrong things. That was what had shortened his life by half. Yet in his verses you have the finest, most skillful example of understanding in your own soul, which has been manifested on the earth to be enriched with all kinds of earthly sensual impressions. Pushkin accomplished that mission, but he failed to rise to the heights of the spiritual inaccessible to others. That is, to reflect subtly and skillfully in poetry the opportunity to connect with me in life and at the same time be unwilling to lose that connection. Natural fatigue of life fused with an indomitable desire to live did not bring the desired results. Pushkin simply left what is called life into what he thought of as an exodus to an abode where he would find the opportunity to repose. Too strong a desire to live became unbearable for him, for fatigue sought to take him to heaven. Two opposite things turned out to be incompatible in one soul, and Pushkin found his home in peace, but not with me. The light now illuminates him is enough for his soul, but he does not write poetry anymore, for we delivered him from a gift that did not turn out to be so powerful as to achieve what we had intended it to. Do not attempt to talk to him. Pushkin is now a different creature that you know nothing about. He is calm and blessed, but that is not enough for you, is it not? His memory is lost and the future unknown. The fact that the light spilled over the face of the dying man is evidence of the peace he has gained. So be it. The Lord on Mikhail Lermontov. Lermontov was 27 years old, a sublime creature who hoped to establish the law of Monoston on earth through denial of evil. To do so, Lermontov made the demon powerful and beautiful and called that greatness of evil in the demon good. He was unaware that the soul did the same, by denigrating evil by calling it good. But evil was not petty and insignificant, but great and mighty, like me, for he called Satan a demon. That evil did everything that it had to do. Lermontov was deprived of his life. A non-evil man perished because evil entered him on the rays of good. Such are the tricks of Satan. I shall explain it to you this way. I gave Mikhail inspiration, but he used it to glorify evil. He directed the rays of the Lord to evil. That is what I want to say. People must not give their talents taken from me to the world of darkness, for they must not extinguish the rays of the soul. Think about it. What had been given by the Lord was passed to darkness, for whatever purpose that was done. The result was deplorable. Evil was grateful just to be mentioned, for pronouncing a name affirms the existence of something or someone. If evil is ever exalted, you will receive a generous reward for this. Madness, illness, death. Evil paid tribute to Mikhail with a vile coin, depriving him of his virility. It oppressed his great soul unbearably. He, Mikhail, who, longing for love and aspiring to the heavenly light, experienced the pangs of male impotence. I understand how hard it is to realize this for someone who is composed of passion. I gave a radiant soul to Mikhail, and he directed all its passion to the great words that he could hear in heaven. And on my earth, Mikhail turned them into the same reality as you, dear, have turned the New Testament, dictated by me, into a new Bible of mankind. His poems about the ability of love are great poems because they contain the science to feel tenderness and passion, but in his life, love was not the feeling to instill in someone's soul. He felt unloved and left a woman, being unable to be angry but in anguish. He was portrayed as a kind of demon in vain. He was an angel whose wings were broken. Depriving him of the vine of life filled with love, evil sent Lermontov to the edge of the abyss. For life deprived of responsive radiance seemed pitch darkness to Mikhail. A person has only one source of love and inspiration, the human soul. Left without mutual love, Mikhail could not resist evil, for the source of his passion was practically extinguished. Passion is unable to smolder. A candle was brought to a certain person who was told, "Here is a light for you, but do not let the candle burn too brightly so that it serves you longer." How can I make the candle burn with less fire? The man was perplexed. It is impossible. So was Lermontov's life. He could not smolder. From a certain point of view, it is a trifle, an inevitable consequence of the soul drawn to the light, but given over to darkness. Not for long and with a good purpose, but what a heavy burden crushed the soul, dragging it to its death. Martynov was a voiceless executor of Lermontov's silent will. Life without love is worth nothing. He did not feel any fear, for the love that awaited him beyond the threshold of life was more desirable to him than that which he could have experienced on earth. When you stood at his coffin many years ago, I noticed that I would not have a better daughter for people to discover the main thing about Lermontov. Few people could write better about human pain than he. He knew how to write about indifference, coldness, and the fear of death in such a way that it ignited human hearts. He was all passion, and his passion was obviously blessed, and all his torment was left in the past. I would like to give 2 examples of how unexpected a heavenly look at the work of famous artists can be. This is about Vrubel and Bosch. The Lord on Vrubel. Here is the icy breath of wise evil, wise evil, wise evil. Vrubel had to open his soul to me instead of making a demon wise. He gave his mind to the demon. The demon's mind is not mine, but it is full of evil, and Vrubel endowed him with his spirit. And he endowed him with beauty, not mine, but human warm beauty, so that he could arouse sympathy in people. The demonic beginning may seem majestic, like me, but despite having a most handsome face, his pith was terrible. Vrubel received gifts in gratitude from the wise evil, a sick son, his death, as well as madness. Mikhail Vrubel struck a terrible blow at Zodiac. Thus, the skill of an artist can be an enemy of the universe. His work in the church is skillful, but has an unholy beginning. Names such as Vrubel carry evil German wisdom. The faces of the saints never die, but the faces painted atop by Vrubel destroyed the sanctity of the church walls. The Lord on Bosch. Dear daughter, I cannot pierce Bosch with my ray for you now. I know him. He turned my rays into gold. He should not fly to the moon. He is with me. I fail to find the words to describe him to you. Hieronymus Bosch is a wise artist for me. He gilded my rays. I would like to say that his paintings are my thoughts. It was me who gave him those images. He is with me, for even now he can turn my thoughts into pictures with his mind. I am the only one who sees these pictures now. He is near my bosom, and I will not give him back to earth any more. A certain pattern arises from all of the above mentioned. Everyone who praises demonic forces in their work will certainly fall under their influence, and the demon feeding on the energy of their souls turns their earthly lives into victims. So it happened with Lermontov, Rubel, Bulgakov, and others. And here is what the Lord said about Dante, who picturesquely depicted hell in his Divine Comedy. I do not want to talk about Dante at all. He distorted the torments of sinners and the bliss of the righteous, which cannot be so. I cannot tell you about eternity. You will be horrified, because it is not so blessed here at all. But I do not love any of my children more than those whom I need. My tears are flowing, and you are wiping them away from me. My beloved children will become light, and others will become icy darkness. I mean Cocytus, which is the only true feeling of Dante, but not only sinners, but also those tormented by doubts, who have not known the light, will die in darkness. During 10 years of communicating with the Lord, Lyubov was interested in a heavenly opinion of the fate of many people who had left this world, as well as some of the events in cultural life. I will give Monoston's opinion about Vladimir Vysotsky, Andrei Tarkovsky, and the performance of the Lencom Theatre Juno and Avos, which was a sensation of its time. The Lord on Vladimir Vysotsky. He was an extraterrestrial creature, designed to perform a special task on Earth. His mind was active in some other way. He was tuned to analyze the evil energy of the world. It does not mean that Vysotsky was gloomy. He knew both happiness and creative triumphs, which is why he felt evil more acutely. Vysotsky could not understand how to make the people of Earth feel the dictates of the world brain. He felt them, and they came down to igniting a primordial light in oneself to the uttermost. But people did not know how to do that, and he did not try to learn. He lived like a candle. As long as you give light, you are needed. As soon as the fire diminishes, you need to leave, giving place to another candle. But evil extinguished him ahead of time, and no one had been able to replace him so far. Vysotsky wrote his poems, which were curing despondency. They were funny, lyrical, and tragic, but they were all manifestations of the creativity of the soul, not the mind. His soul turned vibrant feelings into words, and Vysotsky's poems were something reminiscent of a prayer, which were frequencies necessary for any soul. So that was why people loved his poems so much. He did not need acting skills, which were just another opportunity for the soul to carry earthly sensations to the worlds of another being. He saw some eternal signs. They were earthly things in which he sensed a transcendental meaning. Marina was that earthly love for him, the reflection of which he took with him. An earthly woman showed him the true love of heaven. Vysotsky accepted her love as mine with gratitude. Some things in human life were killing him, envy and abomination. His dislike for some people was explained by the fact that he could see right through them. His mind could do it, but he also knew how to do something else. The real values were always with him, and he measured those around him with them. I could give the earthly creative gift to this creation of the world brain in order for this gift to balance the icy analysis of the mind. But this great experiment resulted in Vysotsky's short life. He understood that creativity was the only salvation from evil on earth. He left because such an understanding was the necessary result of the experiment. But there was also something else. Such experiments had taken place before, but each time it turned out that evil was defeated by the gift of creativity. But in the case of Vysotsky, evil turned out to be stronger. He made it clear to heaven that evil had become so strong on earth that there would be no other such experiments until the darkness began to dissipate. Vysotsky's brain emitted impulses necessary for the world brain. They reflected the degree of evil on earth. His soul is now in the lunar abodes. Having atoned for the sins of earthly life, he will become a sublime soul, for he is endowed with the gift of immeasurable and devoted love. He will be spared a new incarnation and remain in my bosom. I have no other desire for this soul, possessing an extraterrestrial mind, than to have it connect with me, with the world brain, with otherworldly bonds, that is, bonds of a special nature. There will be a stream of eternal earthly love coming from me to the world brain, which only the human soul can carry upward. Now I am directing only the rays of energy interaction upwards, towards my Creator. but I can convey love to my Father and Creator only through human souls. The Lord on Andrei Tarkovsky. Andrei is pure. Heaven has become his abode, and he does not want to incarnate. His soul of a leader has no conformability on earth that could become radiant supports for him. He gave his radiant mind to me, which enabled him to make the films about me. I can call his faith intuitive. He knew me intuitively, but he also knew how to embody me on the screen in artistic images. He knew that faith must be inside, like particles of blood. You do not know them, but without them you will perish. Faith should be the essence, not an appendage to the soul. Andrei does not really need my rays, for he was radiant himself, having managed to kindle the initial impulse of his soul to a flame that warmed and burned him. He could not stay long in people's world, because they failed to become brushwood that was thrown into the fire. The Lord on the play Juno and Avos. It really frightened me, for I have never felt anything real about it. It is a fake existence of misinterpreted images and events, a fake which did not glorify love, but something terrible, a brief sexual attraction to an innocent girl, of a dandy and prisoner of evil. Obviously, Ryazanov was not a radiant person. He simply knew how to mesmerize an innocent girl, deprive her of her innocence, and soon forgot the same way he used to forget many random girls. I could not let him return to Russia because he doomed an innocent creature to a fruitless life, so I removed energy protection from Ryazanov. He died on his way to Russia because he willingly responded to evil, and it thanked him in its own way. Ryazanov was killed by a disease of the brain. He thought that all his insides were swollen, but they were hallucinations of a sick brain. The innocent creature died a long time later, but it would have been better if sudden death had struck her down instead of being tormented by fruitless expectations. Voznesensky guided his thoughts in the wrong direction and made this story murky, and those awful distortions turned into false sources of shock for people. Voznesensky did not know the truth, but what he did should not have been done, for he took a true personality and gave it features that were not inherent in it. Voznesensky will suffer great torment for this, and the play actors have also incurred sin because of his inept handling of history. None of them understands what Karachensov paid for. But the reason was the lie, which he had enacted at the will of others. So an involuntary sin led to inevitable punishment. Karachensov was a nice man, but turned out to be not so wise. He took upon himself the sin of lying and paid the ultimate price, his life. There was no need to pray for him. He would go to the lunar abodes, and there he would understand everything earlier, and would be cleansed of his involuntary sin faster, and would be reincarnated on Earth again. Unfortunately, people do not have an understanding of what and why such things actually happen to them. They misinterpret everything. All of them will have to pay for Juno and Avos, for all the distortions of the truth. Play actors, unfortunately, can mistake a fake for happiness. I plunge into despair when I hear how enthusiastically they talk about their sin. Yes, heaven does not forgive a false interpretation of true events. This probably leads to a great energy imbalance between light and dark forces, between good and evil. Trying to restore the balance, the people who created it, in this case the authors, directors and performers, suffer involuntarily. While these lines were written, the actor Karachensov, who was detained on earth by someone's prayers, departed to the Lord. The conclusion is obvious. People must see and feel with their souls the signs that heaven constantly sends us, and be able to respond to them correctly and in time. After all, the heavenly forces always warn and protect us from danger or wrong actions. We also need to learn to give a correct spiritual assessment to any event. In this regard, I will allow myself a historical digression. In 2000, the Kursk submarine sank. 118 people died within a few days. The tragedy occurred on August the 12th, on the eve of the opening of the Bishops' Council of the Russian Orthodox Church, where a decision to canonize the royal family was made. Is there a spiritual connection between these events? Let each reader find the answer to this question on their own. But the chain of events, which were hardly random, did not end with that. On August the 27th, during the period of mourning for the dead crew, the Ostankino TV tower suddenly caught fire for no obvious reason, and within 2 days the fire destroyed everything inside. How should this event be understood from a spiritual point of view? There is only one way to understand it. The most important evil for Russia lies in inciting an atmosphere of fear and hatred in the country by the mass media, and especially by television. The informational dumbing down of the population by a continuous show of violence, dirt, vulgarity and other abominations reached an exorbitant level at that time. Who needs this? Is it our Creator and Father or Satan, the wise evil which is equal in strength to him? Who do we, humans, make stronger in the never-ending battle between good and evil? The answer is obvious. I'm writing these lines when the coronavirus pandemic is raging around the world. There has been a global collapse of the economy. Lockdowns are being introduced everywhere. Medicine is working at the limit of its capabilities. Tension in the world is increasing. People want to know where this virus came from, who is to blame. Various conspiracy theories are being exaggerated by numerous experts. All attention is focused on the production of vaccines and the vaccination of the population. However, no one is trying to find the answers to the most important questions. Why did this pestilence arise, and what conclusions should each of us draw from the tragedy that has befallen mankind? In the midst of a pandemic, Lyubov recorded text where the Father, who loves us wholeheartedly, once again admonishes his children who imagine themselves to be gods, explaining the essence of what is happening. You need to know that the new virus appeared in the world thanks to you. The condensing field of Earth, essentially caused by human impact on the planet, aroused that which was dormant in the conditions of more or less high-frequency radiation of Earth. The increased low vibrations are what help the virus to stay in a particularly favorable environment. You can resist it only by evoking the predominance of high frequencies within yourself. And only those people who use the highest measures in determining their task in the universe are capable of this. Those who have been saved by medicine without understanding the essence of what is happening are just temporary inhabitants of Earth. But those who are aware of their responsibilities to the universe will never disappear from it, for the vine of eternal life is given only to its necessary links. Therefore, take what happened as a chance to transform your soul, to saturate it with profound knowledge. It is worth the effort. You will come closer to understanding what is going on by determining heaven as the source of life. Any danger that threatens humanity is by no means an accidental phenomenon, but an attempt by heaven to appeal to reason, which has completely enslaved the soul today. Overcoming fear and doubt in yourselves, trust in what is above your current understanding. Be aware, understanding is the fruit from the tree of knowledge that you must eat. Otherwise, why would the tree, or in other words, the truth, the higher order of things affirmed at every current moment and capable of being realized, appear? But understanding is by no means a rational process, but a field of interaction between the soul and the mind. Listen to your soul and accept what it is trying to tell you. Only in this case will you find the strength to courageously accept what is happening and go through the path of transformation, leading to the salvation of both yourselves and the world. How much one should love one's children in order to find such amazing words for them in these days of severe trials. Accidentally, was it an accident, I read the words of the Lord recorded by Lyubov back in 2014 again while going through some old records. There are some periods in the life of the universe when a certain imbalance between light and darkness suddenly begins somewhere. Now is such a period on Earth where dark forces prevail. Only I am sorry that your civilization will be destroyed like all the previous ones which have always been ruined by the will of the Supreme Creator. I urge you to illuminate your souls instead of opening them to darkness precisely because I do not want your total death. The low vibrations that have now prevailed in Osmos are holding all the forces of light, which are trying to prevent a catastrophe to the limit of their possibilities. But if you do not find the spiritual forces for transformation in yourself, then you are doomed, and gradually the rays of light will enter Earth's Osmos and begin the destruction of your civilization, as it has happened before. Satisfy the earth with prayers for its salvation, for there is no longer patience in heaven to see what people have created. Epidemics, famine, and wars will begin, and evil thoughts will destroy a large number of people. If some kind of disaster befalls many people, it means that it is necessary for all of you. Some need it as a trial for the spirit, others as a punishment for silent indifference to something, and others as a way to leave earthly life because they are no longer needed here. I'm afraid to make a mistake, but I think that, unfortunately, there are very few of those who need a trial for the spirit, because first they just need to have one. Most people belong to those who are indifferent, who silently watch as human civilization approaches the edge of the abyss, having adopted false values, unbridled material consumption, inciting conflicts and moral licentiousness, instead of true ones. And in the end, we will face severe punishment at best or complete disappearance at worst. Realizing this, we must find ways to make a bloodless transition to new models of social and economic relations that provide a modest but decent life for everyone, sparing our planet from excessive load and environmental degradation. But this can only be done by accepting the truth. Life on Earth is created and supported by the single intelligent source of the universe. where humans were created for the world, and not vice versa. Otherwise, the planet Earth, as an intelligent creature, will have no need for humanity in its current state. Will we be able to understand this in time? If we do not, we will be among the third ones. The fair universe has no other choice. So I have to end this chapter in a somewhat unexpected way, which was devoted to something completely different. Although I do not see anything strange about this, because all the topics, events, and facts that have been discussed lead us to a common, fundamental, and unshakable postulate. Every person, and humanity in general, must live according to the laws and rules established by the authors of the universe and the planet Earth, instead of inventing their own ones. We will be saved by love and unity, insisted Sergius of Radonezh. Let us save ourselves. Science makes such an extra effort solely because it considers itself capable of penetrating the secrets of creation without faith in the mighty heavenly mind. Science will never behold the universe because the truth is available not to the mind but to the soul, and even then only to a certain extent. Chapter 19. Mysterious Phenomena. For many centuries, humanity has not been able to find an explanation for some phenomena and facts, coming up with dozens and hundreds of different, sometimes very bizarre hypotheses. I am pleased to represent the texts of the creator of our planet, which reveal the essence of some mysterious phenomena and miracles that are of the greatest interest to the readers. And let us start by unraveling the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle. The Lord about the Bermuda Triangle. There are certain zones on the Earth where the rays of the planet are directed to me. These zones are shaped as triangles, and all or almost all objects disappear in them. There are 8 such triangles. Each one is located opposite each other on the other side of the planet. Some are known to you, others are not, but there are 8 of them. It is not villainy, but the need for me to know everything about Earth that gives direction to its rays. Objects do not disappear, that is, they do not perish, but simply multiply their dimensions. People do not understand where the ships and airplanes go, but I will explain. They are experiencing sudden miraculous transformations. They become light, though I do not know how it happens, but they lose their weight. Apparently the force of gravity ceases to affect them in these zones. People suddenly feel my command to ascend to me and disappear from the 3-dimensional world. For they acquire additional music, so to say, energy shells. They become non-material, for their bodies turn into energy and fly upward. But human consciousness remains in them. These people cease to exist for earthly life, but are born for life in Osmos. And when their lives end there, not as on Earth though, where people live for 70 to 80 years, but longer, then people disincarnate completely, like those who had died on Earth, and then some souls go to the lunar abodes, while others to my bosom, depending on their sins and merits. Why do I need such people? They were lazy on Earth and did not think about me, but here they surprisingly acknowledge me and mentally talk about earthly life. It is easier for me to receive information about Earth in such a way than to direct rays to people without receiving any response. Who seriously thinks about me? Nobody, with a few exceptions. All thoughts are directed to Christ, Gautama, and Allah, and almost no one thinks about Monoston. People who have disappeared from the 3-dimensional world give me information about the planet. They disappear not only in the triangles, I can take them from any place, but for this it is necessary to wait for a suitable moment, for Earth sometimes begins to emit its rays not in constant impulses, as in the triangles, but in discrete ones. These people become extraterrestrial, and I simply remove ships and planes from my rays. That is, they disintegrate into atoms and cease to exist in the 3-dimensional world. People explain these riddles by some kind of magnetic anomalies, and they are partly right, but the purpose is not clear to them. And I tell you, if you build a bridge with me, people would stop disappearing, for I would receive information about Earth from everyone. I choose on Earth, and people would not disappear. People are lazy, that is why I have to resort to ray exposure. I sometimes make people prisoners of my rays, for not having information about Earth I could not do what is necessary for it. How do I take people from Earth? My sudden rays in these places combine with the rays of Earth, and people suddenly acquire ridiculous, that is, unusual for them sensations, as if their souls are flying up. But they are their modified bodies. Only they have become invisible to others. These amazing transformations often happen to people, and you cannot understand where they disappear to. We find a completely unexpected explanation in the text about the Egyptian pyramids by the Lord, which goes beyond the existing ideas. A pyramid is a structure built not by the Egyptians but by other creatures that preceded them. The Egyptians used it for their needs. They dug tunnels under the pyramids and put their pharaohs there so that the soul of the pharaoh would hold the bridge to go up to heaven. It would have wandered without the pyramid. So the Egyptians thought. It was a delusion. The most ancient Egyptian civilization was of unearthly origin, and therefore its representatives possessed superhuman abilities which allowed them to create some monumental constructions which have a sublime meaning. Pyramids were built in order to destroy evil on earth. They extinguished waves of dark energy with their shape and prevented them from going to heaven. The square at the base is a trap, and the top point is the corner that prevents the wave from going to heaven. The corners of the square suppresses the wave that thrashes about inside of them. If there were a circle at the base, then the wave would only swell from rotation. This law was known not only to the Egyptians. It was very important knowledge for other civilizations that inhabited the earth. Therefore, pyramids were also built in other parts of the world, later than the Egyptian ones. They were erected at an equal distance from each other because such a network made it possible to limit the impact of low vibrations on human beings. Those embodied unearthly creatures who built the pyramids had an unusual ability to capture the radiation of Earth. They erected pyramids in places where the most destructive frequencies emanated from, and such places were evenly located on the planet. Some pyramids are at the bottom of the oceans today because due to tectonic shifts, some parts of the land sank into the water. Over time, civilizations began to flourish in the places where such traps existed. But it was followed by a collapse. The opposite process was a sad inevitability for those who gradually lost wave knowledge, replacing heavenly vibrations in themselves with the needs of flesh. The most ancient pyramids had a stepped surface symbolizing the multi-layered nature of the eternal energy of the Supreme Source. Very detailed explanations, far beyond the limits of the phenomenon itself, are given by the Lord to the phenomenon of Stonehenge in England. Stonehenge is my image. The people of the previous civilization depicted me in stone, for stone is the best conductor of people's prayers to heaven. The stones were placed vertically, and some slabs were placed on top of them, connecting the separate stones in a circle. There were also wooden pillars in the form of a small circle, but they rotted. Those wooden pillars symbolized life hedged about with care from heaven. Stone blocks for the construction of Stonehenge were transported from distant places, both by land and by water. When transported by rivers, rafts were brought under stones, and wooden skid runners were used for their transportation by land. Different forces were used for moving them. The people of that civilization were able to lift weights through mental efforts. They only directed the stones to the necessary place. Their psycho-mental or psychic energy would truly surprise their contemporary descendants who have lost this property. What kind of civilization was that? They were ancestors of the Celts, and they lived 4,000 to 6,000 years ago. They were endowed with a powerful brain. Their mind could do amazing things, and they worked miracles. Stonehenge is an amazing place. The pre-Celts had my image in mind and depicted it as a circle within a circle. I consist of many energy layers which surround the impulse of love, and the pre-Celts arranged certain places where they greeted me and prayed during solstice. Those smart people, however, were removed from the earth because their civilization did not fulfill its purpose, to establish a bridge with the Lord for everyone. Only the Druids achieved that among the pre-Celts, while the rest were docile and lazy. The ability to control psychic energy disappeared along with the pre-Celts, for souls were replaced in their descendants, and it would have been dangerous to give such a skill to those unknown creatures. All previous civilizations had the ability to move stones, but heaven, that is, the world, brain, and I, deprived the eighth, current civilization of people of this ability, for we thought that having become helpless, people would turn to heaven for help. But that was a mistake. People considered themselves gods on earth even without that amazing skill. There was only one person who had recently lived and possessed such a superhuman skill: Nikola Tesla. He had the ability to work miracles with psychic energy. His inventions were noticed early, but it was impossible to have people see his unusual abilities, because at the time, the evil forces of Earth, people who accommodated evil on Earth, would begin to demand evil things from him. Tesla died an old man who did not reveal his secret to people, and he was wise to have done so. A real civilization is characterized by several features. By the mind that people have, Zodiac is in charge of this. By mercy to the wicked, by kindness. But it is not in the current meaning of the word when villains are forgiven for their sins. Mercy is just retribution on earth, for thereby the posthumous fate of the human soul is facilitated. By radiant people, which should have been numerous, they have a connection with me. By thinking about an improvement of life, everyone should think about this, not just the rulers. By essential harmoniousness of people's musical vibrations, in this case peace reigns in the state. If this condition is not met, then the ability of evil to penetrate the lives of people is greatly enhanced. By everyone's confidence in the future. By the fact that children are as happy as adults. The 7 signs of real civilization are not always realized in life. When more than half of these signs are lost, civilization begins to disintegrate. That is, it moves towards its destruction. And we do not try to save it. On the contrary, the change from one civilization to another leads to progress, at least in a sense. How is the transition from one civilization to another realized? It is realized in different ways. Sometimes people, or some certain intelligent creatures, are destroyed and other beings replace them. Sometimes people are simply deprived of certain properties they initially had, and their children no longer possess them. The souls of the people of a perished civilization no longer return to Earth. My angels have already inserted some different souls into the children born on this planet, either new or replaced by completely different ones. Stonehenge was remarkable in a sense that its stones spoke to heaven about people. Those stones where the ceremonies took place were my donors. Those skillfully made stones were amazing. People did not write on them, but they told them about themselves and their needs, and they received replies only through druids, to whom I was revealed through the osmic forces of good. But it was the wrong thing to do, for the druids often took bribes for their efforts. People consider Stonehenge was constructed in the 2nd millennium BC. It is not true. This construction was installed much earlier. The stones were brought from places where a bridge between heaven and earth was established. The bridge was not established by people, but by earth itself, thanks to the stones located on it. The stones were unusual. It was possible to preserve my rays by the way they were made. I find it hard to explain this. A stone is a child of the depths, but it has the ability to preserve particles of heavenly energy in its atomic layers. These particles contain information about the world, brain, and about me. Pre-Celts could feel those energy rays of heaven and therefore created Stonehenge. The stones began to work to suggest to people the thoughts about the need of keeping a bond with their creators, because both heaven and the stone, that is, earth, gave birth to people. But the pre-Celts plunged into the sin of not thinking about heaven, that is, laziness. The Druids provided them with the necessary contact, but it failed to save civilization and destroyed it. There should be only a personal bond with heaven. There should be no intermediaries. These stones, which are found not only in Stonehenge but also in other places, contain information about the disappeared human civilization. But people do not know how to get this information. I will not reveal this to contemporary people, but to those who will follow, who will be deprived of flesh and the sins connected with it. In the meantime, be content only with the knowledge that I have given you through my beloved daughter Lyubov. Alas, seldom is it possible to find such places on Earth where more than half of the 7 listed signs of a real civilization are present. It is surprising, but the previously mentioned mysterious round building in the village of Golovchina is arranged the same way as Stonehenge. It is a circle within a circle. Apparently, pre-Celts and Freemasons had similar ideas about the face of the Lord. In October 2020, the Nobel Committee awarded the prize in physics to 3 scientists for their study of black holes in the universe. Without belittling their contribution to the study of this astronomical phenomenon, I still prefer to trust the knowledge transmitted by the primary source of all things, where black holes in the universe play the role of utilizers of obsolete energy and generators of anti-energy. Here are some excerpts. What you call black holes represent areas of the universe speculatively familiar to funnels. Where energies are absorbed, that is to say, they are transformed into anti-energy. Let us imagine the universe as a kind of space filled with changing flows of energies of different types. Such funnels allow us to keep the universe in a certain controlled integrity. If there are areas where creation, emergence, generation of new energy flows take place, then the areas opposite in sign should also exist. It is necessary to imagine the universe as an organized and controlled space, and everything is being transformed in it in accordance with the need to keep the grandiose energy system in an equilibrium state. You must understand that the world of anti-energy is an absolute integral part of being. Only a certain opposition of the two principles gives the universe an opportunity to be a living energy system. The combination of high and low frequencies within the universe allows it to create life in all its innumerable forms. The world brain creates forms of existence of energies, knowing that the analogues with opposite properties immediately appear in the anti-world, and it uses these analogues to rectify creation, thereby prolonging its existence. Because something new and more perfect can be affirmed in the place of an object removed into the anti-world. Black holes, which you have a vague idea about, are such funnels, where the objects which somehow did not satisfy the world brain disappear. They are numerous. Some minds controlling the process of creation in the universe control the transition of energy into anti-energy. Both are the creations of the world brain. It seems to me that the information about black holes received from the demiurge of Earth will be sufficient for the assignment of some more Nobel Prizes in the future. Further, the Lord gives us a brief idea about the near and far cosmos, and especially about the Sun, what kind of source of energy it actually is. However, read about this amazing secret yourselves. Both the stars and the planets represent materialized energy. It may seem amazing to you, but the Moon and the Sun, each of them, is only one hypostasis of the Supreme Mind's plan. The Moon was given to Earth as a model of an abode for souls, but people seeing the Moon do not understand that it is a sublime abode for souls which are being cleansed from the sins they had committed on Earth. I shall explain it in a different way. The Moon is the embodied plan of the world brain. The abode of souls which are being cleansed from their lifetime sins is located not far from the Moon. On its reverse side there are spirits protecting my planet from evil, which is trying to destroy Earth. The Sun is an attempt by the world brain to create conditions for the emergence of the organic life, which was realized on Earth. The Sun, with its planetary system and some other solid bodies revolving in their orbits and later becoming satellites of some planets, became the source of diverse life in this part of the universe. There are myriads of galaxies there. Only none of them has a planet like Earth with its organic life, for such conditions are a unique experiment. There are only invisible worlds on other planets of the solar system, for which the physical conditions of their planets are not important. In other star systems there are embodied creations of their gods, but yet there are no earthly conditions for the creation of people who are able to make their own decisions. Earth is an amazing abode, and you must understand that there are no other planets for you where you could survive. But I will tell you about the Sun. It is a great formation, for what you know about is only partly true. Probably scientists do not understand how and why such long processes take place on the Sun, and what the source of its energy is. The matter is not in the reserves of hydrogen, but in the fact that water in its wave formation is squeezed from all sides by forces directed towards the center. Hydrogen that you see turning into helium is only the visible part of the spectrum, but you cannot recognize the rest with your instruments. You operate only with the scientific knowledge that is available to you at a certain period in history, but the truth has not been discovered by you. What the Sun represents is one of the formations of water, and the power of its radiation can be maintained for millions of years. The Sun will fade away when its function is accomplished, but not when, in your opinion, all matter has burned out. So other stars fade away. Their lives are conditioned by need, not by chance. No one else can organize everything in the universe the same way as the world brain. No formation is for nothing. Its trajectory is determined from above. Its mass is determined from above. Its period of existence, in both embodied and unmanifested form, is determined from above. What seems chaotic to you is by no means so. Maybe gradually the scientists of Earth should at some point realize that any phenomenon is the embodiment of a certain plan and think about whose plan it is. Few are capable of ingenuity so far. Relying only on empirical experience, one has an approximate understanding of the nature of things. Not only the physical world provides answers to questions, but also an appeal to the powers of heaven. If scientists had been sure of the existence of the intelligent beginning of the universe, they would have come close to the true answers long ago, as was the case with ancient civilizations, which had revealed knowledge, presently unknown to people. Since scientists believe only in instruments, it is impossible to find out how the universe actually works. How many wasted attempts and incorrect experiments would they leave as a manifestation of foolishness? How many extra efforts does science make solely because it considers itself capable of penetrating the secrets of creation without faith in the mighty heavenly mind? Regarding the sun, what I have said is enough. It will take scientists quite some time to realize this, but should I listen to their illiterate assessments? The demiurge of Earth reveals one more secret, the secret of the core of our planet, the inexhaustible source of heat. The core of the planet must be an inexhaustible source of heavenly fire. I placed water in a wave formation unknown to you inside the Earth. You know that the disintegration of water, which you achieve spending huge energy amounts, releases immense volumes of energy, but this energy is insignificant in comparison with what the other formation of water, the wave, represents. The wave formation is 1,000,000 times more powerful. If determined roughly, the wave formation of water is not a substance but fire. It needs nothing for burning. It is a source in itself. It is a spontaneous thermonuclear reaction when light nuclei fuse into huge clots, releasing energy of phenomenal power. The influence of temperature and the core's compression by a thick iron shell force these clots to disintegrate again, for the oxygen and hydrogen inside them stay unchanged. Therefore, the processes of fusion and disintegration is endless. Wave formations of water are not used on Earth by my will. It exists only in the center of the planet. Water in this state has capabilities unknown to you. It defies comprehension. A hydrogen bomb destroys every living thing. But if water in its wave energy form is placed inside the bomb, not only Earth but many other things around it will disappear. Monoston gave us brief information about the origin of water on Earth. You ask me how water in its liquid form, known to you, appeared on the Earth. It is a musical frequency, a formation composed of oxygen and hydrogen. Certain conditions force these substances to combine. Water is a wise compound. It fills the world's space, and it came to Earth as part of other compounds attracted by the force of gravity of the forming planet. I have neither time nor the power to keep a diary, but I remember that liquid water appeared in the very early stages of Earth's formation, when the latter was not completely ready. I could no longer see fire, and there was no solid matter either, but there was a liquid cooling substance. It would appear in the required amount much later, though. The Lord also mentioned the amazing properties of gold used by people for other than heavenly purposes. Gold is intelligence, unknown to you. It is capable of doing a number of things that you are not aware of. Gold is an element which is able to become clever music, and this music or frequency comes into resonance with the music or frequency of the world brain. I hope that the ideas that will cross your mind upon learning about this will not be evil. You can talk with heaven through gold. For this, you need to do the following. Talk to gold about your needs, and then I will know about them. Give me your love through gold. But unfortunately, you made gold an evil thing and not a good thing. People have been arguing about the miracle of the descent of the blessed fire in the Jerusalem temple for many years, but only the Creator, who wrote with the hand of Lyubov, could reveal its secret. The Holy Spirit is the love for my best son Jesus. The Holy Spirit is some matter, if energy is considered as another hypostasis of matter. The energy of sublime love is capable of materializing, and I give this unique opportunity for people to see that love is a miracle, that it is a force capable of bringing matter to life. The holy fire of Jerusalem is just one of the manifestations of my love for people. They come together and wait. The energy of their expectation and my love for them who love my son, being united, create this fire every year. How can such a miracle happen? The materialists will say that fire is a product of combustion, but I will reply, fire is the ability of matter to turn into energy under special conditions. The energy contained in matter always strives to scatter into elementary particles, just as free energies always strive to materialize. When the desire of matter to become energy is realized, it becomes a visible something. For free energy is such a high-frequency radiation that the human eye does not see it, and the radiation of matter have low frequencies. When special conditions are created, low vibrations pass into high ones, and at the border of the transition from low to high, that is, in some intermediate state, a visible fire appears. The same thing happens in the case of the holy fire in Jerusalem. But nevertheless, crude matter does not participate in this phenomenon. There, the low human vibrations of expectation are combined with my high-frequency radiation, and fire appears on the border at the place of their connection. The high-frequency radiation of heaven rushes to people, while the human radiation ascends to me. This fire does not hurt because there is no product of combustion. The holy fire is directed at the sublime to give people a sign that the Lord sees their loving hearts, full of hope, and manifests himself in the way that he can. Visible fire is our union, and it gives people the light for hope. It becomes clear from the words of the Lord that the mystery of the myrrh streaming of icons has only a metaphysical explanation. It happens by the will of heaven. I cannot do it myself. It is how heaven calls people to pray. The effect of myrrh streaming depends on heaven, not on me. The world brain exudes oil from its own brain, not from a board. Moluman means the molecules of the heavenly mind, small particles of the world brain which have found embodiment on earth. What you call myrrh, which appears on the faces of saints, is Moluman. I feel a sudden joy when Moluman appears on holy faces because it means the following. Zodiac incarnates on earth, although in a small molecular number. This way the world brain gives a sign to people. There is something which is more exalted than their mind. Only one conclusion can be drawn from everything that has been said above. In the world, any mystery has its solution, but there are many false hypotheses, the authors of which stubbornly do not take into account the existence of the Creator. For example, the secret of the inaccessibility of Mount Kailash in the Himalayas. Its, Mount Kailash's, sacredness is explained by the fact that the rays of the earth have created here a kind of prison for the low vibrations sealed in stone. It symbolizes the fact that destructive vibrations can be curbed. You should not try to penetrate into the depths of the mountain or climb its slopes. An energy field that exhausts a human body and inspires panic can kill a person. I suppose that such an explanation will disappoint some people, but there is no other one. Pure knowledge is nothing unless it grows through the tender and extraordinarily subtle flesh of the soul. Chapter 20. Wise Knowledge. During the years of communication with the Lord, Lyubov has recorded numerous texts on purely earthly topics that are not related to the world order. Since they have not been published anywhere, I will share some of them with great pleasure. I shall start with very illuminative thoughts of the Heavenly Father about power and culture. The government needs to look after people, not only as material beings, but above all as spiritual ones. What should the task of the state be? To give people a sense of peace in their souls, but in order to achieve this, their needs should be provided with spiritual guidance. Solving material problems is, of course, important, but culture should also be ennobled to meet its lofty tasks. There is nothing more important in the world than to saturate the soul with light. Therefore, what is offered to people as spiritual food should be selected in a subtler way. Filth and vulgarity in art should be excluded. Therefore, people with an opportunity to offer cultural values to others should be radiant, which is rather challenging since business and culture are practically incompatible things. Artists must take responsibility for what they create, because their creativity finds a new life in a different projection of existence. Children need to be raised as radiant creatures, being provided with all the opportunities to develop their abilities endowed by me. Art for children should bring them the joy of acknowledging this world without blocking their memories of the world from which they have descended. The government must do every possible thing to ensure that the children belong to me and are not drawn into the net of Satan. Much in this life makes them deaf and blind to the heavenly light. Children should be the hope of the Russian people, but parents should also be given the opportunity to love them instead of attempting to overcome the snares of need. The government should come up with a variety of choices to encourage the unity of children and parents. I would like to say the following to the members of the artistic community. Do not extinguish the ray of hope in yourselves. Do not create works where darkness would reign. Your works must be directed towards the light. The main purpose of art is not to entertain or surprise, but to open up the source of creativity in human souls. If a piece of art fails to do so, it is not art at all, but a handcrafted fake. A piece of art must suggest a feeling of presence of heaven in human life. The soul cannot ignore this impulse, for its unspent opportunities begin to emerge. Seek the Lord in life and find him as Rublev, Dionysius, Bach and Mozart did, Be able to feel the constant presence of God in everything, and your piece of art will excite the souls for centuries to come. I will add one more thing. A mother has no worthier task than to raise a child who would serve heaven at all costs, alongside embracing love with her soul. Therefore, caring for Russian mothers for their sublime spiritual work should be one of the priorities of state policy. A mother should be revered, not oppressed by need and self-awareness of her uselessness for the country. For such is the image of a Russian mother today, incessant anxiety in the soul and tears of despair. Children should not see those tears because the rays in their souls begin to wither. My darlings, do not allow mothers to suffer, for I am terrified at their despair. They should give love and joy to children instead of displacing anger and vilifying them. A country where mothers and children do not suffer is indeed a sublime country. And it should also be mentioned that the light emanating from human souls will gradually dispel the darkness over Russia, which will affect human creativity. Fewer and fewer artistic works of darkness and hopelessness will appear. This is how everything is interdependent in the rays of earth. There is nothing that would exist on its own. Therefore, believe in the light, and it will pour into your souls. The Lord expressed his idea about how to raise children in his short message to mothers. Dear mothers, trust me with the fate of your children, and do not worry about anything. Everything and anything will happen according to my word and according to my will. The light in the souls of your children will determine their path and fate. Do not be frightened if their fate does not meet your expectations, for their path will lead to my light. Be aware of this, while all the rest will have nothing to do with you. Having entrusted the child to heaven, you will have no fear, for heaven shall determine their fate. Your restless vibrations can harm them if you try to make their path lighter. They must definitely go through their torments, for without torment there is no rejoicing. Do not remove sharp stones from their path, for they are their stones. Let the healing wounds make them stronger. For the posthumous fate of every soul is to be a warrior either of light or of darkness. Therefore do everything possible to make the child love the light. Guide their attention to more light, but freeing them from torment will lead to contradicting the law of the universe. Only trials forge a radiant spirit. At different times, the hand of Lyubov recorded the Lord's thoughts about health, illness, and healing people. I would like to share some of them with the reader. Human health is a measure of the kindness of heaven towards people. If someone is sick, it means that low vibrations have prevailed, and heaven is trying to minimize them if one's nature is pure. The most skillful healer cannot cure anyone who addresses one's anger at the Lord. Miracle working happens to those who know how to lead their soul to do-gooding. It is the way the universe works. Only those who know about the mechanism of healing as a means of help from heaven can be cured. Doctors can temporarily stop the destruction of a human body by artificial means. But is biological existence a positive result of medical healing skills? No, it is not. Human life is in the hands of the Lord, and he alone decides who should live on earth and how long they should live. If the Lord deems one's life to be worthless, but doctors prolong it, he shall give no support to such people. They will live as long as the doctor's treatment works, but they cease to be visible in my rays. Their life without heavenly help is compared to life inside a cocoon. Life continues as a biological process, but remains invisible to the one who gave this life. A body in which low frequencies prevail is the abode of illness. These low-frequency distortions can be avoided only by an effort of the spirit. It is the only way for disposing of the excess of low frequencies, which are the cause of the destruction of the body and its eventual demise. Low-frequency food, low-frequency knowledge received incorrectly and affirming materialism in the mind is what drags one inexorably to the grave. Of course, those who have raised their spirits also die, but something different leads them to their death. An understanding that is not refuted by consciousness, which is the only way to unite with me in full, not only in spirit. They welcome their death, which is not fearful. The only thing they need is to complete their work on earth, upon which they commit their spirit to me with joy and hope for the heavenly light. Diseases are the lot of almost every human being. The distortions in the body are caused not only by the search for darkness, but also for the knowledge that comes from above. I want to say that most illnesses are caused by people or a similar species. Osmos is full of low-frequency radiations, the source of which is in one's mind, and are received at the time when the spirit is not striving towards the heavenly light but is asleep. It happens, of course, that continuously active darkness awaits such moments, then the body becomes its prey. Low-frequency blows from the outside cause maladies, but a disease could also be brought about from the inside when the spirit is depressed by mean thoughts. By rejecting it all, it will come as a surprise how much healthier one will be. Entrust your lives not to medicine, which denies the existence of an inexplicable healing power, but only to those who have fully realized the idea of its existence. Many petty people have ruined themselves precisely by rejecting the very thought of the Lord. This renunciation cost them their lives. Those who are high in spirit perish too, but as a rule not because of incurable ailments, but due to those who failed to accept their existence. If their illnesses had killed them, it would have happened only when their spirit was asleep. That is why I say to you, pray, think about me, about those radiant forces that scurry around and are ready to help a radiant soul. Drive away the despondency and envy, and you shall accept our help with gratitude. Do not stoop to mean thoughts and other similar things, and you shall live to see the years when, with hope and a jubilant dream, you will say to me, Father, I commend my spirit to you with joy. It is what Jesus said when he accepted his painful death and longed to be rid of suffering. But I shall give a different end-of-life feeling to those who have reached the loftiness of spirit on earth, satisfaction and natural fatigue, so that their souls shall say these words to me with all the sincerity which they are capable of. It is unlikely that I will help doctors heal people easily. They should say to patients, it is just within your power to heal yourselves. I am trying to heal your body, but you must help me with all the strength of your spirit. But people are unlikely to believe this. They do not have trust in their Lord, but trust the skill of the doctor, which is incomplete. Not every disease is within the doctor's power. Many ailments have built a nest of vipers within the human spirit. Distortion, the lowering of high divine frequencies, are the source of your disease. It is very important to understand this. Understanding is the key to recovery. We must be aware that the flesh is not eternal, and it is only within the power of the Lord to prolong its existence. But people, doctors who are beyond understanding this, are unable to help. Find those who have placed their trust in me as a master healer, and you will be in safe hands. I help such healers, but I look upon those who reject me with pity. What great doctors they could have been if they had been able to understand the mechanisms of healings. Scientists worldwide have been trying to identify the causes of cancer, as well as a cure and even a vaccine for many years, and all to no avail. They are looking for them in the material realm, but they need to look in the non-material one. Here is what the Lord says about cancer. Cancer is the formation of a bodily substance which has properties akin to the mind. If one plunges into low vibrations, the tumor increases them, thus turning into a killer. If the spirit rises and turns to the forces of light for help, it will be in the field of high vibrations, so the tumor will withdraw and gradually disappear. Such is the mechanism. Please yourself with high vibrations and entrust your life to the Lord, and nothing terminal will happen. At least, no irreversible disease will occur. Cancer originates not from earth, not from matter, but from the energy component of a human being. It is a negative attitude of the soul to a certain event which one day could turn into a tumor if it were too emotional. It is the materialization of spiritual negativity. Cancer is the rays which are dormant in a human being but acquire gradual embodiment at the same time. Cancer is always a concentrate of low vibrations. The outcome depends on what field of frequencies one establishes inside oneself by one's own will. Ray treatment from the outside does not help, but more often brings the tragic denouement of life closer. Action is needed from within and will require maximum control over feelings and thoughts. How does the mechanism of heavenly help work for the salvation of the soul? Do we understand it correctly? Is the help of the heavenly powers available to everyone? Here are the answers from the first person. My dear daughter, I knew for many years that in the new era of mankind my spirit should soar in heaven and it would become clearly seen to everyone and would fill human souls with great joy. For many years I was misconstrued as the only one in heaven whom one could turn to in search of hope if one had decided to reject Satan's temptations. This is simply not the case. People who seek God and have hope of finding him should understand. I am just the one who created them, but I am not able to save the soul. That is why, for this purpose, they should better find a Saviour in heaven who is wiser than me instead of turning to me. I am just the one through whom your hopes and prayers will reach the true Saviour, the supreme mind that controls the life of any particle in the universe. The salvation of the soul is what your short journey on earth is all about. The only one who can be rescued is the one clothed in flesh. When the soul departs from the body, it is no longer possible to change anything in its energy shells. While the soul is enclosed in the body, people can change the frequency of vibrations of the soul by the will of their own mind. Striving for good, they endow the soul with high vibrations. But if they have evil thoughts, then their souls are filled with low vibrations, and the path to the forces of light is closed for such souls. Such people seem to wither, they become invisible to the beneficent, invisible forces, and their greatest folly is to wait for light in life. Only false light is available to them. How can I help people to understand that heaven represents the stages of ascent towards light? I will not be able to save you per se, but you will achieve salvation through me. I am not able to seek everyone. I shall give advice to every sinner who has repented. Pray tirelessly in order to become blessed, so that I can see you and at least slightly lighten the severity of your punishment, which is imposed by the heavenly court, the standard of justice. When praying and asking for salvation, you should remember, I am only a link, a step for you to make, not for the whole, but for the best part of you. I will say one more thing. Pray to your angel, the Holy Virgin, and to a short heavenly list of the names of those who are ready to mediate between me and humanity. And I, having received the impulse of your prayer from an angel, or any other holy being, will decide whether it will be possible to save you with my help, or whether more powerful forces of heaven should be called upon. Frequently I am powerless, but I really want to help, so I draw away from Earth in order to convey the impulse of your request to the next energy layer, inhabited by other forces. So the impulse goes further and further on to the heavenly creature which can save you. And so it happens. People on Earth are saved by the one who does not abode on Earth. Is this not amazing? But it is easier for me to attract a wise creature for salvation than to spend all my strength on this act. I cannot abandon everyone else for one person. I find ways to attract streams of saving energy to Earth without destroying myself. Such is the mechanism of my help to a living being. It is very diverse and slow, for I must draw helpers from far away. Instant help comes to those who have stopped at the edge of the abyss of non-being. All the forces of light which live around the earth can come to the aid of a luminous person who is one of them, but embodied. The Lord made an important addition to it in the following texts. What kind of help does it have to be? It may not be what you consider best for yourselves, as you are often wrong, but I call help that which endows the soul with wisdom. You should know how to understand the reason for torment, whether it is your own choice or my attempt to bring you to your senses. While understanding the reason for torment, you should acknowledge the fact that nothing is accidental in life. Human destinies are in my hands, but if you change, so does your destiny. I try to prove that by radiating goodness. You shall receive goodness in return from those whom you have done it to, but those who persist in evil will be repaid in accordance with their deeds. As for eating meat and fish, the opinion of the giver of life is certainly on the side of vegetarians. The wisdom of heaven lies in the fact that it sent creatures to earth. They were not people, but animals, birds and fish. Their images are in heaven. These souls of mine may also be wise. Therefore people should not kill them, for those who are killed do not wish people goodness, but retribution. Instead of eating meat, you should find a replacement for it. That is why you are endowed with intelligence. Just find a replacement and you will rid yourself of many sins. Look for one under your feet. Make vegetables, fruits and cereals your food. I have included everything you need in them. Vegetable protein is a replacement for animal protein. You do not need meat. It will provide life to both the south and the north. You just need to grow such plants so that they are available to give you protein for living. Do everything possible so that the lives of my other creatures are not cut short due to your fault, and you shall be saved. These diabolical suggestions that you need meat have such an effect on you that you really cannot do without it, until you start thinking differently. Only cereals, vegetables and fruits can give you the feeling of flying that people should have. The purity of their entrails will purify their thoughts. There is no need to think that the replacement is defective, otherwise you will continue to have pangs of hunger. By consuming plants you will live longer. I beg for mercy to animals, birds and fish. Their souls demand your death. I have no greater grief than to look into the eyes of dying animals, which will become food for people who are unable to think. The Creator's view of organ transplantation turned out to be unexpected, but in a heavenly way. Transplantation is a they do not know what they are doing thing. The biological lives of people with foreign organs are prolonged, but they are deprived of the sublime ability to remain integral creatures. Their vibrations collide with alien currents, and life focuses on how to interact with alien energy impulses in the best possible way. In the course of life, each human organ performing its immediate function is endowed with certain individual signs of a different order. These individual energy shells around each organ have individual indicators, which allow the organ to form an organic union with other organs. If something loses its original reliability and its functions have become frail, then the other organs begin to work in such a mode that the person stays alive and more or less healthy. The body is a self-adjusting system, and therefore it works in such a way that people remain healthy and are able to carry out their tasks on Earth longer. If doctors remove a dysfunctional organ and install an organ of a completely different person in its place, then having prolonged life, they put an end to the most elevated feature, the human ability to be part of a unified system aspiring to heaven. Foreign organs often do not take for a long time, so they fail to make people a communion and cause chaos within the energy system instead. Even if they feel good, they cease to be the abode of light for heaven, for the light in people shines only when there is no intrusion of foreign energies. Therefore, when deciding on the need for transplantation of a foreign organ, think, what do you want it to achieve? Do you want to prolong your life for a short time and in a weak body, or to remain a unique being to the forces of light, in which illnesses are actually caused by its unique features? I do not know what you will decide while looking at a doomed person, but I will tell you, heaven is a better environment than earth, which they will walk on, while paying heed to the body. The earthly body is given to facilitate aspiration to heaven, but how many of you are aware of this? The Demiurge of Earth explains in a very accessible and detailed manner what the sin of drunkenness is and what the fight against it involves, as well as what is terrible about drug intoxication. The music of evil penetrates people in every possible way. It is difficult to overcome the one who is filled with high vibrations of goodness, love, and wisdom. But evil easily overcomes those who are befuddled only by the interests of flesh, because their vibrations are identical. Mankind, without being able to resist evil, begins to stupefy itself in one way or another. They do not want to multiply light in themselves, as it is easier for people to escape from evil, at least temporarily, into the illusory world. How weak one must be in order to choose this pernicious path that leads nowhere. People have no other way to overcome universal alcohol abuse than to tune their souls to the true light. It will give them a correct understanding of their place in the universe, and people will not suffer from their nullity, a false system of life values that indicates their nullity. But they will understand how much depends on everyone on earth, and therefore how much one is responsible for one's thoughts, feelings, and actions. Drunk people are unable to control their mind, and darkness makes use of this, forcing people to do evil and bring suffering to those who surround them. One who is unable to cope with one's mind becomes the receptacle for the demon, and it does things which bring misfortune to both oneself and one's relatives, and even to those who stand in the way of a demon. A drunk person is a threat to light, and therefore when one gets drunk, one becomes an accomplice of darkness. Those who are addicted to alcohol need not only to be treated in clinics, but it is also essential to inspire them with the idea that by serving darkness they serve a dark energy full of torment. Is this what they want to achieve by seeking refuge in alcohol from the hardships of the short earthly life? They will fall into an even more difficult reality, which, when drunk, they do not want to know. Alcoholics are similar to the rays that shine but cannot see themselves, but they are, after all, anti-rays. They drink and do not see how disgusting they become. I would like to give some advice to those who are determined to destroy drunkenness. There is no point in destroying wine, for anyone who wants to drink oneself senseless will find a way to do so. It is necessary to give people hope that their salvation is possible. But it is also necessary to start with introspection. Let them see themselves from a side, and they will be horrified by how disgusting they look. The understanding that they will have to pay for the imaginary joy with grave sufferings of the soul that has been cleansed upon passing is what can make a person refrain from taking alcohol. But those who are weak are doomed. No one can save them except themselves. This is the law of the universe. One needs to make a serious effort to change one's life for the better. I do not understand the emotional impulse of people seeking to eradicate drunkenness with prohibitions. If you want to make society better, start with the basics, with the roots, not with the bitter fruits. People are amenable to suggestion, and the hope of the light is important to them. Do you want them to pray meekly for your prosperity, depriving them of hope, destroying the good in their lives? This I say to people who are entrusted with making government decisions. It makes no sense to implement any programs to destroy drunkenness, as they will not help until people are provided with work inspired by a significant goal, and leisure to restore the strength of spirit, but not the body. Without it, the fight against drunkenness is doomed. People living in a constant energy field of evil are not able to withstand the internal confrontation, because it requires a tremendous mental effort. Sinking into the oblivion of low frequencies with alcohol, they temporarily lose their pain. But sobering up becomes even more painful. People do not know how to escape from this vicious circle. They do not have enough strength for this strenuous struggle. But in order to win it, one must be filled with the high frequencies of light. Where to find them is the question, because not everyone is able to find them in the world. But I am ready to assist you. My hope and love, come to me and you shall be saved. Find me in church, in the outside world, in the arts, in exalted love, or in tenderness for your child. I am in all that exalts your spirit. You will never drop into the abyss of evil from this height. Drug intoxication is an invasion into icy and multicolored osmos of a soul, which possesses an earthly body. I deliberately did not give people the ability to see osmos during their lifetime, so that they would not aspire to be there. But narcotic substances affect the brain in such a way that my ban has been removed. Such visions are presented to people which are proper for a disembodied soul. Osmos is so luminous and filled with music that the soul does not want to return from there, for the world of earth ceases to interest it anymore. The demon implants the following into the minds of someone it has obsessed. Leave the dull earthly world and move to the world of diverse colors and sounds. Often it happens this way. When the body is oversaturated with a narcotic substance, the soul flies away, becoming easy prey for the demon to intercept. It directs its low vibrations into the soul, and the soul suddenly feels such a strong desire to fly away that it does so. The body dies, but the soul remains in osmos, and the demon uses it as its donor until the soul becomes totally weak. After that, the demon leaves it, and there is nothing worse for the soul than to appear before the judicium, for, breaking away from the body, it has in fact committed suicide. Such souls have to endure lengthy torments, but if people did not become addicted to drugs themselves, but were dragged into it or forced into it, then upon passing away, such people shall undergo a brief period of purification, just like a weak creature. Those who caused their death would be terribly punished, even completely annihilated. When the mind turns off, when intoxicated and fails to control the impulses that enter it from outside, the demon takes its place, and the mind just turns into flesh, and the flesh attracts low vibrations, which are similar to its own ones. It is necessary to force the mind to work at high frequencies, that is, to allow only luminous thoughts, so that demons would not be able to take possession of it. And here is how the Lord reacted to the fact that some countries have adopted the laws that allow unisex marriages. There are many different ways to rid the earth of superfluous people, but the law on unisex marriages originates from the darkness that now reigns on my planet. People do not understand that such unnatural marriages exclude the light of the souls of those who have entered such a union. It is impossible to love in a unisex marriage. Such people do not love, they just want, having united with each other, to protect themselves from the natural world, where they are strangers. People who were crippled by the forces of darkness during their uterine development, which have deprived them of normal vibrations, are thus drawn into a horde of darkness, which may or may not act, but still does not stop darkness from being darkness. The government of the rich cannot influence such things. It is obsessed with the dark desire to subdue everything, but darkness acts in different ways. Such a law would be possible even without an unwise government. Darkness feels strength and spreads its tentacles into all the cracks. There are more and more people who have no attraction for the opposite sex, precisely because the darkness has grown stronger. Both light and darkness will always fight each other in the world, but it is easier for darkness to unite people, in this case in a unisex marriage. Because darkness affects the low vibrations of the human body, but the ascent to light is only possible at the cost of hard work of the spirit. My dear ones, you do not allow such people to unite in an unnatural craving for each other, do you? If so, you are helping the light, for the merging of low vibrations opposes the light in a much more reliable way than when separated. One day, Nikolai asked Lyubov to find out the opinion of the Heavenly Father about the death penalty, which is still used in many countries as a capital punishment. This is what he replied. Dear daughter, I will say the following to Nikolai. I have no other way to make mankind better, but to give people freedom and explain the great meaning of my commandments. Forbidding certain human desires is the path offered to the people which leads to me. The ban on killing another person is the most important of all, because a human being has no other opportunity to achieve godlikeness than to incarnate on earth. By killing somebody coming to me, you commit a villainy, and you no longer give your soul the opportunity to find the light in life, because the soul of the murdered person will no longer rise to the apex of the spirit to which it was striving. By killing a villain, you also do no good, for you make a fair judgment in heaven impossible. Without knowing about the Lord, without believing and feeling his presence in life, you consider yourselves entitled to judge a human being on earth. This is what happens when you execute villains. Those who have condemned them to death take a grave sin upon themselves, for it is not the humans but Lord's will that should decide. The executed made away with easy suffering, for penance awaited them. Be aware that heaven is the embodiment of justice, which does not exist on earth, where punishment is given to villains according to their deeds. But penance would mean much more suffering for them compared to what they had experienced on earth. By executing a villain, the torment of dying is eased. Having suffered on earth, they will easily make away with it in heaven. For suffering in earthly life diminishes the retribution after death. Is that what you would like? To take a sin upon your soul for a permitted murder and ease the heavenly retribution for the villain and the murderer? By carrying out such executions on earth, you are increasing evil in the world, but think that you are restoring justice. People who are deprived of faith in an intelligent universe unfortunately cannot understand this. Villains need to be given a special place where they shall be isolated. Then the demons who have killed with their hands will deal with them, because their gratitude is madness, illness and death, with no possibility for ridding the soul of its sin. Murderers must be deprived of freedom. Their dreams will kill them. It is impossible to create such conditions for every murderer on earth, because their detention and keep are expensive. Yet you should understand the essence of what you are doing. Is it not better to spend money on such things than on senseless entertainment and the folly of fools? If you want light in life and less evil in the world, think about this seriously. I also call on the relatives of the victims. You must be able to extinguish the vindictive feelings in yourselves, because it destroys you and feeds Satan. I hope that today this is understood by everyone who has at least some idea about the energy flows in the universe. You will not bring the dead back, but it is possible to give them your love, as your embittered feelings do not please them, for heaven gives them a true view of everything. They see from there how a dark cloud embraces your radiant souls, which grief and hatred suddenly took possession of. I shall repay, which means I will find such a way of retribution that will correspond to the measure of the crime. Everyone is interested in what hell is, and the Lord replies, there are two locations for hell in the universe. The place where souls are destroyed is the sun. Such a wise decision was made by the world brain. The energies of incredible destructive power must not be close to a creative planet. A distant place has been invented for the souls assigned for destruction. They undergo such a strong energy transformation that they disappear as individuals. The impulses of the primordial energy, which forms the basis of the human soul, are not destroyed in the lunar abodes, but are freed from low vibrations which they had acquired in excessive amounts during life. But on the sun, the energy of the original impulse is dissipated in the universe, depriving the soul of being aware of itself as some kind of separate creature. But solar hell is not the only one in the universe. The sounds made by the creatures of earth and testifying to the depth of the torments they take are not heard on the sun. There the souls have no voices, but earth takes in their cries. It emits certain rays which draw in the energy impulses of the souls tormented on the sun. Their screams are these impulses. Sounds are carried away into the depths of the earth, and there they can be stored, not only in the form of energies, but also in the form of audible sounds. It is a matrix. The bowels of the earth are a receptacle for the energies of the souls that have gone to hell. Earth needs them because there are low energies in its source, and painful screams are such an incredible concentrate of such low vibrations. In addition, Earth is an amazingly intelligent being, and it needs these energies so that my external impact with high energies on it can create the necessary proportion of high and low frequencies for its vitality, as well as for its ability to create life. It is a miracle that, using low and high frequencies, Earth can give birth to creatures capable of aspiring to the light, because at the basis of any corporeal being lies an equal proportion of the high and the low. People assume that there is a hell on Earth because they instinctively feel the low vibrations contained in the Earth, but do not understand the gist. Solar hell is a place for exterminating the sinners' souls that can no longer be transformed. The womb of Earth is proof that spiritually low energy is being melted into the light energy of the universe in the fire of the sun, through terrible torments. But these torments are the result of a person's unrighteous life, not evidence of the Lord's severity. If people understood that they were paving their way to hell with their own hands, they would not sin so much. Earth would be filled with low vibrations not because of torment, but because of something else. It would reduce the evil in the universe by being drawn into Earth. People, however, do not let Earth do the work of destroying darkness in the universe, which is their great sin. How do people know that hell exists? It did not exist before the need for it arose. Hell is a place for human souls because they alone were given the right to choose their path, while the remaining creations of the world brain lived by abiding to the rules prescribed by them. And therefore any decisions they made were not a sin. It is expedient whichever direction it takes. Every creature has its own limits. Only human beings, who are free to choose their path, are not aware of these limits. Hell appeared as a need to destroy evil for the sake of the universe. I have to be dead, artificial, soulless, so as not to grieve about how many souls are carried away to hell. They are much more numerous than the righteous and saints. The ascent to holiness requires an effort, and non-resistance to evil was one wrong, or rather misunderstood rule preached by Jesus, which was insufficient to achieve it. To become a saint, one must live in an unceasing tension of the spirit, while in order to sin, one must only indulge in the lowest desires in oneself, which is the simple path straight to hell. Only the soul, which wants to avoid it, knows what it is. As an example of a great sinner, the Lord cites Napoleon Bonaparte, who is, alas, revered by many. Napoleon Bonaparte can serve as a model for the great sinner. He is still in hell because the soul is being gradually destroyed on the sun. His agony can be compared to being eaten alive. Fire is radiated energy, and it contracts the sinful soul little by little, absorbing it impulse by impulse. It is painful for the soul because it becomes less and less rational. At the same time, the destruction of the soul does not end with madness. The mind becomes part of an energy particle. And yet the soul still retains its individuality. It remembers its atrocities until the last moment, which is achieved by the soul becoming an abode for those memories. The memories are created by the mind of the soul. All other things are taken away, and the memories of evil done are the only thing that is given to the destroyed soul. It cannot dispose of them. The soul, a prisoner of evil, can fly to earth, but it is not allowed to be on the surface. It wants to rest at least in the grave of its body, but it plunges irresistibly into the boiling bowels, where the groans of the similar sinful souls are heard. Therefore the soul flies away from the sun only once, because on earth it does not find consolation and rest, but horror that embraces it. It hears terrible screams of those which, like itself, are being destroyed in the solar hell. Earth does not save them, but intensifies their torment. The soul returns to the sun because it wants to escape from the torment as soon as possible and disappear. But it must go all the way until the energy of the sun destroys the last impulse. The last moment of destruction is not liberation for the soul, but horror. The horror comes from suddenly realizing that even a great evil no longer needs it, as it does not save the soul. Such is the fate of those who were the abode not of light, but of darkness on earth. Such souls diminish me, because my impulse given to them initially does not return to me anymore. It becomes a part of the sun's energy. Thus my creative essence is given to the great solar abode, which gives and destroys life. Let the posthumous fate of Bonaparte become a reminder and a serious warning to all of us, including those who govern states. To end this chapter on a more cheerful note, here is the answer of Monoston, the Lord of Earth, about Shambhala and paradise. Shambhala is the abode of the Lord of Earth. It is in heaven. I cannot say what the altitude is, but it was the Tibetans whose love for my abode coined this word, Shambhala. It means the rays of the wise heart. It is a ray emanating from my heart, and it radiates love for people. Love is a ray emanating from your heart, and you have your Shambhala, which is located near the heart, at a distance of 2 to 3 centimeters above the surface of the body. My love rays must unite with yours, and consequently on the Tibetan plateau which I love, you will learn the truth in the volumes that people need. Therefore, Mulder Shev was right, saying that pilgrims need pure souls in Tibet. The rays of pure love united will call my heavenly abode Shambhala, the house of the heart ray. There are special rays in the Himalayas that are emitted by the mountains. They are the keepers of the entire history of Earth, because during all the floods they remained on the surface. The Lord about paradise. Paradise is not a place. It is neither on earth nor in heaven. Paradise is an energy layer for a radiant soul, where it experiences a blissful state and where it is the best place to be. What is this all about? Bliss is not enough for the soul. It also needs knowledge of the universe. The layer where it feels good is also filled with treasure troves of knowledge. Enriched, the soul rushes to a higher layer because the drive for new knowledge deprives it of complete bliss. There it finds both bliss and a new opportunity to become wise. A certain radiant formation provides it with new knowledge, and the soul rushes to the other horizons again. It continues for a long time and is called paradise, the acquisition of ever new degrees of bliss and wisdom. One can merge with the world brain only by achieving knowledge in full. It is given to such a small number of human souls that I am surprised. Why does not each of you try to achieve this, if you are capable of doing so? Perhaps the new humanity will be able to find its way into where there only a few are now. Many, even the most radiant of you, are found in some lower layers, and this is paradise for them. Apparently, the insatiable desire to know the truth, which is neither scientific nor rational but spiritual knowledge, is not given to everyone. I hope that the new humanity will want to make the work of the soul an incentive for self-improvement. May this wise knowledge help readers to make the right decisions in various life situations. When one discovers one's mission to be the source of light in the universe, what are one's unmet desires to subordinate the world? It is not the world for people, but people for the world. When you understand this, you will perceive both the meaning of life and the ways of achieving it. Chapter 21. The Meaning of Human Existence. Having taken the readers through the previous chapters, I will now take the liberty of briefly presenting the logic of the actions of the creative source of the universe to create a truly intelligent human being. The supreme mind of the universe has conceived the human being as a unique and singular experiment in the entire universe, which involves the making of creatures similar to itself, to the world brain. These creatures, thanks to the right of having a free choice between good and evil, the two eternally opposing energy substances in the universe, will consciously choose good and thus prolong the existence of the universe. The human being is unique because there are no other intelligent beings in the universe endowed with a free will. The only exception is the world brain. Even the demiurges of celestial bodies, including the creator of Earth, do not have such an opportunity. They must all follow the program set by the supreme mind. Therefore, they consist either of high creative energies like the god of Earth, Monoston, or of low destructive ones. The balanced interaction of these opposite energies in the universe, which is controlled by the world brain, is what creates a space of harmony and expediency in all of its nooks. Human nature is dual. It consists of low energies of the flesh and high energies of the soul. Their interaction in a human being is life. In this sense, a human being is part of the universe, a microcosm, where the point of connection of opposites is the basis for the development of everything and everyone, the engine that starts all processes in the universe. A human being is that point where the opposite energies connect, possessing on the one hand a dual nature and on the other hand the freedom to choose between good and evil. The human soul is an emitter, a generator of psychic energy, the most powerful one in the universe. Psychic energy, that is, the energy of the soul, was given by the world brain only to humans. The light psychic energy of humans is an analogue to the energy of the will of the world brain by its nature, and it is what causes continuous creation and improvement of our common abode, the universe, which consists of billions of galaxies. According to the idea of the intelligent source, a human, having become its likeness and co-creator, must saturate the world's space with high energies of creation as it does. For the souls of people are special reactors and they are able to give heaven the energy of goodness. How? One must suppress in one's thoughts, words and deeds low energies and feelings associated with them, such as irritation, despondency, despair, anger, hatred, and on the contrary to radiate high ones, while demonstrating calmness, joy, love, gratitude and jubilation. The plan of the creator of the world has been carried out for billions of years. At first there was another planet on the site of ours. Ancient Sumerian prophets called it Nibiru. The life of the creatures on it was heavenly, but as soon as the opportunity to choose between good and evil was given to the crowns of creation at Nibiru by its demiurge, they chose evil. As a result, the planet suffered a catastrophe. It exploded. For billions of years, another demiurge, Monoston, has been creating the beautiful planet Earth on the ruins of Nibiru, where again the experiment to make a creature streaming out high energies of creation should be continued in accordance with the plan of the world brain. Alas, so far there has been little success. The 7 civilizations that existed before us, which had achieved incredible technical success and even knew how to control the energies of the universe, have sunk into oblivion, because they preferred what was available and always at hand, the joys of the flesh, laziness, intoxication with power, intrigues, wars, and so on, to the difficult overcoming of darkness in themselves and acquisition of the amazing joy of light. We are the 8th civilization and the 8th attempt of the Heavenly Father, who still loves us infinitely, to set humanity onto the path of the truth and the awareness of its universal destiny. Further, I will cite a number of statements from Monoston, the god of earth, who is tired of our ignorance and stubbornness, but still maintains hope, where he speaks in various contexts about the meaning of human existence, and gives answers to these 3 questions. Who, why, and for what purpose have we been created? Let the number of texts given below by the giver of life not seem excessive to my readers, for there cannot be too much wisdom. Any phenomenon should be considered as follows. To what extent is it necessary? But in order to determine the extent, some reference point needs to be set. That is, it is necessary to name something in relation to which the degree of necessity of any phenomenon will be determined. We should consider the following as such a starting point. The need to exist to prolong the being of the universe. This is how everything in the universe is arranged. Each creature must develop in such a way that heaven benefits from its development. Considering the phenomena from the point of view of the need for being, you will stand on the highest peak, overlooking the entire universe from there. The need for it means organic integration into the continuous modification of the energy flows of the universe. A subtle feeling of how this or that phenomenon prolongs the existence of the universe may not be given to you immediately, but it is still necessary to try to understand what this or that phenomenon is, whether it has already happened, is happening, or will happen in the future. It is destructive for the universe, or, on the contrary, allows additional time for its existence. Therefore, having started at the right point, common to all intelligent objects of the universe, refrain from doing what curtails the existence of the universe. It is our common abode, the source of life and reason, without which nothing else makes sense. The meaning of human existence is the multiplication of the light in the world. What I had planned was initially implanted in you with the freedom to choose which forces you will grant the right to further develop you. Giving such a task to people without giving them the right to voluntarily choose a path is meaningless. It is only within the power of people to increase their potential. The soul is aware of its task, while the mind discards it as unconfirmed knowledge. The path to light lies through overcoming, but the path to darkness is simple and easy. The fact that a few choose a difficult path is perhaps natural, but it fills me with pain. I have traveled this path, but you prefer a different one. A human being is not only a biological creature, but also a kind of self-adjusting tool, capable of converting low-frequency energy flows coming from outside into high-frequency impulses. To do this, people need to make the necessary settings in themselves. High frequency is distinguished from the low one by a wavelength. It is a human being who is able to change the wavelength through effort of will. I think you have repeatedly seen people capable of doing this. They give the impression of being able to perceive any torment calmly and easily overcome it. Others are filled with pain, despair, and spread low frequencies around them, being resonators of such frequencies. If truly radiant people fall into the radiation field of these frequencies, they do not perceive them, for they seem to be repelled by these people and return to their source and ultimately become their destroyers. But this is the point. The fewer low-frequency generators in life, the more radiant it is. The freedom to choose the path which people are endowed with can influence the universe, and there are only two options for such an influence. People either prolong the period of being or do not allow it to last as long as it should. Because the world brain which controls the universe spends part of the creative energies to extinguish its destructive flows, reinforced by mankind. Therefore, despite the insignificance in quantitative terms of the source of energy, the earthly humanity, this source still affects the timing of being. Whether this experiment turned out to be successful, which could become the basis for the creation of some similar creatures, would depend on the free will of each person, on the correctness of each one's moral choice. If you do not radically change your attitude to living on Earth in the near future and fail to seek its sublime meaning, but continue to satisfy your low interests that have nothing to do with the need of the soul, then humanity will perish, and the world brain which has decided on the experiment will convince itself that there are no exceptions to immutable laws. The only form of life in the universe capable of increasing the initial energy of life given to it and returning it to the world brain immensely increased is the people of Earth. The world brain needs this energy. Of course, people who do not understand the laws of the universe can doubt this. How can the world brain, which has created and is creating a huge, infinitely huge multitude of worlds, depend on the people of one tiny planet in the universe? As a matter of fact, this is exactly the case. The creatures that inhabit the universe are some kind of energy storages in their essence. Dying, they return those impulses, which had supported their lives to their creators, the god of the planet of habitation, and further to the world brain. The people of Earth who are given the right to freely choose their path, the unique experiment of the world brain, can both strengthen and weaken it. Many people kill both me and the world brain by quenching in themselves the spark of spiritual energy, which is a gift from heaven, and exists only thanks to animal energy. On their deathbed, they understand what they have deprived their creator of, but nothing can be rectified, for their souls have died in them during their lifetime. I hope you have enough sense to understand that there is nothing meaningless in the universe. Therefore, your existence on Earth is also meaningful. And if it still exists, then there is also one who gave it to you. But who did this? It is a scholastic dead end, and only one way out is possible: to acknowledge the truth of the living, intelligent, creative source and find out what the purpose of creating people is by asking it. Yes, a human being is a contradictory, dual creature, but it was an amazing discovery for me and for him who had created me, what a small number of people understand their true destiny, to become co-creators of the universe, and for this purpose to radiate a high frequency and spiritual energy, repeatedly amplified by permanently overcoming the low frequencies in themselves. You were created in order to be the creators of radiant thought forms and retain it as the main goal in life. Everything else is important only for you, but not for the universe. If you care for the universe, it will ensure that you do not disappear from it. Your existence will not cease as long as it exists. Their task is to transform life on Earth in such a way that harmony, instead of a murderous ability to plant evil in all spheres of earthly life, which is becoming its basis. The meaning of the sublime service of the soul which has been sent is to become the source of life for the universe. My son tried to share this with people, but they failed to understand him. They were interested in their own life, but not in the existence of the universe. You have been created for the development of the human spirit to such an extent that the short existence on Earth should become the basis of eternal life. Earthly life must be lived in a worthy way for the Lord to need it. You are entrusted with the task of becoming more luminous than you were at birth. You come to Earth to serve heaven and therefore cultivate the spirit in yourselves. How can this be achieved? Taking a close look at the joys of life, understanding that they are given to you as a reflection of the heavenly joys, which you will be awarded with for praying to heaven. Your service on Earth consists of one thing alone: a grateful prayer addressed to the creator of earthly joys. The understanding that earthly joys are not a reward for something you have already done, but are given to you in advance, should have a sobering effect upon you, and guide you along the right path. Direct your souls to the light, and you will not be disappointed. Nor shall we be disappointed with your choice. You are commanded by heaven to fulfill your destiny on earth, to implement the will of the Lord and nothing more. And the will of the Lord in relation to you is to be a voluntary source of light in the universe. How is light radiated? One should be dependent on the Lord joyfully and voluntarily. Dependence is not a bondage, but a security. Voluntary dependence on the true Lord, not the clerical one, is the main condition for happiness. The living creatures which exist in the universe are only executors of the functions needed for supporting their own lives. Only the people of Earth are endowed with imagination and creative energy. The task of people is not to acquire knowledge, but to increase their souls, to make their light more radiant. If one has managed to preserve the ray of the Lord and has increased its radiance with joy, that is, with good feelings, one will become inextinguishable in heaven after death. Those who have only stuffed their minds with limited human knowledge and failed to increase their souls have nothing to offer me and the world brain. People are an unprecedented experiment, but it will apparently remain a single and unsuccessful experience. It would seem that an embodied human being should not be given free will because it accelerates the destructive processes of the universe. Satan is the lowest frequency formation in the osmos of Earth. Life originates from my confrontation with him, but it is regulated thanks to him too. Only people enter into a special relationship with Satan, for people are spiritual beings with a unique gift, the right to think and act freely in accordance with their own mind. But as a rule, they choose the wrong way. Therefore, people have become the most powerful source of vitality for Satan. Remember, without ascending spiritually, without seeking the luminous heaven in life through great torment, you are only biological organisms, doomed to obey the law of extinction of those who did not deserve the right to be as they were after death. An incredible, grandiose service is entrusted to people to strengthen me as a part of the world brain, and I am the one to provide it with the energy. Human life is not a physical process that has a terminal point, but the development of the spirit by enveloping it in earthly flesh. The world was given to you for the improvement of the spirit, and not for a short and meaninglessly brief and finite existence. The task of people on earth is to do everything possible so that the fruits of their labor shall bring good to those who come after them. It is the only way for goodness and eternal meaning to assert itself on earth, by passing on from those who are leaving to those who are coming. What should be done to become radiant? Do not be discouraged. I am not suggesting that you lead a boring life consisting of prayers and fasting. A prayer of gratitude should be said of your own will at the moment when you see, hear, think, act, love, and reject darkness. Live the life that seems best to you so that you have time to enjoy it and show the abilities that I have given you. If a painful realization of your own imperfection visits you, thank me for what has been given to you on earth. And if you call on me to achieve more on the path of ascent, you shall receive my help. You will leave your abode with a feeling of great joy, for you called me and I answered your call. I appeal to you. Suppress evil in yourselves. Whet the light and constantly maintain it within yourselves. And while accumulating it, you will suddenly feel what miracles you will be able to perform. For the more light is in you, the more the sublime forces of good surround you. Good affects you above all, and only then the universe. Only goodness must prevail in people so that the world around them can exist. However, there are more evil people than we would like to have among you, who are unaware of what you are doing. You should understand, psychic energy is a very dangerous fuel. When you do not know how to handle it, it explodes. Be aware of how your energy is used. Think about whether you want to be the destroyers of the universe, not to mention Earth. Your psychic energy grows stronger only through trials, for the sake of which you are embodied. Psychic energy is a product of the brain. My planet was created for the sake of producing a source of new energy. The psychic energy of people, therefore I created them. I combined light impulses with dark ones in appropriate measures. The main task of human souls in earthly life is to radiate the energy of goodness while gaining wisdom. For everything that the soul radiates has no equivalent in the universe. By radiating goodness, you become co-creators of the universe. By radiating malice, you destroy the universe. I created people for the sake of prolonging the existence of the universe, but not the universe for the sake of people. Why do you live in such a way, as if everything was created for you and not vice versa? The most disappointing thing is that people do not know what their destiny is. To rise spiritually higher and higher, and to enjoy that, is something which is available to all of you. You should not enter into meaningless disputes about the meaning of life. Everyone defines it in their own way, but few understand that the meaning of earthly existence is the same for all, and it consists in giving light to the universe, that is, to prolong the time of its existence by elating one's spirit. So what is the point of arguing? I gave people everything so that they could fulfill the task assigned to them, to become a part of the force that creates the universe, and therefore prolongs its existence. How is it possible to become the likeness of the Lord? By living in the world of low vibrations which are able to enslave and destroy the human soul. To be like me for you is to create to the best of your ability. Seek your place in the world. How can you prove yourselves as creators? It may not give you the opportunity to survive physically, so be it. But nevertheless, find something which will allow you to feel like creators, and devote your time to this. This is your most important cause, although you will be able to deal with it only when you find the time. This occupation shall bring you closer to me, and therefore sanctify it with your love and diligence, so that in eternity you shall be close to me. People who are completely involved in the material world will leave without a trace, because they are particles of this perishable world. Their souls have become impoverished as a result of earthly incarnation, and therefore upon cleansing I shall somehow renew them. They need to be shown the source of light in the universe again. They have robbed their souls of this sight, while indulging in the pleasures of flesh and labor for the sake of those pleasures. The spirit must ascend constantly, otherwise it will not be able to stay alive. There is no life without motion. Spare no effort to work in the name of your spirit, for your spirit is a particle of me. Just as children should not forget their aging parents and care more and more for them, so people should be more and more caring towards their spirit, a particle of the Heavenly Father, clothed in the light of their own souls. For your spirit is a soul that increases the primordial light as a result of your conscious actions. A human being with a likeness to the universe is already possible. It is the labor of the soul, which one should not spare one's strength for. Accept the texts written down by Lyubov, and come to an understanding of your place in the universe by considering them. If it happens not to be elated enough, all efforts should be directed towards overcoming the low in oneself in order to reach a greater peak of the spirit during life, which allows us to see the universe as the will of the Supreme Mind, which also needed people for the universe to reach perfection. My dear reader, completing the last chapter of this book and having touched upon a particle of unique knowledge, thanks to Heaven and Lyubov, I offer the opportunity to join me in firstly asking three main questions. Who, why, and for what purpose were people created? 1. Who? People were created in accordance with the plan of the Supreme Mind of the universe, the world brain, and this plan was realized by the god of earth, Monoston. 2. Why? The answer: to make a co-creator, a free-thinking being, able to consciously generate high energies of creation in the universe. 3. For what purpose? The answer: it was done to prolong the existence of life in the universe, or, in other words, to prolong the being of the universe. Secondly, drawing two conclusions. The first one: mankind needs to recognize its divine origin from the one creator. And the second: the knowledge received from the demiurge of Earth should be considered the basis for organizing a new system of life on Earth. It is the first time in many millennia when the creator of Earth himself testifies directly to the great mystery, the meaning of human existence. We, the best of his creations, who stand today on the edge of destruction, have hope for salvation, and the Lord suggests what needs to be done. Believe me, it is possible to change the world for the better only in one case. If humanity determines some common model of the sublime abode of love and justice, if all of you, my children, were devoted to your Father, I would help you see the world as heaven filled with radiance. In other words, only the collective dream of people united by love for each other, only the universal psychic energy directed towards one goal is able to gain embodiment, to turn planet Earth into a life-giving source of the universe. And finally, I will quote the words of Monoston, which are worthy of becoming the anthem of mankind. The sole purpose for the existence of a human being comes down to the following: be able to love, be able to create, and keep the primordial light in the soul, which would increase its radiance over the years. The knowledge shed from heaven becomes the new faith. Faith is a heavenly gift, and all who reject faith deprive themselves of a miracle. Epilogue. While I'm writing these lines, profound and in all likelihood irreversible changes in the global paradigm of the world order are taking place. Pandemics and other catastrophes have happened on the planet before, but there's never been such a sense of universal threat, and there has never been such an all-encompassing panicked reaction to it. The human being, the crown of creation, is swiftly turning from a full-fledged and self-confident master of the planet into a confused and naughty student who has failed to understand the essence of what is currently happening and has been unable to learn anything from previous millennia. The reason for what is happening is clear for people who believe in the rational beginning of the world and the existence of an invisible life-filled infinite space called the universe. It is in conflict with the principles of the existence of human civilization, which has reached unprecedented internal contradictions and threats to the idea of the creative source. Alas, people have subjected the planet, God's creation, to their ever-increasing material interests. According to the Creator's plan, people should remain a harmonious part of nature and increase its strength and beauty, while consuming natural resources only to the extent where the planet is able to reproduce. The loss of connection between people and the demiurge of Earth is the main reason for the disorder and ongoing global upheavals aimed at transforming our consciousness and comprehending our true destination. The Lord sadly remarks about this. You strive to control the planet, although you are not even able to control yourselves. Natural disasters are just an attempt to bring people who have lost their connection with heaven to reason. But if humanity, the children of the one Creator, has finally reached a civilizational dead end, then why does the Heavenly Father not save us, you may ask? My answer is, He is doing it all the time, but only in relation to those in whom He feels aspiration to His light. However, the trouble is that, having a freedom of choice, we choose not the one who can be reached only by exerting the human will, but the one who imposes his will on us and is therefore more accessible. The opposite of the Lord, Satan, who seduces people with the delights of material life and its attributes, imaginary pleasures. The struggle of the two principles is continuing not only on earth but also in heaven. But whom do we make stronger? We nourish with our energy the one whom we choose. In this connection, let me quote 3 statements by Monoston. I was right to give a lot to people, but the choice of the soul is something I cannot influence. Everything is at their will, whether to save themselves or not. What has been happening in the world since the beginning of time is just a form of confrontation between me and Satan. I can do much, but I cannot save the ones who have erected a barrier to my light in their soul. But even in this case, the Heavenly Father is not abandoning His children. For the first time in 2,000 years, He gives us a unique, perhaps the last chance for salvation. For 10 years, thanks to the unique brain of Lyubov, the Lord has been providing mankind with knowledge in the hope that we will dispose of numerous dogmas and delusions and finally understand that we are all the inhabitants of the planet Earth, brothers and sisters, beloved children of the one Heavenly Father, Monoston. It is no coincidence that the time of arrival of knowledge about heaven coincides with the time of upheavals on the planet. One can guess the Creator's intention. People turn their eyes to heaven and ask for help only in a difficult, sometimes hopeless situation. The Lord is giving it once again, but this time not through prophets, but directly, in the form of immortal knowledge about the structure of the universe and the essence of the human being. The era of faith, says the Lord, and of blind submission to the punitive ability of heaven is coming to an end, and the time of cognition of the truth descends on humanity. It is not to everyone's liking, but could everyone rejoice at the great flood or the glaciation of earth? The time for true knowledge is coming, and people must accept it, whether they like it or not. Otherwise, humanity is doomed. Without the readiness to expose the heart to the blade of truth, one cannot remove the crust of gloomy disbelief from it, and people cannot be illuminated with the light of heaven. I would like to emphasize that my decision to publish the texts received in an extraordinary way was dictated only by the desire to share them with people, and thereby give people the opportunity to discover for themselves that the Lord exists. Whether to accept new knowledge or not is the individual choice of each person. One should remain alone with this knowledge and feel how the soul responds to it. That is all you need. And only then will you be able to give, to yourselves, not to me, the answer to the most important question. Anticipating accusations of planting a new heresy and nonconformism against me, I would like to express my opinion on this matter. Can knowledge that fills life with spiritual meaning, which I have experienced, be heresy? The time of blind faith has passed, true knowledge has come forth, and it is inspirational. Here is one more thing I am sure of. There can be different paths which lead to the light, as in the case of the diversity of human beliefs, but they all have one thing in common. Considering their best patterns, they are always chosen voluntarily and based on personal, unique spiritual experience. No violence is acceptable in this case. Therefore, any nonconformism, especially if it requires unconditional obedience to the leader from people, as well as material and spiritual sacrifices, is evil. Also, it is important to sort the wheat from the chaff. Let us not forget that in biblical times the Jewish scribes and Pharisees accused even Jesus Christ of nonconformism. But he only carried the word of God and urged every soul to make a choice in favor of the light. Only a few centuries later, the persecution of the strange sect weakened, and the knowledge that came through Christ turned into a world religion. The true wheat grain could not but germinate in the souls. In our difficult times, it is not nonconformism that is needed, but just the opposite, the ability to look into the privacy of one's mind and into one's own soul and seek the spark of God's light there, which cannot but exist since we are created in the image and likeness of our Creator. I would like my readers to take the book in the right spirit by offering to acquaint themselves with the text that they may have been looking for, not knowing what to believe in the stream of apocalyptic prophecies that is sweeping the universal multimedia space. With all the variety of these forecasts, most of them have one common correct link, the feeling that Earth's energy field is undergoing a radical restructuring, which, by the way, has been confirmed by modern science. Today, such changes in the environment require from people, if they want to survive, maximum concentration of all the best and the most light-bearing things in their souls. Therefore, I consider it right for this book to be published in a difficult time of instability, when the soul is looking for support in life. New knowledge gives hope, trust me. I thank all those who have read this unusual book, the author of more than 3/4 of which is the creator of Earth. Everything written here is the absolute truth. I will account for the veracity of each word at the highest and most just court, the heavenly one. Only faith, firmly supported by the comprehensive knowledge of truth, will allow people to fulfill the task entrusted to them, to become part of the force that creates the universe and therefore prolong its existence. Then, as the prayer goes, Jesus will finally rejoice that the Sun of true faith has illuminated mankind, mired in sin, and finally justified the hopes of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. If we imagine our planet Earth as a ship sailing across the boundless expanses of the universe, then it is the first time in the history of mankind that the crew of the ship, Earthlings, have a reliable compass. Knowledge about the structure of the universe and the meaning of its existence. Faith, affirmed on the knowledge of truth, will fill the sails of the earthly ship with a strong, fair wind. The just and respected helmsman, recognized by all peoples, Russia, the country of the revived spirit, will guide this ship through the space of the new history of mankind. The Creator gave mankind the new Bible so that Earth could become the cradle of the new world. Postscriptum. God exists and He is the one for all, and He is definitely a living creature, not an abstract idea. Having finished this book, I foresee that the thoughtful reader will have the feeling that the author has not said anything special. I think I know what it is about. The reader would like to know the answer to the fundamental, essential question. What is the God of Earth, our heavenly parent, who gave part of Himself, the soul, to each of us? Here is what the Lord says about Himself. I can tell you the following about myself, the Lord of Earth. I am not immortal, not omniscient, and not omnipotent. I am a part of the world brain, and when there is no radiant energy from me from Earth, I will again merge into the world brain, and the creator of all and everything in the universe. That is why I said I am not immortal. My knowledge is not unlimited, for everyone in the universe has the volume of knowledge that one's mind can accommodate. I am a part of the world brain, and therefore I own only a part of its knowledge. That is why I said I am not omniscient. My power is in love, and I direct it to those who give me the vine of life. Many of you do not believe in me, and thus do not help me to replenish the energy of love. You complain that you are overwhelmed with troubles, but you do not think about me. Do I have enough energy to help you? If you directed the rays of your love to me, you could expect help. For I direct the light of love onto those who love me, which saves them. Having weakened me with unbelief, people begin to send curses to heaven. Where is the Lord's help? Well, you have deprived yourself of this help. I am weak because you lack spirituality and faith. That is why I said I am not omnipotent. Now you need to know what I am capable of. I am omnipresent. It can be explained to people by the example of a radio wave. People from different countries can pick it up with their radio receivers. I have an electric charge of incredible power, and it is of wave nature. But there are no people on Earth who could catch my rays so short. People who serve heaven catch electrical impulses which transmit good osmos to their brain. My high frequencies are transformed into lower ones by osmos, which the human brain is able to perceive. Only 2 people in the history of mankind have managed to catch my micro-impulses directly from me, bypassing osmos. My son Jesus and the woman who writes these lines. Her brain can transform monoston's wave radiation into my words. The world brain created me so that the energy clot that I represent is organized in such a way that the streams of impulses make it rational. The intelligence of something is the ability to understand the impulse coming to you and transform it into the image of something. I shall explain this to you in plain language. Each formation in the universe consists of energy, whether it is embodied or not. And rationality, as a necessary property of everything existing in the universe, is its ability to interpret the impulse received from the outside when it is caught, to understand what it represents in relation to the receiving information, whether it is something positive or not. My mind is able to see so much that I catch any movement of thought, all your moods and states, but I may not even see them. If some people do not turn to me, they disappear from my eyesight, and then you can feel despondency and bitterness of being forsaken by God. That is why I say, stay within the circle of light, and I will see you and come to your aid. Unfortunately, people do not want to receive the wisdom of heaven. Even that truncated and distorted knowledge that remained after Jesus was not acknowledged by people. Their minds are full of darkness and hatred for each other, and love has died in their souls. I want people to see me in everything, and also in their worldly life, for I am manifested both in their successes and their sufferings. My destiny is to educate a radiant soul in a human being, but it requires suffering, as joys alone are not enough. But people do not understand this and curse me for every torment. It hurts me, but how can I make you feel my pain? I am ready to love people, but why do you curse me and therefore deprive me of the grounds for loving you? You should understand that I am not an abstraction, not a scheme, and not an idea. I am a living, thinking, and feeling source, and all your feelings are mine. Otherwise, how would you receive them? I laugh and cry, rejoice and suffer, triumph and make mistakes. I am you in absolute terms. Imagine your feelings to an extreme degree and you will understand the way I feel. I need neither worship nor fear, but faith, love, and hope for my wise participation in life. I am not a blinding, sparkling radiance for living people. I appear to them in different ways, in a rational arrangement of the life of nature, as well as in every living being created by me. Can a thinking person consider this world of exact laws to be formed by a series of blind accidents? You will be happy when your love for the Father will be equal to the love of those who are grateful to you. This is the true happiness which each of you should strive to. I thank the Lord and Lyubov for their wise co-authorship. I also thank the readers and hope that this book will encourage them to think about the most important thing. In August, when the book was ready for publishing, the Heavenly Father sent the text through his beloved daughter Lyubov, which can be regarded as a requiem for humanity, or rather, as an alarm call. It is not easy to find the path of wisdom. Why do I say this? I do that for I know how many faces evil has. Only a wise soul can distinguish it from the good. What is happening today is the best thing that has been invented to help Earth. Unfortunately, only tragedy can make people think about the most important things in life. Joy seems to lead them off the straight path, for they define joy as the absence of life's misfortunes, and not the result of overcoming severe trials of the spirit. But the tragedy apparently must reach a certain degree of concentration, which depends on the speculative measure of sensitivity of all mankind. Loneliness, which is a tool for reflecting on the expedience of biological life, is what humanity needs. The unique experience of life on Earth threatens to end in failure because people who live erroneously today are breaking the chain of spiritual evolution, for the sake of which the planet's biosphere was created. Loneliness is what allows you to internally turn to the origins. A lot of constant contacts make it difficult to focus on the main thing. Find time for solitude. By rejecting momentary thoughts, you will gain the ability to see the essence. Look at yourselves for as long as possible, and you will understand what the soul needs, which is part of you that immortality is available to. Does this mean that I recognize only the life of the soul? No, it does not. But you must make a wise transformation of the body. That is, make it dependent on the aspirations of the soul. The body is healed when the soul clearly sees its task, to approach my composition. In other words, when you think about the true purpose of the existence of biological life, which includes humanity as its part, you should be able to discover the right answer. It is to feel, but not jump to conclusions, because the mind is able to deceive itself by establishing cause and effect relationships. The conclusions of the mind do not lead to a complete inner transformation. Only an upheaval, which is the highest degree of feeling, is capable of this. The trembling of the soul is an instantaneous restructuring of its layers, a kind of energy turbulence of its entire composition. The trembling of the soul means that some part of it has entered into resonance with the phenomenon which it has encountered. That is why such a meeting is accompanied by transformation. It is in the power of people, having realized the cause of their upheaval, to restore their former selves, or to transform completely, seeing in their new state a support for their own ascending spirit. The choice is always yours. But is it possible that, thinking about what is happening on the earth, one can remain indifferent and not wish to organize one's soul in such a way that it can use all its potential capabilities for the sake of saving not only itself, but also the place of its temporary habitat, where it is entrusted with the grandiose task of strengthening the light? Do not endless and unstoppable tragedies give reason to think about their cause? However, humanity is still in the grip of fear and does not respond to the call of heaven. A series of natural disasters and multiplying graves cause in the vast majority of souls only the fear of being excluded from the body. Others, who are criminally thoughtless, stubbornly cling to the familiar without feeling that it no longer exists, and do not want to change themselves in a changing energy environment. The fear of being isolated from one's abode is a hospital feeling. It is not the time to think about the fact that your abode, Earth, is becoming a new one, where true meaning will be revealed and other ways of existence will be offered, while the satisfaction of bodily needs will play only a secondary, but not the main role, as is happening today. It is not those who have died in catastrophes that should be mourned, but the fact that they, most of them, died through their own fault, without feeling the need to change, to strengthen the very best in their souls, which they were given at birth. It is their unfulfilled duty in relation to this very best, which was able not only to preserve them, but also to miraculously transform them and thereby give them a worthy place in the living universe that should be mourned. A negligible number of souls ascend to my throne today. To mourn the dead people whose essence was radiant is like planting all over again the trees that have fulfilled their function of fruition and collapsed from old age. They are where their souls were striving to, and let this serve as a consolation to those whom they have left, unconsciously taking advantage of suitable circumstances. The Lord again offers a choice, dear earthlings, to be thoughtless passengers of the Titanic or to transform our souls into a saving Noah's Ark, sailing at the call of heaven to the throne of the life-giver.